Good morning. That button. Boom, boom. Beep, 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 beep. Good morning, Jess. Rain, you missed what? You missed what, friend? What did you miss? You haven't missed anything yet. We're just we're making sure we're live on all the platforms before we get too deep. All right. We're making sure. There we go. I see the tubes. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Guys, one of the best ways to actually say good morning is by sending your daily heart meet because it's only one coin. It'll boost the live, pushes out to the FYP. Also, knocking out the daily gift goal. That is an excellent way to say good morning. So if you really want to say good morning, go ahead and send your daily heart meet. It's only one coin, and also knock out the gift goal. So, W's in the chat for the one mighty pin who became a late night tuber. Late night tuber. So I want to talk about what I've noticed, right? And when I say what I've noticed, hey Cindy, is that we all have been living through this same reality, right? And when I say the same reality, I more so mean the fact that we all have been put through this current administration. And I take a look back and I think often like what could have been, right? I think about Kamala Harris and what she could have been as far as a leader, right? I think about the fact that we have so many women that are not only proficient. Oh, DR, you said she's not a leader. Oh, okay, Bub. I'm gonna go ahead and mute you. I bet you won't come up here and tell me about it. I'm gonna mute you. I'm not gonna send you a request yet because I'm not ready to have people up. But get in the box, all right? My chat is not your safe space, so either you're gonna get up here and say what your chest, or you're gonna hate from outside of the club. I don't care which one. I genuinely don't care which one. Anyway, I think about what Kamala Harris would have been versus what we're dealing with Donald Trump. And even more so, right? I take a look at what we have seen across the board when it comes to men leading this country, right? 47 presidents. I would say we're 0 and 47, right? Because this country, hey, Miss Corey, this country has been led into the shitter, for lack of better words, through men leading. And I think it's time for a woman. I think the only path forward, the only chance of any type of salvation is through women leadership, right? And I'm not saying that in a pandering sense. I'm saying that in the sense that it's logical, right? I'm saying that in the sense that we've tried what we're doing. And not only have we tried what we're doing, but the fact that we continue to fail over and over and over, while sitting here for some reason pretending as if we don't have better options. What up, Chewy? W's in the chat for Chewy. Like we don't have better options. And so the premise that I absolutely believe is the only way that we're going to be able to move forward is by having a woman actually take power. Now, the one thing I will say is that while I am hoping that it's a woman that is on the Democratic side, because, I'm a leftist, I do think that even if we would have been in a situation where Nikki Haley was president of the United States instead of Donald Trump, if the people on the Republican Party would have somehow gotten out of their own way and voted for Nikki Haley instead of Donald Trump, then we would still be in a way better position than we are today. Right? That's what I genuinely believe. And And I think that we're facing a couple of different things, and the things are here because of um, this male leadership that we have. All right, World War III, absolutely loading. Donald Trump continues to posture when it comes to our allies, which is super weird, right? I don't understand what is it about Donald Trump where he leans into hating our allies, but he does. But then even more so, I think about the fact that, like, I don't know if you guys saw, Donald Trump actually put out the text messages from Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, right? And so he's sitting here talking about like creating this board of peace, but at the same time creating this board of peace, it's extortion. Let me get my backup up here. He's looking to extort other countries. It's weird. But the point that I'm trying to get to is like there has to be a change. World War III loading. The economy is absolutely floundering. The leadership of Donald Trump has not, it's a little bit hyperbolic to say the leadership of Donald Trump. The leadership of the male leadership that we've experienced has absolutely shown it's inadequate. And our economy has suffered because of the decisions that have been made. We can talk about tariffs. We can talk about job loss. We can talk about all these things, but like our economy is floundering and it needs something different. I thought Kamala Harris would have given that, but I damn sure for a fact know that any other woman in power would give us something better. Oh, Steven, guess what, poop poop? I'm not gonna let you yip yap in my chat. I'm gonna mute you. I'm not ready to bring people up yet, so I can't send you an invite yet, or an invite either. So I can't even send it. But I'm gonna mute you. Get in the box. Again, you don't get to run your mouth in my comments. We have lost rights. Women losing their right. People within the queer community losing their rights. American citizens, undocumented immigrants, non-white people, everyone's losing their rights. You know who's not losing their rights? White men. Quite interesting. Fragile egos. The male ego is the most fragile thing on earth. And as a man, I can admit that. I can absolutely admit that the most fragile thing on earth is the male ego. I know because I have a fragile male ego. I do. I'm always astounded by the fact that women have the unique ability to put their ego to the side and do what's best for whatever the situation may be. I know for a fact it's something that I lack overall. I try my best to do it, but like, that's why when men see random men, right? Oh, Danny, whiny babe, yeah. Hey, Danny, I'm gonna mute you. Get up here, bub. You're literally whining from the comments. You're literally whining from the comments. Women have the ability to put their ego aside. When men see random men, they like size each other up every single time. Like they immediately think conflict. Women don't do that. And last but not least, this is super important. No white men VP. I think that's super important. Every conversation that we've had about having a woman president, we've always saddled them with a white man, right? Kamala Harris with Tim Walz. We talk about the possibility. I know I even talked about like AOC with Bernie Sanders. I've heard people saying like Andy Bashir would be a great VP pick for any other like woman that's running? And I say no. You know how I feel about fragile white men who have put us in the position that we're in. And I think saddling a woman president with a white man VP is limiting in so many different ways. And it limits the premise of progression. And I think that if we're going to ever get to a situation where things are going to be better, things are going to move forward. Okay, soft guy. Oh, Adrian. Oh, look at the little baby crying from the comments. I'm gonna go ahead and mute you. Get up here, bub. I think if we're gonna actually have any type of progression, we can't say that we need a woman with a man babysitter. We can't say that we need a woman with a big, tough, strong man sitting behind her. Well, at the very least, not a white man. Because that's not real progression. So that's my opinion. Regardless, I've thought this through. I've seen the emotional crash out that men continue to engage in, the lack of competence, the unwillingness to emotionally engage in the things that are important. And I say no more. No more. It's time for us to have a woman lead. And if you're a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with any of these points on the background, get in the box. Because the one thing that I know is there's going to be a lot of men crying. And for any man that's going to cry about what I have to say, I need you to build a bridge and get over it, big guy.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, Jen, I just saw what you said. You said you agree, but this isn't the time. Come up here and talk to me about it. Sounds like you disagree. Get up here. Let's talk about it. You can be a friendly and disagree. You don't have to be MAGA and disagree. I think this is something that it's going to take a lot of people realizing they're going to have to get on board with.
Facts only if not get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. Hey. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes.
Oh, Western. Yeah, Kamala couldn't win a primary, and you can't win a debate. That's why you're not up here in the box. I'm muting you. Get up here, bub. What did you miss? There's already a bunch of men crashing out in my comments. It's wild. They're so sensitive.
No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff.
They're so sensitive.
Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana. Step in, yeah, you care. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Get one wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana. Yeah.
Hey.
This ain't a safe
It is not.
This is flame.
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna sparring with Santana?
Yes, it is my music. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and we are here to talk about that. It's time for a woman to lead. It's time for women leaders to actually control power within our country. Listen, I am looking for Trump supporters because I just know Trump supporters are going to push back on this. But I saw a comment from Jen, and Jen said, I agree, but I don't think it's the time. Jen, Anyone that thinks that as well, get in the box. It's okay. Listen, you can be a friendly and then disagree with the topic. We can talk about it, but this is for I only want opposition, and opposition can mean Trump supporters, but opposition can also mean anyone that disagrees with these things. Women, it's your time to shine, and I'm throwing my support behind it. I know I've been saying AOC, that's why I got her behind the Resolute desk. AOC is my pick for the 2028 presidential or Democratic ticket. But let's talk about it. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter or you do not disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. And also remember, especially men, remember, if you crash out, you lose. You crash out, you lose. Mr. Struggles, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I am, and I
Sorry,
do.
not Mr. Struggle, my struggle. I'm sorry, you said you are?
I am a Trump supporter, and I do disagree with your background.
Okay, perfect. Middies, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw you in the request, but I also saw like a mod sent you like a request to come up. It was before I went on and accept my struggle. So I'm going to drop you back down for a few minutes, but if you hop back in the request, you'll be the next person up.
Oh, I was sitting in there for a hot minute, but I hear you.
Yeah, no worries. Again, like I saw you, it's just I went and clicked the first person, but again, I'll have you up. You'll be the next person up if you give me just a few minutes. All right.
For sure.
Perfect. Thank you. My struggle. All right. You said you are a Trump supporter and you disagree with the background. Cool. We're going to get into it because I am positive that I have the better position. But before we go too far, I have a simple question for you, my struggle. Well, two questions. One, you mind if I call you Struggle? Or do you have a different name you prefer me call you?
Whatever you want.
All right, I'm going to call you Struggle Bus. All right, Struggle Bus. Question for you. Do you know who I am?
I do not.
Okay.
You're a child of God. That's all I know.
Praise Jeebus. All right, cool. Question. Would you mind if I give you a quick introduction to not only who I am, but what this is?
Sure.
Perfect. 1 second here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this? Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and we are here with Struggle Bus, and we are looking to get into some debates. If you're friendly, if you agree with the background, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Also, I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. That'll help push us out to the FYP. Send your daily heart me if you have not done so. That'll boost the live. And last but not least, yes, please share the live once or twice, not too many times, but can we repost the live? Reposting the live apparently really helps. So can we please repost the live? All right, Struggle. You said that not only are you a Trump supporter, but you disagree with the background. You don't think that it's time for women to take the reign? Help me with that one.
Yeah, that'll never be a time. That's that's something that human beings would never even choose to do. That makes no sense.
Sure. Why is that?
Because you'd have to run out of every single man before you'd even begin to think about choosing a woman.
Okay. So your premise is that men are better leaders, or like I'm still struggling, no pun intended, struggling to understand exactly what your position is besides man good, woman bad. Like, why do you say that? Like, why do you believe that?
Well, do you trust any women outside your mother and sister?
Yes. The person that is like in control of my platform as far as like ensuring that it runs smoothly. The person that I lean on the most is a woman. She absolutely is the brains behind. Look, I'm a pretty face on the screen, but Kay is the person that ensures that the Santana platform moves efficiently as it does. So yes, I absolutely trust not only women outside of my mother and sister and my wife, but I trust women way more than I trust men. Not even close.
So you trust people you shouldn't.
Why? Why shouldn't we trust women? Again, like you still haven't given me like a solid premise as far as why you say we shouldn't trust women. Again, all I'm hearing so far is men good, woman bad.
Okay. Well, what is the difference between a man and a woman?
A lot of different things. The biggest thing that I can point out is the difference in EQ, right? Women are not only more emotionally adept than men, but they are less likely to engage in harmful behaviors, whether it's substance abuse, whether it's physical violence, whether it's like, just being irrational and illogical in multiple instances. Women actually do better in all of those things than men. So there's that.
Would you be comfortable having a woman president that in her past committed child sacrifice?
I don't do conspiracy theories. You're the first person up here. I haven't even
Also
finished my
known as
first cup of
abortion.
coffee. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like some type of ritual and
No.
child blood. Okay,
No.
so you're talking about abortion. Cool. Yes, I would. I think abortion is a medical necessity for some women. It's access to healthcare, and plus, as far as me, like I don't. Yeah, I'm sure if you don't know who I am, but I kind of have a funny stance on abortion. Are you saying that you don't want a woman to lead because they'll give access to abortion?
No, not at all. It's the fact that you cannot trust somebody or put your trust in someone who would unalive their own child. You got to have someone who will sacrifice the self for the other, not the other for the self.
Men literally do that.
Men
literally not only quote unquote sacrifice their own child, but men lead in all categories of violence, and specifically they lead in white men specifically lead in like the distribution and creation of CSAM, right? And also touching kids. So the premise as far as like sacrificing kids, men don't give a shit about kids. Hell, the current person in office, Jimothy. Do you know who Jimothy is?
What's more likely, a woman?
I had a question. That was a question.
Or
that was
a
a
white
question.
man that said essay.
That was a question. You don't just bypass my question. I said, do you know who Jimothy is?
That could be anybody.
Donald Jimothy Trump.
Do I know him?
Hey, do you know who that is? Donald Jimothy Trump.
I know him as much as anybody else would via the media.
Cool. Donald Jimothy Trump himself is someone who doesn't care about kids in multiple instances. I mean, you can talk about the reduction of access to food to kids. You can talk about the reduction of access to healthcare education, but even more so, you can talk about him for some reason making the decision to hide the Epstein files and give access to, justice to the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and his cohorts. I mean, like literally the person in power currently doesn't care about kids. So I think your premise is way off base.
Has he ever unalived a child?
If you go by the leaked documents from the Epstein files, absolutely. There's information from the Epstein files that was released, and they were able to get it unredacted. It talks about him being present in an incident with Lake Michigan. You should go look that one up. Also, there are credible accusations that Donald Trump has specifically paid for abortions. So again, you should go look those up.
So you should be thanking him for assisting women in their health care.
So what does that have to do with me? Like, you're contradicting your own point, Bub. You're the one that said.
To your point. You think it's good, so it should be a good point for him.
No, I didn't say it was good nor bad. I'm saying that you're literally talking about, would you vote for someone or support someone that would actually, kill their babies or whatever you're trying to say. And I'm telling you, the person in power, the person that you support, has been directly connected to those things. So you're a hypocrite.
No, not at all. Donald Trump can't get pregnant. He can't unalive his own child inside of his womb.
Oh, okay.
The most
All right, so
vulnerable place for it. He couldn't
okay.
possibly do it.
Cool. So your main premise, your point of contention, your support is derived from abortion. Is that one of like your big things?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Okay, perfect. So let me run down this logic train with you for a second. Would you support a nationwide abortion ban?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe in any of the exceptions, like life of mother, incest, rape, things like that?
Life of mother is always on the table, and that is never off the table in any situation when we're talking about taking away abortion.
Okay, so
it's
can
really
you answer the question directly?
You to even throw that in there.
Hey, can you answer the question directly? I'm trying to establish your worldview.
I did.
Do you believe in the?
I did.
No,
I added more.
That's fine. Is it yes or no? Do you believe in the exceptions? Yes or no?
There are no exceptions other than what I already said, which is already a thing. It's not even part of an exception.
Hey, are you a Nazi?
Absolutely not. I'm not from 1930 Germany.
Does I don't give a shit. There's Nazis that no, stop it. There's Nazis that exist today. It just fucking W's. It just clicked. My struggle, Mein Kampf. Are you a fucking Nazi?
Yeah, I don't know what that means, man.
You know what that means. You're a fucking Nazi and a coward. That's wild.
Are we gonna finish? Are we gonna be able to go through this, or are you gonna crash out?
Listen. Oh no, I'm not crashing out. I'm literally. It just hit me like a ton of bricks. Not only are you a coward, but you're a Nazi. Like you're a Nazi coward. Anyway, again, so are you saying, I just need very clear understanding, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Exception for life of the mother? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Exception for incest?
No.
Exception for grape?
No.
Okay, perfect. So it's just life of mother. Got it. All right. And would you be willing to enforce the nationwide abortion ban through all legal means outside of like holding someone, liable with a weapon, right? Any other legal mean that's not, trying to hold someone with a weapon, would you be good with that?
What do you mean?
Making to ensure that the abortion ban is upheld, would you be good with like every legal measure to ensure that it's enforced?
Oh, you mean having punishments?
Yeah, I mean punishments, whatever it takes.
Absolutely.
As long as it's not putting
life
weapon
in prison. It should be life in prison.
Perfect. All right, cool. All right, baby Hitler, I got something that you might actually like, right? Because I think we can agree that nobody wants to see babies murdered, right? We can
obviously
that, right?
That is an incorrect statement. I've heard many women say, I'm going to get as many as I can.
Sure, I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about me and you and I, us, we. This conversation right here, right now. I'm saying I don't want to see babies murdered.
If you're a normal man, yeah, it would repulse you.
Okay,
that
perfect.
This is an actual thing people
do.
All
right, so I got something for you. I think that this may be a W for both of us, right? W for both of us. Check this out. Mandatory vasectomies. What do you think about that one?
That makes no sense. You're adding something that isn't there. A woman isn't forced to be pregnant. She isn't forced to do the act that makes her pregnant.
How about this? Let me give you a little bit more details. Maybe you can understand my preference a little bit more if I explain a little bit more, and I might be able to get you on board with this. First and foremost, just a baseline, because apparently I'm learning that people don't know what this is. Do you know what a vasectomy is?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's an operation which they snip the access point for the sperm to be able to go.
Perfect. Okay. I just want to make sure, and that nothing personal to you, right? I've tried to have this conversation with multiple people and then got towards the middle and realized they didn't know what it was and they finally admitted it. All right, cool. So this is what I'm thinking, right? Because like your premise is abortions, right? You don't want women to have that because, you know, murder and all this other good stuff, right? And so I'm saying, cool. Instead of addressing an actual byproduct, we deal with the actual origin, right? The actual root cause of the issue. Because if we mandate vasectomies, then we eliminate the need for abortion. Check it out. Vasectomies are safe, efficient. It's an outpatient procedure. It's a quick outpatient procedure. You recover. Today's Tuesday, right? If you go in and get an abortion today, did you know that you could be in the gym hooping by this weekend with your boys? Like you can go play basketball by this weekend if you get a vasectomy. It's more effective and safe than any form of birth control that women can take, whether we talk about IUDs, the pills, the shot. And not only that, right? It's more cost effective and it takes care of the root cause of the issue. It's reversible as well, right? Stick with me. It's reversible up to 5 years at the same effective level. Now, of course, some cases may differ depending on the individual person, but in 5 years, you can get it reversed and it's just the same. And then after 5 years, the the effectiveness of the reversal slightly decreases depending on the person. And then last but not least, right, can freeze your sperm prior to the actual vasectomy. So in case you don't want to have a baby, in case you don't want to have the vasectomy reversed, you can still have the baby, right? So I think that we should mandate the vasectomy at 16, right? And then after that point, when they become of age, if they make a decision before 21, they want to get married, start a family, all this stuff, they can get a reverse, or, you know, they can just get a reverse, you know, after 21 or before 21 or whatever. So what do you think? Like that addresses all of it. It takes the decision. Hey, takes the decision out of those pesky women's hands, right? We can make sure it's all about the men, right? Us men can take care of this without worrying about the women have to, you know, chime in on it. So you would get behind that, right?
All right. So I would say this would work.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But you
Yeah.
know what the problem is?
What?
The problem is we're talking about a woman being president. We're saying a woman isn't responsible enough, and women as a whole are not responsible enough to stop unaliving their children. So men have to get vaccinated, so then they
No,
can't
not
even get pregnant
vaccinated.
because they're so irresponsible.
We're not
We
talking about
have to
vaccination.
take that back from them.
We're not talking about
That's
vaccination.
the point for me.
Wait, we're not talking about vaccination.
Yeah, you said or vasectomy is what I meant. My bad.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, no, this has nothing to do with women or the ability for women to be quote unquote irresponsible. This has all to do with like your stance, right? Your premise that abortion is so bad, and even more so, you being willing to take all measures to ensure that we don't have to endure that. And again, if you're willing to take all those measures, if you're willing to actually do a nationwide abortion ban, if you're willing to enforce it to the fullest extent of the law, I mean, hell, you said that we should put women in jail for life. If you're willing to do all of that, why aren't you willing to actually address the issue at the root of the problem, right? I'm trying to give you a solution that would actually deal
No, the
with
root of
the
the
base
problem
of the
is the
problem.
women. It's not the
Why?
men. It's always the women, because the women are the ingredient that make the abortion possible. It's never
Wait,
the man.
You're missing it. Can a woman get pregnant in typical? Can a woman get pregnant without the man providing his sperm?
No.
Okay,
No.
so
Yes.
wait,
Yes, you can.
in typical, I'm not talking about like,
Meaning that
I'm
other
not
than
talking about
extreme
IVF. I'm not
circumstances
talking
with
about
athletes and famous
I'm not
people, no, it doesn't happen.
I didn't hear what you said. I don't even want to hear what you
I
just said. I
said,
want you to
I
stop
said,
talking. No, I just want you to listen to me for a second.
oh, you're
In
crashing out.
typical,
Okay. Am I winning?
I don't think you know what a crash out is. If I was crashing out, I would be like flipping out. Anyway, I need you to listen. In typical, right? Meaning a normal situation with just, you know, two people having sex.
Yeah, my
Right?
answer was that. I understood what you fucking said.
Are you crashing out? Oh, bub, don't get so upset.
No, I'm not
It's
crashing
okay.
out.
Shh. It's okay. It's okay. I will give you a safe space. If you need a pinky and a bottle and a blanket and a nap, we can do that. But right now, I just need you to listen, okay? Put your listening ears on. And let me finish my sentence before you speak. All right. Okay. So, in typical, with having sex, can a woman get pregnant without a man providing the sperm for her to get pregnant? I just sent you a request to come off mute.
Oh, you're done with doing your little cute thing?
No, I'm always cute. What are you talking about? I can never stop being cute, but I am done speaking, so you may speak.
Yeah, like I said, I'm writing this. What you're saying is women are so irresponsible that men have to come in, take.
So you're not even going to address what I said? You're just going to bypass what? Why do you keep doing that?
Well, you're
Why do
not
you keep
very
doing that?
high IQ. Your ideas are pretty stupid.
I know you're a Nazi and you think that like black people are inferior and da 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 da. Listen, I just need you to lock in and actually address the things that I said.
I didn't say that, did I? I said
yeah,
you.
I mean, you don't have to say that. We know who you are. Stop being a fucking coward. No
You're
one cares.
a man saying this about women. You're obviously low IQ.
No. I'm a man saying this about women because I understand that women would make better leaders than men. Literally, we are where we are today because of the decision of men. You talk about the state of the United States. Over the entire history of our country, over 90% of our Congress has been women, right? House, Senate, presidency. They've literally led us to the decisions, the places that we are today, right? And I'm not talking about left or right. I'm just talking about men, right? Specifically white men, but men. And the point being is that there is an actual opportunity for us to be better. Now, I need you to address what I said. In typical, with people having sex, can a woman get pregnant if a man doesn't deliver the sperm?
No.
Okay, perfect. So if we address the actual root cause of the issue, if we address the ability to deliver the sperm, then that will take care of the need to even get an abortion. So why can't we address that? I'm not hearing a good argument besides, well, women are the problem. We're not even talking about women. Listen, hey, you and I can eliminate the need to even, we can let the little fragile women, just going about their business, and us big, tough, strong men, we can make the decision together.
No, because I'm a just person and women need to be responsible for their actions.
Why don't men? Why aren't you talking about men? Why do you keep talking about women? I'm like, listen, I'm coming to you.
All men are responsible for their act. Where am I letting men off the hook at all?
How are men responsible for their actions? How?
What do you mean? They have to uphold their duty in any situation that it deems. What are you talking about? There's no get out of jail free card.
Who's talking about jail?
Like
we're not talking about jail. We're talking about
her own child so that she doesn't have to struggle.
We're talking about vasectomies.
No, we're talking about
talking about jail. What are you talking about?
And you're bringing up vasectomies because you're low IQ and don't understand that these aren't equivalent at all.
You are the one that for some reason kept talking about abortion.
Away from somebody.
Hey, question for you.
Adding superseding responsibilities to another group of people because the other group is irresponsible.
No. Right here, bub. Right here. I got something for you. Right. Let's say that you and I are driving down the street, right? And I am driving at 50 miles an hour. And you're driving at the speed limit, right? Let's say the speed limit's 30, I'm doing 50, you're doing 30, and I come behind you and I end up hitting you, right? We get into an accident, right? Who caused the accident? Was it me because I'm speeding, the initial action, or is it you because you were going slower and not speeding up when I came?
You don't even understand how to do an analogy.
Hey, you don't get to listen. I know
you would be
I
wrong
know
in this situation as well, because
listen. I know you think as an incel, groiper, wannabe Nazi, whatever, that you have control, but you don't. This is my analogy and this is my live. So I need you to lock in and answer the question, Bub. Answer the question. Who's at fault? Am I at fault for speeding and hitting you, or are you at fault for not getting out of the way? Which one?
if I'm in front and I'm going 30 miles an hour and you're behind me going 50 miles an hour, it's your fault because you're the one who's irresponsible and not following what you should be doing.
I agree.
Like the woman.
No. Hey, you're the woman in this situation. I know that's going to hurt your heart.
No, you're beyond retarded.
Listen, I know that makes you so upset right now, but
no, you're beyond retarded.
Listen, I know that
I'm not upset at all.
You're the woman in your parents
should
in
be
this situation.
Upset, your friends should be upset.
I know. Listen,
any woman that thinks
hey. Now, first and foremost, I'm married. All right, you said women find me attractive. I'm married, and also I'm cute as shit. And I know. Listen. I know you find me attractive as well. You don't have to front. I'm okay. I'm perfectly fine within my masculinity. So if you find me attractive, you can just say it. I'll take the compliment. Listen, I like compliments. You can tell me. Anyway, you're the woman in this situation. Oh, yeah, of course he did. All right. Yeah. I don't know, oh, did he? I did not hear that. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I didn't hear him do that. Also, chat, please don't report the guests. I know they're horrible. They're a piece of shit, right? I'm sorry. I didn't hear him slur. I didn't hear him say the R word. I just got that on the back end, but please don't report. I just got that information. I would have removed him as soon as I got that, but reporting only hurts the live. There's no need for you to report the guests. I could actually take care of it. You said, how could I not? Because I'm talking. And when I talk, I hear myself playing back in my headset. That's how it works. That's literally how it works. You guys only hear me talking, and then you hear him talking, but I hear myself over me as I speak while he's speaking. And so that's why it's hard to hear people when we talk at the same time. So there's that. Yeah. Anyway, point being, no need to report the petulant children. They know for a fact that when they slur, they just want to get kicked. Like, that's the whole point. Like, that's the entire premise. They lost, and their entire premise is to get kicked because of that. Yes, I know. Yes, he said the R word. Anyway, hopefully we can get back to this where we don't have people crashing out. Like, I don't think there's a need. I can tell that this is going to be something that rattles a lot of cages. It's going to be a lot of petulant children crying. This is going to be, I'll just say this, men or whoever that comes up here and wants to actually get into this topic, please understand there's no need to crash out. We can talk about it. Middies, thank you so much for being patient. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Wonderful. That was wild, right?
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, he was weird. Anyway, can you give me like 2 seconds to say a couple of thank yous, and then you and I can get into it?
100%.
Perfect. Thank you. W's in the chat for Heather for the $6 donation said, I think I missed the theme. Love your theme song, Heather. W's in the chat for you. I played it at the beginning. I played it at the end. So you'll get another chance. W's in the chat for Jared. What up, Jared? For the $2 donation said, what's up, sir? You're on early. Yes, because I'm still on the East Coast. Not complaining though. Coffee and Santana Live is perfect start to the day. I appreciate it. W's in the chat for Heather as well, who sent another different Heather. Sorry, sent a $4 donation. Same Heather. I didn't miss it. Hugs and much love. Cooking today. You know it, Heather. W's in the chat for Megan, who sent a $1 donation, says, no grape exception for abortion means letting rapists choose the mother of their children. Yes, like that whole premise is idiotic. It's weird. And luckily, we don't have to worry about him getting within 100 feet of a woman, because women wouldn't Except him. Debbie's in the chat for Rachel for the $1 donation saying, request here, you should watch the Crockett-Tellerico debate live. Bonus point if you can get Dean and Parker involved. I think you could shed a lot of light on the upcoming election. We need help in Texas. Even if we can mobilize people to vote, it's a win. Please and thank you. Yeah, you know, that's an interesting thing. And even like the premise that James Tellerico is ahead, and it's wild how like they're coming at the Jasmine Crockett. It reminds me of the standards that women, and especially Black women, are held to that other men aren't held to. Like, it's fucking insane. W's in the chat for Kylie for the $1.11 donation saying the only woman caller I know is the only woman caller knows is his grandma when the meatloaf is ready and he's got to leave the basement. No other woman talks to this a-hole. I agree. W's in the chat for Jasmine for the $5 donation saying men raping women, but women are the problem. Exactly. That's fucking insane. Follow with Stephanie. Thank you for the 10. Your patience is commendable. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Kimberly for the $10 donation saying statistically men attack women / commit more crimes in general than women. How is that being reasonable? Thank you, Santana, for all that you do. I truly wish I could send more. Kimberly, $10 is a ton of money, and I appreciate the love and support. You're awesome. W's in the chat for Corey for the $5 donation saying men are almost never held accountable. Almost never. He has a bright future.
So if I don't respond to you like when you're done with your thing, that's probably why. But I'll be quick.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead. Corey said men are almost never held accountable. He had a bright future. Boys will be boys. DJT is the next PLOTUS, but God forbid a woman doesn't want to be pregnant. Right? That's fucking insane. W's in chat for MAGA cries for the $2 donation saying it's okay, baby Hitler. If you change your whole personality, a woman will want to have sex with you. Maybe. I still don't think so. It's all good, Corey. You know I love you, Corey. W's in chat for Jacob for $5 donation saying come from a white man. I think
pick somebody that's not a white man, well, then you got like this whole conundrum where let's say that presidency doesn't go well, right? Even if it's for circumstances out of their control, are they going to be demonized now because they weren't successful and they didn't have a white man now. So what does that set up the president for future elections? Like we made it about race, we made it about sexual orientation, we've made it about all of these other things, and now all of a sudden we're judging every future election based off that. Is that going to push more people to the other direction? Well, we tried a woman president this time, and they didn't have a white person as the VP. They just picked somebody that was of a different race because that's what mattered to them. And apparently that doesn't work out.
Yep. Okay.
I think you get where I'm going with this, right? Like,
no. Listen. I hear you. You said a lot, and I didn't want to interrupt you because I wanted you to get through your whole thought
I'm
process.
long-winded.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I mean, again, like I said, I just wanted to make sure that you had the chance to get through your entire thought process. With that being said, right, I think there are a few things that you're missing out on, right? The premise that we should vote based off of that's exactly where I was going. The premise that we should vote based off of merit and qualifications. I think that's kind of negated from the jump when you say that you support Donald Trump. Just to verify, did you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
Yes, this time around. The first time he ran, I wasn't really about it.
Okay. Well, your entire logic is flawed then, right? Because if you talk about like merit and you talk about the accomplishments and the capability, Kamala Harris lapped Donald Trump in every single measure, right? Whether you talk about her experience within leadership, politics, government, not only has she worked in all three branches of the United States government, but she is someone that has brokered international deals. She has respect on the international stage. I mean, there's different different polling that was completed from international leaders and people within other countries that show that Kamala Harris was more respected than Donald Trump. But also, like, her time as vice president gave her more experience and merit when it came to not only like tie-breaking votes, but helping lead bipartisan legislation, something that Donald Trump lacked in multiple ways. So like the premise that we're even talking about, like ensuring that we pick the most qualified person, that's kind of out the door when you say that you voted for Donald Trump.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that's like a perspective, right? I think that when I was looking at Kamala, I was thinking, man, I'm going to get more of the Kamala. I thought that
Kamala or VP Harris, Miss Harris.
Sorry, I'm parched, so like sometimes
it doesn't matter. I mean, like saying Kamala isn't that hard, but you can say Harris if for some reason you're struggling.
Sure, Harris. I think when I saw Harris, I mean, if that's what's going to trigger us, I don't know what to do with this conversation.
No, it's a microaggression, and you know what?
No, not the microaggressions.
Yeah, it is. But even more so, like what irritates me is for some reason, like people act like Kamala is just you would think that saying Kamala was like saying onomatopoeia
the first time.
Yeah, you would think that it's like saying onomatopoeia. It's not. It's just Kamala. But fine, Harris. 100%. I'm just saying, like, respect it.
Respect. Okay. So my point being that if you like, my whole perspective was I didn't like the direction that the Biden administration was taking. I didn't like where things were going. I wanted to see somebody come into office that was going to take a different approach. And I think the one thing that I saw about Donald Trump, regardless of how you feel about him, I was pretty impressed with his administration leading up to, obviously what happened with the vid, right? COVID? Yeah, I didn't want to say COVID? That full name on the whole thing on the live. Without, I don't know. To me, the whole vaccine thing and some of that stuff to me seemed a little.
Oh no,
weird.
That's fine. I'm saying,
more
what
of a
did Donald Trump
person.
do prior to COVID to actually, I guess, lead the country in a good direction?
I liked his foreign policy.
Like what?
Yeah, so Abraham Accords, tough on Iran policies. Okay. Those were the type of things that I was looking for, especially when it comes to the largest state sponsor of terrorism and the potential of a nuclearly armed Iran. That was something that I was majorly concerned with, and I'm really glad for my vote now. Obviously, with what he's done with Maduro,
Yeah.
and keeping that far
Well,
away from our southern border now
yeah.
with the
Okay. Well,
IRGC.
hold tight for 2 seconds. When you talk about the Abraham Accords, I always think that's so funny that people bring that up. Hey, your premise with the Abraham Accord, you think it's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that it actually did anything?
It's starting the conversation. Like, I think like nowadays in today's society, I think everybody, like, it's with TikTok, instant gratification. People want things to work out quickly and go to turn out quickly. And that was the same thing like with the whole Maduro raid itself. I think people were so excited about it on the right, specifically because it happened quickly. And that's not an everyday occurrence when it comes to geopolitics, when it comes to military operations. Like, they can go bad. We can end up staying somewhere for a very long time. But at the end of the day, like, it doesn't work that way. Abraham Accords is something, as far as peace in the Middle East is concerned, would take a very, very long time for that to play out, but to step in the right direction and getting countries kind of working together and at least laying framework for years to come.
Okay. So the only reason I, had that question is because the Abraham Accords didn't actually do anything. It didn't do anything in the sense of it was an agreement between countries that already had peace, right? Establishing a peace agreement between countries that aren't in conflict is kind of a like, hey, you guys won't fight, right? Yeah, we cool. All right, cool. It's always interesting when people bring up the Abraham Accords without talking about the substance of it. For me, it's more performative than anything. And when you talk about like Donald Trump and his position on global politics, right? I mean, he's literally made us the laughing stock of the world in his previous administration, right? While not only being unable to actively participate in global meetings because of the way that he directly insulted international leaders and harmed multiple instances, right? I mean, he started the war with tariffs on China in his first administration that overwhelmingly impacted the United States in multiple ways in his first administration, right? He caused a massive spike for bankruptcies for farmers and a bunch of farmers losing their farms because of his back and forth conflict with China. And then he's escalated it in this current administration while also alienating our allies and pushing us to a position where we have allies actually saying like, hey, if you invade Greenland, then we're going to, help defend them. And so now we're looking at the dissolution of NATO, and he's talking about creating this peace board where he's talking about charging $1 billion for like any leader to join, and their vote only counts if he approves their vote, and if he doesn't like their vote, then he can remove them. And like it's a sense of a petulant child. No, it's a petulant child who doesn't understand geopolitics and even more so has no actual clear, concise plan. And yes, he did invite Putin to be a part of the global peace board.
He did. I think it was a great move.
I think it's insane when you talk about Russia, the fact that Putin is a international war criminal, right? He literally has international warrants out for his arrest, but even more so, he's someone actively engaging in the invasion of another sovereign nation, which I guess that doesn't mean much to Trump supporters anymore today, because like, not you, because you haven't given a stance on this, but a majority of Trump supporters have actively championed the idea of taking Greenland, which is a part of Denmark, which is a sovereign, a sovereign country. So it's fucking weird that we get behind this and like we give the okay for Russia to do what they're doing.
Slava Ukraine. I hope to see a free Venezuela from socialism, and I hope to see a free Iran. And when it comes to Greenland, what I would just say is that Greenland, I don't think anybody's going to be taking it by force. I think it's more so performative. I think he's trying to keep China out of that country, and he's trying to send a clear message and make people think probably pretty hard about it. I don't think we're ever going to see anybody invade Greenland. I think that's a ridiculous assertion. If it did happen, I would probably
Donald Trump requested for his for his generals to draw up plans to invade Greenland.
Again, performative.
That's not performative. That's a threat. When you talk about the commander in chief, who has
difference between doing it and drawing up plans is what
no. Again, like I can say yes, there are certain things that Donald Trump does that's performative, but when you talk about it, it's funny. Someone said like, hey, you guys always say, oh, Donald Trump lies all the time, but then you say that you need to worry when he says this or that. How do you know which one is which or da 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 da? Simple. When Donald Trump says things that we understand that he can't do, right? When he talks about like, oh, I'm going to lower grocery prices or whatever, like that's not within his power. He can't just lower grocery prices, but he can command the United States military. He is the commander in chief. And so since he is the commander in chief, even if it's posturing, it's still a threat.
Okay. The difference between doing and threatening. I think it's interesting because he throws out threats quite a bit, and it's to move our weight around a little bit and get people to do what we want them to do. I want to rewind. I want to come back to this for 1 second because you said something that was interesting about the Abraham Accords. So like what countries would you say were like already had peaceful relations with Israel and the United States in that region?
I would have to pull up who the countries were that specifically signed. The point that I'm getting across is that it didn't bring an end to any current conflicts that were in place, and it didn't ensure that conflicts that were on the brink of starting were ended. If we really want to address peace in the Middle East, then we need to address Israel. Israel's the problem. Bibi Netanyahu's a war criminal.
It would be the Biden administration.
Bibi Netanyahu's a war criminal. Israel is a terrorist state, and free Palestine until it's backwards.
So Israel is a terrorist state. I'm just curious, how do you feel about the Iranians right now pushing for a revolution that's tired of their government and their constant perpetuation of Islamist ideologies that are so destructive to the world, where we're seeing constant T attacks around the world, specifically driven out of there. The first instance of this happening throughout the entire Middle East right now, what you're seeing is the UAE, who has banned the Muslim Brotherhood, designated them a foreign designated terrorist organization. By the way, this is who propped up Hamas inside of Israel and terrorism throughout Gaza and the West Bank. I just find it like pretty interesting when you say Israel, that's constantly at war with terrorist sponsoring states and terrorist organizations, that they are a T state. To me, that blows my mind. Like, I would love for you to say that too.
Israel's committing a genocide and at the same time constantly bombing other countries in the Middle East. How many countries has
what genocide? Like, what genocide are they doing? I'm just curious. In that conflict,
any innocent Palestinians.
So we have 2.5 years. I just want to set the stage for you.
I want to finish my sentence.
68,000
I wasn't done with my sentence. You got stopped. You got caught up on a actual point. Sure. Israel. How many countries has Israel directly initiating bombing first within the last year and a half?
Bombing first. They bombed them first?
Yes.
You're talking about the Houthis in Yemen that were launching missiles.
How many countries has Israel directly bombed first within the last year and a half?
First.
Meaning they say that we're bombing them because we fear for our safety.
Okay, so countries that were posturing, kind of like Donald Trump's doing with Greenland, is that what you're saying?
Sure, whatever. How many countries has Israel bombed first over the last year and a half?
I would say, well, let's look. Iran, I would say also, let me think of Qatar. But that wasn't to like bomb the country, that was to take out terrorist leadership of Hamas that was hiding there. Who else?
Sure. Give me 1 second. I'll give you the exact countries.
First.
All right. So the countries that they have specifically attacked first: Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iran, Iraq, Qatar.
So you're saying that they attacked Lebanon first?
Yeah.
Okay. Show me the date of their first attack.
We can pull that all up. That's fine. But the point that I'm trying to get to is not the individual.
How many rockets did
Hey,
Hezbollah fire out of Lebanon to Israel?
I need you to focus. The point that I'm getting across is the
Oh.
reason that there's consistent conflict is because Israel is the focus, right? If we keep having problems, if there's consistent conflict within the Middle East and there's this country and Israel, this country and Israel, this country and Israel, then the problem's Israel. Israel keeps attacking other countries. So your premise as far as like, oh, you know, how many rockets we're using, when was the dates and all this other stuff. The point that I'm driving home is if we want any type of stabilization within the Middle East, then we need to deal with the terrorist state, Israel. That's the point.
So that's the funny thing about it. It's funny how you have this perspective. So what is the commonality between all of the countries that you just listed?
You're going to say they're Muslim countries. Yeah,
no,
I know.
That's not what I'm going to say at all.
Okay, then tell me, what's the commonality?
Well, are the terrorist organizations that they were attacking in those countries?
Sure.
Were they controlled? Were they controlled by the IRGC?
Terrorists. You know what's funny?
They're proxies, right? They're proxies that are funded by them.
You sit here and you talk about terrorists that are actually, you know, engaging in any type of thing. The funny thing about that is, like, terrorists, depending on who you speak to, right? The United States is a terrorist state. ICE, they're a terrorist organization. The only difference between the people that are labeled as terrorists and then the people that aren't labeled as terrorists that are engaging in the same activities, it's literally just PR. It's all PR.
Right, but we have Iran that's sponsoring all of this right now. That are supplying missiles and weaponries to these countries to carry out attacks on civilians. The difference here is that Israel attacks military organizations or terrorist organizations.
I need you to directly address what I'm saying. The United States of America is doing the exact same thing and also destabilizing countries with the CIA.
Yeah,
now, you're sitting here and you're talking about this. The United States is funding those very same things.
My guy, no. They're funding groups that counter those ideologies. At the same time, like I'm not a fan of HTS, I'm not a fan of al-Jawlani, but you had Bashar al-Assad, who Obama, by the way, drew his little red line in the sand about using chemical weapons on his own population, decided to do absolutely nothing about it. But at the same time, we saw the Trump administration, we saw the White House working up with HTS and al-Jawlani to get rid of Bashar al-Assad. He's gone. Have fun in Russia. Oh, it's weird that he went to Russia with Putin there. That's interesting. It's funny that Iran is working towards evacuating to
Russia is giving
Russia as well
for international war criminals. Yes.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, by the way, Russia supports all these organizations as well. They were supporting,
and Donald Trump supports Russia.
Hold on. Let me finish.
And Donald Trump supports Russia.
I just sat there and let you finish your thing.
And Donald Trump supports you.
He doesn't. He's actually literally doing things to work against Russia.
He literally supports Russia.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true. Donald Trump rolled out the red carpet for a war criminal to enter the United States of America. Donald Trump literally allowed him. Donald Trump literally allowed Putin to enter the United States of America, where Putin openly disrespected Donald Trump in multiple ways. And all of that for nothing. And then at the same time, Donald Trump has kowtowed to Putin in so many ways that now, currently, the amount of intelligence that is being given to the United States when it comes to the war with Ukraine and Russia is being limited because there's people leaking that intelligence to Russia. Literally, Donald Trump has given Putin the leeway in so many different ways and has emboldened him in so many different ways. Even when he talks about, like, at the point where there was a conversation whether or not Ukraine would get the Tomahawk missiles, he openly admitted that he called Putin. And yes, I know he was saying it kind of tongue in cheek and saying like, oh, you know, I jokingly, whatever, but he said that he called Putin and ask the question like, hey, should I give them the Tomahawk missiles, right? So the point that I'm getting across, and I feel like we're going down a rabbit hole, and we're going to the point that I want to get across, and I feel like we're going down a rabbit hole because the premise of your argument continues to branch off and branch off and branch off.
I think you're afraid of my argument. It's foreign policy. You brought into this whole thing about how Israel's a terrorist state. I said
the point that I'm trying to get across, and you keep branching off and off and off and off and off. When it comes to the Middle East as a whole, Israel's the problem. But when it comes to the United States of America, the men that have been in power, the men that have guided the country, whether we talk about Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Barack Obama or George Bush, these men have led us in the direction that we're in now. Each has been a continuation of the other instead of making better decisions. That's the point. That's where we are.
I think you're afraid to hear the truth and the reality.
No, I just don't care about your Zionist talking points. I don't give a shit.
Oh,
Israel's
my Zionist talking points?
Yes.
I think I just proved you wrong, and now you're running away from it.
How did you prove me wrong?
No, I think I 100% did. I just showed you.
Justify the fact.
Sir, you just went on a large rant. I would love the chance to respond.
Justify the fact that Israel is committing a G-side.
Prove to me that they're committing a G-side.
It's been declared a genocide on multiple levels due to the fact that there's famine.
By who?
Sure, 1 second.
It's funny that the UN...
No, I got it. You told me to justify.
Why do people keep muting me?
That's me. You told me to justify. All right. So as far as the declaration of there being a genocide in Gaza, it's been validated by multiple sources, including the OHCHR, also covered with the report that was given from the United Nations on, let me make sure I have this date right, sorry, on October the 20th, 2025, where they presented a collective information about how Israel is committing a genocide that has been occurring since 1967. They gave a full detailed report, the legal framework, and then they also gave details supporting why this is an actual genocide occurring and Israel is the one committing it. That's why Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal. That's why Israel is a terrorist state. And that's why it's free Palestine until it's backwards.
Okay, am I allowed to respond to you now, or?
Yeah, that's why I stopped talking.
Okay, awesome. I'm just curious, do you know who Alice Ndritu is?
I know who.
Oh. So she was the UN Special Rapporteur for G-side prevention. The UN didn't renew her contract. She actually openly said how she was hounded day in, day out with protection from nobody to declare this a G-side, that she had people with their own UN email accounts. Yeah, Alice Ndritu in her email with airmail.
Sure. Okay, so you said airmail. Okay,
so do you want to know how to spell her name? It's A-L-I-C-E-N.
One second, hold on 1 second. You said airmail, that's where she listed the information.
This is where she made her quote, yes.
Okay, airmail. Is that one word or two?
That would be 2 words. Do you know how to spell her last name?
No, give me her name one more time.
Alice Ndritu.
Oh, I see it. There's the first one that popped up. All right, perfect. Was Alice fired because of October 7th? Is that what we're talking about? Which one?
It wasn't. That wasn't what I was saying. It was what she said specifically. She's the special rapporteur for the prevention of G-side, the UN
Okay,
special
yeah,
advisor.
that's fine, but where can I find that information? I mean, I see a Reuters I'm sorry, yeah, not a Reuters, but a Reddit about it, but I don't see airmail about it. I mean, I see you know, the one that I just read off.
Airmail piece. You have to go and find it.
Sure,
it's
that's
weird
what
how they
I'm
bury these
literally looking
things.
for. What's the title? I'm like, tell me what's the title.
Let me see it.
While you look that up, I'm gonna thank a couple of people.
Sure, of
I have to thank
course.
YouTube. W's in the chat for the Kenny, who sent a €10 to say, as a European watching the aggression and threats from the United States administration, from the Trump administration towards Greenland is alarming. I don't think he realizes how we are done as an ally if he invades. Listen, the Kenny, not only is that, but now his allies here within the U.S. Republicans are saying the exact same thing, that if he invades Greenland, then his presidency is done. Like, that's a whole thing. W's in the chat for Dylan for
the Discord,
$2 and
article.
Give me a second. W's in the chat for Dylan for the $2.79 Canadian to say poster child for incest Nazis. That was the earlier guess, yes. And W's in the chat for Feisty. Thank you so much for that heads up. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter or you do not disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. You said, am I on Discord?
Yeah, I was going to say, I could just send you the article. It's behind a paywall, part of it, for whatever reason now. It didn't used to be.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm on Discord, but I don't want to give you my Discord. But I found the article, or at least not me, the people that actually are better than me when it comes to locating things. Let's see. This is the title is the UN allies. I'm not even trying to say the last name, on Israel, Hamas, and the genocide question. Right.
Ooh, I found another one, hrvoices.org article. I was hounded day in and day out.
Okay, but again, I'm just looking. Okay, well,
this
sure.
Push that I should say that there's a G side going on in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't want you to read it to me. I want you to give me the actual source so I can see it myself.
I've done it a few times. I even offered to send it to you on Discord, but for whatever reason,
I said I have it, but then
terrified of me having your Discord. So that's
I'm not terrified of it. I don't want you to have access to me. The point that I'm making is I pulled up the one that you said,
block me right after. Doesn't matter. It's a weird argument.
No, you have to understand consent. I said no, and I sat here and literally said I found the article that
you
were talking about.
Because you think I supported T-State?
I need you to stop speaking and address what I'm saying. I said that I found the article, I confirmed the title, and then you changed it and you said you found another one. So we're switching from the one that you originally gave me because it's behind a paywall. Fine. What's the title for the other one?
I was hounded day in, day out. hrvoices.org.
hrvoices.org?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's /article/I-was-
Now just give me the title. It's fine.
Oh, I was hounded day in, day out. Is it okay if I thank a few people from my Cash App?
No. All right. So this is from Human Rights Voices, February the 1st, 2025. I was hounded day out last November. UN Secretary General declared review on a contract, a special advisor position of a genocide and did not want to label Israel war against Hamas as a genocide, even while other UN nations have either done so or released reports which make the claim. On November 26th, editorial Wall Street Journal, ousting as a part of his unofficial UN campaign against the Jewish state and called her refusal to endorse the lie of service, endorse a lie in service of a political agenda profile and courage. But it wasn't until the past week where, after attending Monday's 80th commemoration of the liberation of the in Poland, where there's a site where more than 1.1 million people, vast majority of them Jewish, were murdered in the Holocaust, and then they could speak and tell the story. The push that I should say that there was a genocide in Gaza. They knew that I'm not. They knew that I'm not a court of law, and it's only a court of law that can determine whether a genocide has happened.
Oh,
that's what she said.
Yeah.
So, cool. Let's look at this for a second. So she is at a ceremony for victims of the Holocaust in front of a bunch of Jewish people, and she said that she wouldn't declare this to be a genocide because only a court of law can do so. So how does that prove that it's not a genocide? Because a woman standing in front of a bunch of Jewish people at a Holocaust memorial said that they wanted her to declare it a genocide.
Well, you let me
and
know
she couldn't do it.
Yeah. So am I okay to talk now?
Yes, you may.
Okay. All right. Lamb Chop, thank you for the cash up, man. I appreciate it. So what she is basically saying in all of this, and she's not saying that they did or they didn't. It's her neutrality that's important, because there has to be an investigation. People have to look at it. That's why I asked you specifically what makes it a G-side. Can you lay out specific occurrences where they just rounded up people that were Palestinians and then mass unalived them? There is a huge difference. Like if you go back to the Srebrenica massacre that happened to the Bosnians, it wasn't a very large massacre that actually decided that to be a G-side. It was the fact that they went in there and they specifically targeted a group of people based off of their religion and ethnic group. That didn't happen in Gaza. They weren't just targeting people individually. There wasn't any carpet bombing that was going on. They just went in, they hit targets very specifically. And on top of that, they had attorneys looking over their shoulders the entire time before they even hit yes on the attacks. The reality of what you are trying to frame out is an argument without any conclusion. You were just labeling it a G-side, while at the same time supporting T states and then trying to frame the United States and Israel as T states. To me, that's bizarre. There's nothing that supports that they are terrorist states, in my opinion.
Yeah, your opinion's like buttholes. Everyone has one. When you talk about the amount of famine that is occurring, excuse me?
Mine just happens to be better than yours, because I'm not talking in the terms of absolutism.
No. Just because you're filled with righteous indignation does not mean that your opinion is better than mine, because your opinion of the amount of people that are being killed in Gaza does not give you any type of moral superiority, right? And then even more so, you're sitting here talking, I'm looking over this entire information. I'm even looking at a previous statement that was released where she declared a genocide that was occurring in Nigeria, where it hadn't been actually declared as being a genocide by the courts. Like, contradicts not only the fact that, one, she was standing at a ceremony filled with Jewish people that was remembering the Holocaust, and this was her saying the reason why she was fired is because of that. But literally, she did something that completely contradicts her statement. So help me square that circle. Is it only a genocide when she feels like she should declare it? Because she did that with Nigeria in 2023, but she wouldn't do that when it came to Israel?
My guess would be that she saw something with Nigeria that someone was able to point her to that led her to that conclusion.
Right, but that's not what she said. It's not about conclusions. Her statement was, when she was speaking, she said, let me make sure I read this line right here specifically. They knew that I am not a court of law, and it's only a court of law that can determine whether a genocide has happened. Those were her words, right? But yet in 2023, she made the decision to put that press statement out about what was happening in Nigeria, deeming that this was a genocide, and no court of law at that time had deemed it be so. So what's the difference?
Well, let's see here.
W's in the chat
I say
for
this
feisty.
would be the interesting thing here about what you.
W's in the chat for feisty. Thank you so much for the feisty $10 donation. Feisty saying love and appreciation. Oh, and tamales. Feisty, you can't say the thing about the tamales anymore because I've officially had tamales.
Just asked me to respond to you, and then you cut me off.
You were still looking up something, and I started speaking, and then you decided to. You were looking it up, and I started speaking, and then you hopped in while I was speaking, so I muted you. W's in the chat for feisty. Thank you so much for that $10 donation. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Welcome in Facts Raid, you guys. Welcome in. If you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 250,000 likes. Also, if we could, if you don't mind, can we knock out the hi bears? Can we please knock out the hi bears? If you are someone that supports Donald Trump or you disagree with something on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you agree with the background. If you're friendly, we are only looking for some debates. All right, Middies, now you may speak.
So Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect, thank you for the $100 cash apps and the actual article pertaining to what we were talking about earlier. The United Nations Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide, Alice Ndritu, expresses her strongest condemnation of the airstrike on 24th of January 2023, resulting in the unaliving of reportedly at least 40 civilian herders, predominantly from the ethnic Fulani community, and the injuring of scores more in the Rubuki village. Let's see, at the border of Nasarawa and Benue states, recalling another airstrike that in 2017 resulted in 54 civilian casualties in an IDP camp in Borno state. The special advisor is appalled that once again civilians are targeted in an indiscriminate manner in Nigeria. So it was a very specific group of people that were targeted. And under the definition of G-side, that fits the narrative because the intent was there and she's basing it off of a previous attack that had happened. It's very interesting. It's pretty easy to do that because it had been, let's see here. The special advisor urges the Nigerian authorities to ensure that counterterrorism operations are conducted in full
I hear you reading. I want you
to
do something really quick while you're reading. Go back to the source that you gave me, the Human Rights Voice, right? And I want you to go down to 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth paragraph and read the first two sentences out loud for me.
Where do you want me to read from?
Fourth paragraph, the first two sentences.
Oh yeah, this push that I should say that there's a G-side going on in Gaza. They knew that I'm not a court of law, and it's only a court of law that can determine whether a G-side has happened.
Okay, perfect. Now, with that statement, going back to the document that was the press release, was this her deeming that there was a genocide occurring in Nigeria? Yes or no?
Well, let's see. I want to see where she actually says it in the article.
Yeah, you can go down to the bottom. You can go down to the bottom. I mean, she specifically starts to talk about it towards the end of it. She lays out the reasoning behind it at the very top, but towards the bottom, that's where she gets into it.
On the same, are we looking at the same thing?
Yeah, I don't know how yours.
Global Center for the Responsibility to Protect.
No. I'm looking at the press release from her. So I don't know where yours is, but I'm looking at the actual press release.
I'm seeing her specifically say that she's expressing concerns.
Okay, what's the title of what you're reading?
The title is Statement by Alice Ndritu, Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide on the Worsening Security Situation in Nigeria from February 2nd of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Are we looking at the same thing?
Yeah. All right. So 1 second here. Some generally extremely violent environment. Yeah. Okay. So in the 3rd paragraph, she starts to talk about the actual violent environment and extreme natures. And then she trails on to talk about the actual hostilities, the speech, the actual the issues that occurred in Nigeria. And she continues to talk about the special advisors, the attorneys, I'm sorry, not the attorney, the special advisors that have given information as far as the claims that are occurring. All of these round up to the fact that she's issuing a statement on genocide. That, like, literally, this is her taking the stance on whether something is or is not genocide.
No, it's not at all.
How is this not?
She's expressing concern. She's also at the same time reiterating her concern for increasing trends of hate speech along identity lines and incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence that permeates the political discourse in Nigeria. I call on all political actors and authorities to abide by the National Peace Accord they signed that includes their commitment for peaceful campaigns in Nigeria. I also encourage all actors to respect the rule of law and disregard stigmatizing and discriminating narratives targeting communities. Special Advisor highlights she also urges Nigerians to use their country's judiciary system to address disputes instead of recurring to violence and the incitement thereof in the context of elections and beyond. To me, this sounds like she's saying, let's get ahead of it and let's not bring out inflammatory language leading into this that's going to get to that perspective, get to that point where a G-side can take place.
Cool. All right.
Doesn't sound like she ruled
with that
anything.
being said, then, all right, cool. With that being said, why would the Office of Genocide Prevention have to issue a statement about the actions that are occurring in Nigeria when there's been no court ruling on this being an actual genocide?
Because the whole point is
she put out the same type
literally
of,
in her
she put
job
out
title.
the same type of statements as far as prevention around Israel?
She did.
Sure. Let's look for that one. 1 second here.
Even with her statement that she made previously, the one that we were quoting earlier, the article that we brought up.
1 second. Okay, so I'm looking for any type of press release. Hold on, listen. I'm looking for any type of I'm looking for any type of press release from her on Israel, and I can't find anything. Can you find anything as far as a press release from her about Israel and what was occurring?
Sure. Give me a minute and I'll find something for you. But I did just want to
people.
I did just want to point
Let's stay right here. No, I don't want to point anything else. Stay right here. I want to make sure we find this actual statement when it comes to what was happening in Israel. Oh shit.
Okay, sure, I found it for you.
Okay, hold on. 1 second. This is too good. This is too good. 1 second, sorry. I want to make sure I have this ready. 1 second. All right. What's the source and what's the title?
Sure. UN.org, Unispal /document. Hold on, let me pull up and just get you the title. United Nations is the source. Statement by Miss Alice Indritu, United Nations Special Advisor on the Prevention of G-Side, on the situation in the Middle East.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's what I'm looking at as well. All right. So what does this talk about?
What does this article talk about?
Mm-hmm.
It's specifically talking about October 7th and what happened and the events that are going to unfold after it.
Okay. Where? I mean, like, you know what? You just pulled it up. Again, take a minute. I want you to look through this for a second because there's something that I've really noticed while I've been skimming over it. Maybe I missed it, but take a minute to look over it. Again, I want to thank a couple of people, but there's something glaring that sticks out to, oh, you know what? Never mind. I just saw something different. Take a minute to look over it.
Sure.
There's something glaring that I just noticed, and I want to give you an opportunity to actually take a look at it yourself. 1.7 thousand people hanging out here, guys. Thank you for requesting up. And also, just an FYI, I do kind of want to somehow put a bow on this because we've gotten all the way down the road, and now we're talking about like genocide and Israel and all this other stuff. And I really want to get back to the topic as far as like women leader, but I do want us to put a bow on this. I don't want to just drop this, but we will get back to the topic. But guys, if you're someone that disagrees with something on the background, I have the premise that yes, it's time for a woman leader, right? I am of the mindset that with the men that we have had within leadership over the entire history of our country, it has done nothing but led us to failure, right? And so with that being said, I think it's important for us to embrace the fact that having a woman leader would put our country in so many different positions and better positions, because under this current leadership up until this time, we have World War III that's pending. We have the economy that's floundering. We have people losing their rights. We have the fragile male ego that persistently shows itself. And also, I just want to call out, there should be no instance where there is a white man as VP. I don't think that we need to saddle a woman president with a white man as a VP. So if you disagree with any of those things on the background, or if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Also, if anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Junior, you said a woman run a woman again and lose. Sure, come up here and tell me about that, Junior. Oh, you don't even have your request on. I can't even. I'm just gonna mute you. You come up here and tell me about it, Junior. Get in the box, big tough guy. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Junior, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate it. What did you want me to look for in here specifically?
You a Cash App. Stop lying.
He sure did. Thanks, Junior. I appreciate it.
You're a fucking liar. You're a liar. No one's sending you donations. No one likes you.
It's in my link tree in my bio.
No one likes you. That's why they're not. No one likes you, so that's why they're not sending anything. You don't have to lie.
Hundreds of people like me.
No one likes you, especially not
like
in this
five. At least 5 people like me. Like my wife likes me. My son loves me. All right.
I can give you your son. I'm your son. Yeah. I don't know if your wife likes you.
My mom and dad really like me. My wife loves me.
Your mom and dad are obligated. That's a
fair point. No. Yeah. He has told me he's disappointed me a few times.
I can believe it.
But I will always be my mom's special boy.
Yeah. What did you notice about this actual press statement that was put out when it came to, there's a stark difference between the statement that was released when it comes to the Middle East, right? And versus the actual conflict that was listed in Nigeria.
Well, what's the stark difference here?
The stark difference is not only is she never calling out Israel directly, even though she did so as far as calling out Nigeria, she continued to kind of bounce around and call this, oh, she just said the war, the war, the war. And then she also listed in her statement that she would not actually directly address it says, no, hold on a second.
This is where you want to go with your argument?
That her prevention mandate does not allow her to express a position whether the crime of genocide or any other specific international crime has been committed, and which can only be determined by a competent, independent, and impartial court of law. So again, if she's already made that statement, right, when she talks about like the international courts, if she's already on the record of saying that she couldn't declare this as a genocide because, you know, it has to be ruled in the court of law, how can she use the coverage that they fired her because she wouldn't actually declare it to be a genocide? That just seems like she's running coverage for being fired. And even more so, the stark difference between her rhetoric that she's willing to use when it came to Nigeria versus Israel is something that you have to call out.
Can I ask you a question? What's the difference here? Because she mentioned Nigeria by name.
Also, you have no link tree in your bio. You're a liar.
I just thought it was funny that people from your chat went there to see if I had one or not. Yeah, I'm just fucking messing with you. But the funny part about the comparison that you're making is that Nigeria, everything was happening with Nigeria internally. There wasn't another country that was booming. She's talking about Nigeria as a whole. All Nigerians need to be working towards not using the rhetoric that's going to lead to a G-side. She's addressing them. When you're talking about Israel versus Gaza, it's an us versus them. She's worried about another nation doing something. So of course she's not going to address one or the other.
No.
She keeps it very simple.
Has Palestine been recognized as a state?
By some countries, yes, but it has a different government. So she's addressing the government.
No.
She's trying to keep it separate.
You're literally trying to conflate it as if there were like quote unquote two different entities. Yes, we understand that the Gaza Strip, is specifically Gaza, was supposed to be a separate area that was allowed for the Palestinian people to be, which is fucking wild. But all it was is Israel keeping them in an open air prison in order to actually keep them confined into a specific area. Yes, literally an open air prison to keep them confined into a specific area. So your premise that this is two different entities
that is the wildest statement I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah, it's an open air prison.
I want you to go ahead and I want you to look up. You don't have to do it now. You just watch it later. But 5 things to do in Gaza on YouTube. Watch the video. It's a crazy open air prison.
Could the Palestinian people travel freely in and out of certain areas?
In and out of certain areas, like can they leave Gaza?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
People visit their family. Yeah.
Wait, so Israel wasn't controlling travel in and out of Gaza?
You mean controlling borders?
Controlling travel in and out of Gaza, including allowing aid into Gaza for the people to actually be able to have access to the Red Cross.
Oh, geez. So we're going to run away from the Ndritu thing. We're going to go here, but I'm all for it. So who else borders Gaza?
You were bringing up the point about the open air
borders Gaza. Don't run away from it. Who else borders Gaza? You brought yourself here.
No,
this is going to be fun. Who else borders Gaza?
Listen to what I'm saying. You said, because I made the statement that it's an open air prison, and you said that it's not. And I was telling you why I said it's an open air prison, including the ability for people to travel in and out, and the fact that Israel specifically was controlling them and keeping them. Gotcha. Israel specifically was keeping them from being able to not only.
Oh no.
You said bring it back up. Yeah,
no, I said you're getting ready to bring. I saw you bring up Covey.
Yeah, that's because one, she's my friend, and 2, she wanted to come up. So yeah.
Oh, you just can't handle Mideast by yourself. I got you.
Oh no, I mean,
thank you for the chat. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for.
Shut up. I don't know what happened, Athena. I don't see you. Athena, I don't see you, but oh, there you are. Yeah. One, I can like you're literally not a challenge. But two, you've gotten so far down a rabbit hole because you
But you
tried to
have to
get
bring
away
up
from the
Kobe to
actual
help you
point.
with the
You
conversation.
tried to get away from the actual point so far. But three, anytime that Athena is in my chat, in my request, she always has access. You're not special. She is. Like literally anytime she wants to come up, I always prioritize her coming up no matter what the conversation is. So you're not special. She is. That being said, hey, Kobe.
Hi, Santana. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So I wanted to answer the one question, right? Which is again, the reason as to why Gaza is considered an open air prison is because it's blockaded by Israel. Israel actively controls Gaza's airspace. It controls its territorial waters to the point where Gazans cannot even fish freely within their own waters. It controls also the Eretz and Kerem Shalom, which is most of the land crossings. It also actively limits exits to any humanitarian, like rare, especially humanitarian, medical, and work permits. And regardless of if Egypt borders Gaza from the southern part,
Sinwar.
they detained
him. He
him.
doesn't have impulse control, but I got him. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah. So the reason as to why it is called an open air prison is because there's an active blockade. The blockade, like Israel controls the imports and the exports and controls the fishing. It bars 85% of waters. That's why there's power shortage as well. And that actively also contributes to the 45% unemployment rate that existed prior to 2023, by the way.
Ooh, okay, fun. Can I respond now? 100%. So I think it's interesting that you bring that up. I'm just curious, why do they have to control those things?
Have to control anything. You do it because you're an expansionist force.
No. Why? Why do
Well, Israel claims it's controlling it because of the age group.
Why does Egypt control it as well?
What do you mean? I'm confused.
How much does Egypt spend every single year for the tunnels that smuggle in weaponry? Because they both tie into one another. Hold on, Kobe.
Blockade? Who enforces a full-blown blockade?
So does Egypt.
No. I'm saying a full-blown blockade. Egypt does not control the airspace. Egypt does not control the airspace in Gaza. Who controls the airspace?
Well, Israel does because that's
okay. So why is Israel controlling Gaza? It's not their airspace. What are you talking about?
No, it would 100% be their airspace to control.
Why is it their airspace? According to
what? What do you mean why? Who gave, I'm just curious, who gave Egypt to Israel in a bid for peace?
Who gave Egypt
Gaza?
To Israel?
I'm
you
sorry,
mean Gaza?
My bad.
Are you talking about the 1967 like war when Egypt?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I don't care about that though. My point is, I don't care if Jordan gave the West Bank
into one another. So it's Israel's, right?
One second. You're saying gave as if Palestinians have no rights on their own land. I'm confused. My question is, who controls? Oh, so you claim Gaza Arabs. As your land? Who's you guys? I'm not even Arab. What are you talking about?
Palestinians are Arab.
Hold on. Let me make this. Let me make this super clear. Hey, Middies, stop talking over her. Period.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm trying to respond. Period.
No, it's okay, Santana. He's not used to letting women finish. It's just a habit that he has, right? But as I was saying, you can say they're Arab, and a lot of people might not understand that Arab is not a racial identity. It's not necessarily only an ethnic one, but it's also a linguistic and a cultural one. So Palestinians are as much Arab as North Sudanese people, but it would be really, really stupid of people to think that all Sudanese people or North Sudanese people somehow came from the Arabian Peninsula, right? Mideast, by the way, to the 1.8K people here, yeah, you can laugh and snicker all you want, but I'm just saying here, to the 1.8K people here, the targeted audience, what you don't understand is that Arab is not an ethnic identity. It's not necessarily a lineage, which means Zionists like Mideast will have you believe that all Arabs, all of them, including North African ones, East African ones, and the ones in Western Asia, somehow came from the Arabian Peninsula, right? When that's not the case. Palestinians are Arabized, therefore they're indigenous to the land and took on that Arab identity, not making them actually from the Arabian Peninsula. But regardless, the United Nations deems them to be indigenous. But I understand you don't respect United Nations because you don't respect international law. But the United Nations themselves deems them to be indigenous to that land. Now, Gaza is considered occupied territory by your number one ally, by the way. Did you know that, Santana? Did you know that the American government, which is the number one ally of Israel, also deems Gaza and the West Bank to be occupied territories, including East Jerusalem? Did you know that?
Yeah, unfortunately.
But I want to ask the 1.8K Americans here, what do you think when a person like Mideast, who wants to put Israel first, decides to also not actually respect what the American government, which is a number one ally of Israel, has to say? Why do you disagree with the American government, Mideast? Because the American government says that Gaza is occupied territory.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome. Do I get to respond now, or are we just going to keep muting Mideast and then interrupting him and then want to not be interrupted? I just think it's funny. Like, I'm like literally unaliving right now that Santana had to bring someone else to fight his battles for him, but it's adorable.
You can try rage baiting all you want. Answer the question, slap nuts.
Oh, sure, of course. Yeah, you know, I think it's interesting. What administration declared that?
On the official state.gov. I can give it to you if you want. Mm-hmm.
Sure, you're more than happy to.
Yeah,
I'm just curious, when it comes to indigeneity, what are the 5 things that determine that? Kofi?
Can you answer the question? Can you answer her question?
I think I tried to engage and ask a question earlier, and then she shifted the conversation completely to another place.
Just answer the question. Lock in. Answer the question.
What question would you like me to answer, sweetheart?
No worry, Pookie. Athena.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I wanted to show you this, right? So
wait, don't let him off the hook. Give him your question again.
Oh yeah. I said, why does he disagree with the American government's assessment that Gaza is occupied territory?
I disagree with it.
You disagree with the American government, your number one ally?
Sure, I do. I don't have to agree with everything they say or do.
Okay. So why do you think the number one ally of Israel still claims Gaza to be occupied territory? Because I understand that
they sure give us their veto power.
Israelis and Zionists actively would say that the United Nations is anti-Semitic, international law is anti-Semitic, ICJ is everybody in this world is anti-Semitic, right? But do you think that the American government, that is the number one ally of America, of Israel, is also anti-Semitic when they say that Gaza is occupied territory?
No, I don't think they're anti-Semitic for saying that.
So why do you think they claim that Gaza is occupied territory? I disagree with their
perspective.
But why do you think they claim that Gaza is occupied territory?
Can I ask you a question?
No, I'm asking you again. What
administration
it's
set
not
that
a specific
narrative?
administration.
You don't answer a question with a question. Answer her question directly. Why can't you just answer a question directly?
I've already answered the question 5 times. She's asked it on several different occasions.
Oh, it's actually the Trump administration.
You are rattled.
It was actually the Trump administration. I just checked. It's
also, FYI, chat, there's a poll right here. Check out the poll in the chat. I don't
agree with everything. My guess is they probably did that so that they could actually bring stability and reach a peace agreement. I don't know. I have to look more into it. I just think it's interesting when you say that
here it is.
They're recognized as an indigenous people to that land.
I said the United Nations does. Yes, the United Nations does.
The United Nations is factually incorrect about that. That's why I asked you, what are the 5 things that make you indigenous?
Hold on here. So those 5, one of those 5 things is, by the way, living within a country or a system where you are not the majority and you're not the ruling class, which means Jewish Israelis are not indigenous by that 5 system, by the way, that you're talking about. Yes, one of the points. Yes, there's a whole fact sheet from the United Nations. I can go through it right now with you. One of those is that the people who are deemed indigenous have to live within a society where they're not the ruling or majority class, and they live. Yes. You want me to go through that right now? I can. If you've actually read the
That's
fact
not
sheet
what
from the
makes
United
somebody
Nations.
indigenous. When
Wait,
it
but
comes to
you
the people
said
in
what are the
Greenland,
wait,
for
hold on,
example, you have 60,000 people indigenous to Greenland. No,
Hold
you've
on.
gone on a rant.
No. Greenland is a part of Denmark. Therefore, the Inuit people that live in Greenland don't live a part of the majority status quo system. They're not in the ruling class. They're actively being ruled by
So perfect.
Denmark.
Let's set that aside for a second. My question to you then would be, do those people, let's say they break away from Denmark, are they no longer indigenous to their ancestral land? Is that what you're saying right now?
Do you know what the legal terminology of indigenous is? You know that when the United Nations, which it's very funny that you use that same fact sheet when just 5 minutes ago you claim that, you claim that the United Nations wasn't factually inaccurate, right? But let's claim the legal definition, right? So it's interesting that, did you know that only 5% of the global population is deemed indigenous according to that legal definition of the United Nations? Because that legal definition, but
you just going on a rant
legal
and
definition,
talking over me.
Hold on. That legal
engaging
definition.
with the conversation.
I'm engaging
not
with it.
winning an art.
No, I'm
She's
engaging with it.
Bub. And
So-
when Athena finishes, I'm hopping in for a second. Go ahead, Athena.
Yeah. So
You're welcome for your 2,000 viewers, by the way.
This has literally nothing to do with you, you asshat. This literally has nothing to do with you. Literally nothing.
Every time. What are you talking
Exactly.
about? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. So this is
you guys running together. It's cute.
This is it, right? It says here, this is the fact sheet, right? Self-identification as indigenous people at the individual level and accepted by the community as their member, historic continuity with pre-colonial and pre-settler societies, strong link to territories and surrounding natural resources, distinct social, economic, or political systems, distinct language, cultural, and beliefs, form non-dominant group within society, and resolve to maintain and reproduce their ancestral environments and systems as distinctive people and communities. So this one factor, right, completely eliminates the fact that Jewish people within Israel, Jewish Israelis specifically, are not considered indigenous according to this legal definition because they do not form the non-dominant group. They do form the dominant ruling group within Israel. You should read your own sources before bringing them up. But also, the State Department, because I did bring it up. This is the State Department, by the way. It says here, the occupied territories, which include the West Bank, is East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip. There we go. So the American government itself does deem the Gaza Strip as occupied.
Yep. Really quick, W's in the chat for Derek. Derek sent a $20 dono and saying, because you're awesome and hot. Woo woo. I know that's right. W's in the chat for you. W's in the chat for Rohit for the $7.99 Aussie, who sent $7.99 super chat and said Mid-East is right about one thing, that he's mid and always will be. Absolutely, guys. W's in the chat. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, we have Covey up here and Covey is absolutely on fire. Let's make sure we're showing her some love. Let's get her coins over 2,000 coins. Please, please, please. Let's take care of Covey while she's up here. Let's make sure that we are doing all the wonderful things. Give her a follow. I know she has her pay links and link tree in the bio. Let's immediately get her over 2,000 coins, please and thank you. And I thought of something interesting. So I put a poll up in the chat and I said, hey, pay to kick. And people said yes. So
I don't even get to respond to it, but
you will get a chance to respond. You literally will get a chance to respond, have some impulse control. Still speaking to my chat. The way that we do this is we will do $100 pay to kick. We're not doing a perma ban. He's annoying, but we're not perma banning, but we will do $100 pay to kick. And if we get to the point of the $100 pay to kick, whatever that $100, that amount that we actually raise will go to whatever cause that Athena deems to be necessary. So if we get the kick fund up $100, whatever we get will go to whatever cause that Athena thinks is necessary. All right. If anybody else, if anyone would like to support the $100 pay to kick, Santana speaks for you. Boom, go. All right. You wanted to respond to Athena.
Yeah, I think it's funny because the UN sets a dangerous precedent. So let's say that in any example of this happening, that's why I said the 5 things that make somebody indigenous, because the 2 that they just decided to add to fit a specific narrative is fucking wild and dangerous to actual indigenous groups, especially those that are successful in land back movements or decolonization, when that does in fact happen at some point in time. Let's say that the Aboriginals somehow get their own piece of land, are able to govern themselves. Are they suddenly no longer indigenous to Australia? That's fucking wild. If you look at Native people in the United States, and let's say any of these nations get their own sovereignty or the ability to have it, are they no longer indigenous? That's wild. I think that's the craziest argument to go with. And it's funny because you do it to like suit this narrative, but there's nothing that makes Palestinians indigenous to that region. And I think it's like actually incredibly dangerous to keep going with that perspective. The reason I said 5 is because there's historical continuity, a pre-colonial, which is really important there, pre-colonial, pre-settler association with a specific region or territory. Arabs and Muslims, specifically Islam, is from the Hijaz, right? From Arabia. The language that they speak there, Arabic, is native to the Hijaz, not to Gaza and not to Israel.
Okay. Judeo. Right, hold on a second. Now you're starting a monologue. That's fine. Athena, would you like to reply?
She just went on like a 30-minute monologue.
Yeah, I like her. I don't like you. Athena, would you like to reply?
Yeah, can I just say, which convention determines indigeneity? Do you know that?
Excuse me?
Which convention determines indigeneity? Because the 5 factors that you just mentioned, which I didn't add the last 2, by the way, they were in the original one as well. Which convention were those standards set by? Which conventions set those standards, Mideast?
Feel free to educate me. I'm trying to respond.
Oh,
I guess we'll never know.
Okay, so I just want to say,
know.
Yeah, it was Convention 169, right? Which did revise and replace Convention 107, which was the outdated one. And the whole purpose of that convention is not to recognize all indigenous people globally, but it was to, again, protect indigenous communities that lived in societies where they were not the dominant group and they were actively being erased. So for him to say that Jewish Israelis that literally are ruling all Palestinians from the river to the sea, that they are somehow the deserving or need protection when they're literally genociding a whole group of people, to me is insane. But W to whoever paid to kick. I appreciate you saying that.
Well, and like a couple more just came in all at the same time as we were doing this, but I'm going to read these off. W's in the chat for Eric, who like pretty much all of these came in at the same time. And then after I kicked, this last one came in. So first and foremost, holy fuck, Eric said, fuck that. Point blank period. Eric sent $100 right out the gate. $100 kick fund, gone. And then followed up with Valerie, who sent a $20, said, boot him. Kyra sent a $5 donation saying this guest is a condescending prick and I happily pay to see his BA, I can't say that word, get kicked off. He's rude, hateful, and a bully. Holy smokes. And then followed up with Jessica, who sent a $100 donation and said, I mean, come on, it's too early in the morning for this ignorance and we have a long administration to go. Thank you for being here, Santana and Covey. Thank you so much. And then that was followed up by a $5 donation from Gregory to say Republican/MAGA cares nothing about truth or morality. They seek control and dominance of the conversation. When they lose control, their white fragility scream out and cause them to crash out. And they know they can't win a moral argument or challenge the concept of morality. Fucking W's in the chat. So we had $100 kick fund. but we ended up getting $230.
Oh my
$230.
God.
So Athena, you tell me where this $230 is going. And also, I want to give you an opportunity to actually speak on whatever you want. And then we're going to go to this person because she said, you guys kicked him because you lost. So we're going to talk to this person. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, actually, I have two initiatives that I would like to highlight. Both of these initiatives are in the link tree in my bio. The first initiative is an initiative called Darfur IDP, which is an initiative that was started by Sudanese people who are from Darfur, who grew up in IDP camps, internally displaced camps, basically. And this serves all Sudanese people, by the way, different Sudanese people. They really, really, really are in need with the money. The second one is Besmet Wessel, which is another Sudanese initiative that specifically gives food. It's like food kitchens for people in Khartoum. So those would be the two initiatives I would love to support. They're linked to my bio. There's also one for Congo, by the way, that supports Congolese people. So if you want to equally donate to those, you can as well. One thing I wanted to say was there are 1.9K people here. I really, 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 really want to urge every single one here to be talking about the genocides that are happening currently in Congo and also in Sudan, okay? Because this is genuinely awful. In Sudan, literally in Al-Fashir alone, about 60,000 people were unalived in 3 weeks. Sudan has been literally destroyed, and the UAE is actively invading it, okay, through the RSF. So it's incredibly important to really, really, really tell Sudanese and Congolese people that their lives matter. Because every time they're dying and nobody speaks up about them, what we're telling them is that their lives do not matter. And I think it's very, very, very disheartening to see the amount of silence around what's happening in Sudan and what's happening in Congo as well. So I would urge 1.9K people here to look up Future of Congo or Focus Congo and repost like 2 videos from them, and then look up BS on Blast. Okay, BS on Blast. This is a Sudanese creator who has been going live for hundreds of days talking about Sudan, and you could repost 3 of her videos or 5 of her videos, and then you put that out into the FYP. And one more thing as well, there are Eritrean people who are refugees who are starving today in exactly BS on Blast and Future of Congo. Thank you. The Eritrean people who are starving today in refugee camps in Ethiopia. I posted a video about this, Santana. I think you saw it. Where literally people are picking up grains from the ground, dusty, dirty, sandy grains, and picking it up because of the desperation that they feel. So there's an initiative about that as well. If you want to help support the refugees by giving them blankets or some type of aid, then that would also be amazing, because the Ethiopian government is actively now blocking aid to certain parts of Ethiopia, right? And that is also impacting Eritrean refugees who are there, right? And Tigrayans as well, who are also starving currently, right? So just wanted to say that. BS on Blast, Future of Congo, both amazing for getting information out of Congo and out of Sudan. I'm so sorry. I talked for long, but it was just so much information.
Stop it. You know, you always have access. Like anytime I get an opportunity to let you speak, I want to let you speak. So yeah, absolutely, chat. Make sure that we are going to check out the link tree in Kobe's bio. She is always on the right side of history and supporting the right causes. I implicitly trust her and her judgment. And so we have $230 that we were able to raise for a $100 kick. And that will be going towards the whatever Athena says that it's going to go towards. So W's in the chat for you, and W's in the chat for Athena. And also, what up, Schmitty?
Santana, thank you so much, and everybody also in Santana's community. But also, hi, Smitty.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I was trying to get to somewhere where I could speak. But I think, listen, my little sis kind of handled.
He ran before you could get up here.
Very eloquently.
Or not ran, but like they got tired of him. But the follow-up, the other person who was like, oh, he was winning, she ran too. So.
Okay. Well, I want to take it back to this, the kind of the G side question, and like let's talk about the court and what the ICJ said, because I think that's very important, right? And I don't know if you know this, Santana, for your listeners, but I'm one of the few TikTok content creators who's actually have been inside an ICJ courtroom. And I was there, yes, in February 2024.
I didn't know that. Really?
Yes, I was there in February 2024 when the ICJ was asked for their advisory opinion on the legality of the occupation of both Gaza and the West Bank. And so, but I want to take it back to, right, what happened before that, which is when South Africa brought their case of, G-side against Israel. The court heard that case and obviously has decided to allow oral arguments to begin, right? So, there was a case to bring provisional measures. Provisional measures were granted, which speaks to the urgency of South Africa's case and to the validity of South Africa's case. And so where I get a little frustrated with folks, right, is because you will see people that will say, hey, the ICJ did not say that there was a plausible risk of G-side in Palestine. But what the ICJ did say is that there was a plausible risk of irreparable harm to the Palestinian people. Now, Santana, if you're Palestinian, do you think you care if it's an irreparable harm to you or if it's a G-side? I guarantee you that they don't care one way or the other. And I think we can get caught up in terms of saying it's a this or it's a that. But for the same reason you have this prompt in regards to time to listen, right, and time for a woman to lead America, I think we need to normalize listening to those folks in Palestine, listening to the folks in Congo, in Sudan, in Eritrea, and all of these other areas, right, and believing them. Because that is where we've gone wrong. And that is where, again, we have this problem in this country when it comes to not, especially in the Democratic Party, right? I think, I've said this on your live before, where we get so caught up in pointing fingers at the Republicans, where in fact, we have problems listening to the great, incredible women leaders in our own party. We don't let Jasmine Crockett lead, right? We weren't there for Cori Bush, right? We haven't been there for Rashida Tlaib. Mm-hmm. And so the reality is we have internal work to do, and it is time for women to lead. But again, let's not always point fingers. Let's listen to and let's uplift these women, right, as they ascend into leadership. And so again, I want to tie that to your topic because again, we have not listened to Palestinians. All we have done is belittle Palestinians and debated what term to use while they're being G-sided, right? I guarantee you that Hind Rajab in her final moments when those 355 bullets were entering her car did not care if it was irreparable harm or G-side. I guarantee you when Reem got unalive by that missile, she did not care if we used the term irreparable harm or G-side. I can guarantee you she did not care. And so why do we, right? And why don't we begin to listen to Palestinians and again, other marginalized people across the globe, including women in America? So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Athena.
Yeah, I wanted to add on to that. I 100% agree, right? And that's because people from the global south have been deemed not human. That's just what it is, right? The crux of the matter is that people can have their whole livelihood erased, their whole families erased, and they would still not receive any empathy because they're not perceived to be human, right? When we're talking about how Palestinians are being genocided literally en masse on our screens, and people still find a justification for that. When we're talking about how Sudanese people, Congolese people are being genocided, and it's in complete silence. I don't know if you knew this, Santana, but Senator Van Hollen of Maryland, he had brought forward a bill called the Stand Up for Sudan Act, right? To bar the U.S. from selling or issuing any license for weapons until the White House certifies that the UAE is not providing support for the RSF. Mm-hmm. The GOP blocked this. Mm-hmm. The GOP blocked this bill because they claimed that they are perfectly fine with the RSF using these weapons because the UAE has to protect itself from Iran, right? So ultimately, the reason as to why people are silent on this, right, and all these politicians, everything are silent on this is because they're perfectly fine with their comfort being subsidized by genocide. Yep. That's the crux of it. People are very fine with their comfort being subsidized by genocide. And they're okay with people being genocided and exploited as long as they can sit here on their phones, including me, by the way, right? I benefit off of this as well, even though my family comes from the global south. But the point here is that people need to stand up and rebuke this system. Rebuke it, right? So I just wanted to say that. And also boycott the UAE. F them. Just wanted to say that.
I want to say something really quick, and it's not even necessarily about what you guys said, because I think that both of you put it in such an eloquent way, something that I could never fully articulate. And so I appreciate both of you for doing that. But I just kind of had like a proud moment, right? A proud moment in the sense of like, I love the fact that I love the fact that I have the opportunity to have like a black ass panel, right? I love the fact that, because oftentimes I look around like social media and I see the lack of traction for Black people when they are talking about issues that not only are important for like social, political, or globally, but directly that impact Black people, right? And I see other creators that gain so much traction and get so many eyes and all this other stuff, and then I look at people who don't get the opportunities that I get to voice my opinions. And so that's why I love the opportunity to bring up certain people. And that's why, my platform is always open to you, Kobe. It's always open to you, Smitty, but also people like Swan, people like Solid, other Black people that I feel like their voices should be amplified just as much. And I love the fact that at times I get the amount of reach where I can just position those other people to be able to like get the important things out. It's just a proud moment for me to have like a Black ass live, a Black ass moment where Black people get to actually have their voices heard. I think that is needed more. So that was it.
W Santana, genuinely. W Smitty, W Santana, both of y'all are genuinely amazing. I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much. And your community is also amazing. Smitty's community is also amazing.
Yeah.
My community is also amazing. All of y'all, amazing, dope. Before I drop, I wanted to say one thing. I'm seeing all the people who are posting hatred or hate speech towards Somalis, by the way. I've seen an increase of that.
Yep.
Every single one of y'all, the ones who are sharing the lives, the ones who are reposting the content of anti-Somali hatred, I am watching y'all. And when I'm seeing Black people engage in that, it is so disappointing, because the same way that Black Americans have been demonized by 1350 and welfare queen and all of these stereotypes, it's so disappointing to see them engage in again, spreading stereotypes against another Black community that looks like you, that is vulnerable, that only makes up about 1%, 1.2% of the population. So it's incredibly disappointing. I'm watching y'all. I'm seeing y'all. And if I see any more of my mutuals engage within that content, I will start blocking y'all as well, because I do not stand for that. Exactly. But just wanted to say that. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. I'm going to drop now. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Hey, check the Discord message I sent you.
I will. And free Sudan, free Congo, and free Palestine. Bye.
So it's backwards.
Thank you so much for having me up, man. I just, I love my little sis Covey. I just wanted to say really quick, I believe, and again, going back to your topic, and this is, not necessarily related to women, a woman president, but I think we have to stop what is going on in the workplace in terms of, I feel like there's an active warfare against Black women and women of color in the workplace, where, again, Black women and women of color are not being listened to, where these women are not given leadership positions, where they're actively being harmed by including folks like including Black men. I hate to say it, and we have not normalized right? The leadership of Black women and women of color in the workplace. And so a lot of times people will ask, well, I feel so helpless. What can I do? I can't get to Minnesota. I can't, do these things, to support the folks in the immigrant community. Well, you can start, right, with standing up for Black women and women of color in the workplace. Yep. Because again, if you are an executive, why do Black women and women of color always get put in very important positions in the workplace, but never in very promotable positions? Okay. You will see oftentimes a Black woman and woman of color, really being the linchpin of the company, but again, never being promoted. And so if you're not mentoring, if you're not encouraging, if you're not supporting Black women and women of color in the workplace, that is a fantastic opportunity to do something in regards to helping this topic, right? And normalizing the leadership of those very, very important and crucial communities. So I just wanted to say that and just use my final moments, man, to elucidate that argument.
Absolutely. Listen, you're always welcome anytime you ever want to hop in here. My space is always your space, and I appreciate you coming up.
Absolutely, brother. Man,
I got a message on the back end, and I thought that you were in a request earlier, and I was like, I don't see him. I don't want to just pull you up here. So I was waiting to see if you were request up. I don't like to, shine a light on certain people unless they want to be seen. And so that's why I was just holding it until you got up here.
Oh, no, absolutely. And when Kay is in the she's awesome. She's awesome. I was like, I gotta get to a place where
She's okay.
I'm not getting in the middle of that, man. I'm dropping, so I'll see you later, man.
I appreciate you, my brother. W's in the chat for Smitty. W's in the chat for Kobe. Both of them are absolutely awesome. W's in the chat for the chat. You guys are fucking awesome too. W's in the chat for the chat. All right, let's get back to it. Time to get active. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. The premise is the United States, the only salvation we will have is by getting a woman to lead this country. We're dealing with World War III loading, a floundering economy, loss of rights, fragile egos. And also, while I do want a woman president, no white men as VPs, period. Point blank, period. No white men as VPs. Can't do it, not going to do it. So if you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 400,000 likes. Let's go ahead. Send your daily heart me, guys. If you have not done so, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and help push us out to the FYP. I know the box, there were people in the box, and I think the people may have dropped, and it was just kind of some back and forth. Let's see if any of these people actually load. I love you. Hi, EJ. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
I disagree with something you have in the background, but I honestly don't think as we conversate, I don't think the conversation is going to be that long.
Okay. What do you disagree with? Or wait, just to verify, I mean, I know you said you disagree. Specifically, do you currently support Donald Trump or voted for Donald Trump, or are you just specifically, you're on the left and you just disagree with the point?
I'm on the left and I disagree with something you have on the panel. I understand if you don't want to talk to me.
No. You're perfectly fine. Like I said, if anyone disagrees with anything on the background, they can request up. I just wanted to make sure I understood your viewpoint as far as coming at the actual point. So anyway, floor is yours. What do you disagree with?
So just hear me out. Like when I first start the sentence, don't jump automatically to conclusions. I have a disagreement with time for a woman prove me wrong. I understand the premise of, hey, representation. We need that, especially for women in government. Men should not be making legislation or governing over women and governing over their bodies. I completely understand that. Mm-hmm. But where my disagreement was the original caller, and all respect to him, but is this when he said, we should be listening to women like Jasmine Crockett. My problem with liberals and even leftists I think sometimes we have an overt fixation on representation without substance. So what do I mean by that? If you had to tell me to choose between Barack Obama and Bernie Sanders, I'm choosing even as a Black American, I'm choosing Bernie Sanders. And like I don't care if it's like, of course, like, would I like to see more Black people in government? Yeah, I would. But at the end of the day, who's fighting for universal health care? Who's fighting for free college? Who is giving more rhetoric towards ending the wars overseas? My issue with Jasmine Crockett, I'm not too familiar with everything on her platform, and I heard she does a lot of good work in terms of like combating Trump. But I also heard her, like, I think it was like last month, she was basically saying, I might be paraphrasing her incorrectly, but I'm going to do it the best of my ability. But she was basically saying, oh no, we need an alliance with Israel, and how can we not have an alliance with Israel? I'm like, well, I'm just hearing her, and I'm just like, well, like, can't you read the room? Like, even if that's how she feels, I'm also like, they're literally genociding Palestinians. So to me, it makes no difference between like if it's a man or a woman. If you're still upholding white supremacy, if you're still upholding Zionism, if you're still it doesn't matter if you're a woman. It doesn't matter if you're Black. You're still upholding these specific aspects. And I just want to be clear, I'm a leftist. I'm not trying to be like, oh, Republicans and that's why no, fuck that. I'm not going to vote for Republicans. I'm not going to advocate for people to support Republicans. No, I'm not going to play that shit. But I just think it comes from a good place. It definitely does. It does. I understand, hey, time for a woman, I understand that. And I also agree with the fact that the reason why a lot of people didn't vote for Kamala Harris was because she was a Black woman. Even though they try to, I listen to your panel all the time, bro. I donated, like, people try to play it off and shit. But at the end of the day, a good basis, I can't put a percentage on it, but a good amount of them just don't want a Black woman in charge. So I understand that, and it's fucked up. I just think that what we should, the main focus should be the substance and the litmus test. And I understand the left, like sometimes we eat our own.
I'm
and like
jump in here for a second. You're like,
yeah.
I really want to get to it. I try to allow you to, have your point without me cutting you off. But I feel like I would be remiss if I allow you to continue to actually say what you're saying without the injunction or injection as far as what a lot of people know.
Yeah.
You've been propagandized. Your point that you're making about Jasmine Crockett, that's not true, right? Yes, the clip was absolutely circulating where it said that, paraphrasing, that we have a alliance with Israel. Basically, she was affirming that we currently do. That was a clip that has been circulating over and over and over and over and over. But what people have done is cut off the full clip where she talks about the point that we shouldn't continue to support Israel, and even more so that what's happening in Israel, what's happening in Gaza is a genocide, right? I mean, the clip that people have been circulating was just her talking about the current alignment that we have with Israel. But if you listen to the full interview that she actually has, not interview, but the full question, she talks about where we currently are and the reality of where we are with the current commitments of the federal government with Israel versus what she would actually like to see, right? And then even more so, she put out a statement, because this had been a thing when it comes to like people circulating the information. So she put out an official statement from her actual, I guess you call it house.gov or whatever. And in her official statement, not only did she say that the attacks that occurred on October the 7th was, she's, in her words, she said, even as we welcome, or talking about the ceasefire, even when we welcome the news, we must not forget about the families and loved ones that were killed on October the 7th, and then innocent people killed in the war that followed. the majority of whom were Palestinian women and children. But she's been calling for a peace agreement and also talking about how Palestine needs the right to self-govern. So it was literally a smear campaign that had been amplified when it comes to Jasmine Crockett. Now, I will say that I agree with you on the point that, like, the litmus test should be just that simple, right? If you claim to be on the left and you can't condemn what's happening as far as Israel, then you can't have my support. 100% agree with that. But the thing that I do think we need to focus on, especially when it comes to Black women, right, is the way that Black women seem to be held to a standard that is not a standard that anyone else is held to. You can talk about the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, or James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett. But whenever you see a Black woman being put up against a white man, they're often held to these different levels of standards. And even more so, people are more willing to believe misinformation and disinformation instead of verifying what was said or done.
I appreciate all that. Like I said, like, I don't have much of a leg to stand on, because when I started this conversation off, I told you that I'm not too familiar with everything about Jasmine Crockett, but a lot of what I've seen from her, I do like what she says. It was just like, with that itself, that was the video that I saw, it was like, damn, like,
no, they circulated that video on purpose. Like, it was literally cut off, because that, like, the first portion was her reaffirming that, yes, we currently have an alliance with Israel and we respect our alliances. Like, she did preference everything. And then she followed up with talking about how we need to stop supporting Israel. We need to stop sending them aid and money and weaponry and until they end the actual genocide that's occurring in Gaza. So, like, yeah, I mean, I get it, especially if you see just the first part, which that's what they want you to see, and not see the entire context of everything that she said.
What about this news article that came out on Friday? 153 Democrats vote to fund Israel, block Palestinian statehood, cut the IRS and DEI, expanding funding for Christian nationalism and anti-abortion. It was a thread. Let me see if it was a thread. Someone opened up, pretty much stated, and I understand, like, there was like 153 Democrats that funded all this stuff, but there was also another post that I'm reading.
Can you give me the actual the piece of legislation that you're referring to?
HR 7006.
HR 7706.
Yeah.
HR 7706.
No, HR 7006. 2 zeros.
Wait, hold on. Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
HR 7006.
7006.
Yeah.
HR 7006. That is the 2025-2026 Financial Service and Government Agreement and National Security Department of State and Related Programs Appropriation Act of 2026. This is the financial spending for the federal government for the fiscal year.
Yeah. Is there anything about the funding of Israel and blocking Palestinian statehood that you see within it?
Let's see. And
I can possibly get the art. I can see the final vote tally, and I can probably send it to you. I don't know how to post it. Like, is there a way I can send you a private message?
You can send it to one of my mods for sure. You can just tell me the name of the article. So let's see here. I'm looking through here. There's a section that apparently is Israeli Arab school programs, Foreign Relations Authorization Act fiscal year, ensuring that Israeli Arab scholarships. Okay, so they extended scholarships for Israeli students, Israel International Humanitarian Assistance. What does this say? which offers shall be made available for refugees resettling in Israel. So I see there's funding for quote unquote refugees that are resettling in Israel. I see that. Let's see here. Funds appropriated otherwise available in the act may be used to move the United States Embassy to okay, this is about the embassy. Loan guarantee for Israeli commercial leasing, article of defense, Palestinian statehood. Okay, let's see.
I appreciate you taking the time. Like, I don't have yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah. Limitation of assistance. None of the funds appropriated under Title 3 through, I'm always bad with Roman numerals. I think when the I is on this side, it's 6 instead of 4. It's either 4 or 6, 1, 2, I don't know. Of this act may be provided to support Palestinian states under the Secretary of State's determine the criteria of appropriate congressional commitments. The governing entity of the new Palestinian state as determined a firm commitment to a peaceful coexistence with the state of Israel is taking appropriate measures to counter terrorism and terrorism financing in the West Bank and Gaza, including the dismantling of infrastructure and cooperation with appropriate Israeli and other appropriate security options. Palestinian authorities is working with other countries and in the region to vigorously pursue efforts to establish a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in the Middle East and will enable Israel and independent Palestinian states to exist within the context of full and normal relations, which should include a termination of the claims of the state of belligerence. I don't know what that is. Respect for and acknowledge of sovereignty, territory, integrity, political independence of every state in the area throughout the measures of establishment of demilitarization, the rights to live in peace and recognize boundaries. So it looks like from just this section that I'm being able to read, right? It does look like there's a section in here that is saying that there's statehood, or at least recognition of statehood in section 7037 of this entire piece of legislation. Now, the issue with that is this entire piece of legislation is, sorry, one second. This entire piece of legislation is 484 pages. So that's the catch-22. So tell me one more time, what was your contention? Are you saying that Democrats voted against this legislation?
150 Democrats voted to fund Israel. They blocked Palestinian statehood, cut the IRS and DI, and expand funding for Christian nationalism and anti-abortion. And it was a thread that I was reading, and that's where they mentioned HR 7006. Then they showed the Democrats. There's actually members of the squad that voted against it. It was Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, and I believe, let me see.
Where you said it was a thread. What do you mean it's a thread? Where are you getting this as far as verification? Because like I do see that this was passed through the House, and this is a budget, right? This is appropriations of a budget, and it's on the Senate floor now. So again, I'm a little confused as far as like, where are you getting the information saying that it was something that was stopped or voted against? But even more so, like with a piece of legislation like this, with 484 pages, a lot of times what happens is a lot of different things get piled into one. And so there's misinformation that speaks on like, they voted against this bill. Well, really, they were voting specifically trying to stop something that was happening. And the only way they could is torpedoing the bill, or likewise, accepting the bill. I'll give you a great example. The reason why the original TikTok ban was occurring is because the Republican Party snuck in the actual TikTok ban in a bill that had additional funding for Ukraine, and understanding that if they actually voted against the bill, then the funding for Ukraine would be taken. I mean, it would be shot down, and Ukraine needed the funding, and so they had to swallow the vote for the TikTok ban. And so that's a way that politicians play politics, which is very damning.
Wasn't that I understand that, but isn't that part of the reason why, like, myself included, I'm just like, with the government shutdown, yeah, there are things that aren't going to be funded right now, but we have to hold the line, even though it's going to disenfranchise a basis of Americans, a huge basis of Americans. But it's like I see the argument being used, like, oh no, we have to commence with, like, Democrats have to stand strong, and it's like, okay, but for stuff like this, like, oh, but we have to vote in this legislation because we have to, like, do you see what I'm talking about? Like, I see both sides of the argument being used at different times. To me, that's not consistency, and it's just, I understand it's politics, but with this right here, it's not like a core principle, I feel like.
Right. I think there's a huge difference when you talk about the ability to stop the passing of a bill or a piece of legislation or whatever, when it comes to the ability in the House versus the ability in the Senate, right? We can talk about the House and how, like, voting across party lines is enough to get a piece of legislation through in the House, but in the Senate, due to the fact that, one, there's a filibuster, and two, senators are more likely to vote one way instead of just voting across party lines. It's a little bit different. So when you talk about, like, the reopening of the federal government, that was literally Chuck Schumer making a backdoor deal with some Democrats that were not in jeopardy of losing their seat in 2026 or 2028, and getting 8 of them to be able to actually vote in order to reopen the government, even though that's something that most Democrats don't want, right? So it's a little bit different when you talk about signing and passing legislation and holding the line and all this other stuff. I think understanding the difference as far as power when it comes to the amount of members in Congress, the amount of members in the House versus, like, the 100 members that are in the Senate.
Okay. All right, yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm going to give it some more thought.
The one thing I will tell you as well, though, like, serious question, not question, but, like, tell me one more time, what's your issue with Jasmine Crockett?
No, I seen a lot of good things from her. My issue was just off the video that I saw of her talking, like, how could the U.S. and Israel not have an alliance? That was my major issue, like, when it comes to genocide. But I don't, like you said right now, like, I'm just conflicting on it because I'm just like, no, damn, like, that's fucked up. But also, like, we also have to acknowledge the Republicans are worse off than the Democrats. But basically the majority of our politicians are bought and owned by AIPAC and Israel. So it's like, when I see, like, the left and liberals coming together and saying, like, hey, this is our new champion right here, this is our new champion, I'm just very jaded when it comes to, like, glorifying politicians and stuff like that and rallying behind them. And I think that's one of our major issues right now, is that we just rally behind politicians, and we do, like, our litmus test is sort of just like when it comes to, representation. But I'm like, no, we need to go back to the damn grassroots. We need to go back to the damn civil rights. Like, we weren't rallying behind politics.
Wait, one thing that I kind of have a problem with, though, because, like, I hear you, and I'm not, like, knocking what you're saying, but one problem that I absolutely have when it comes to the left is certain people that are willing to say, like, this person isn't exactly what I want, and like, I can't get behind this person because they're not what I want specifically. And I won't say this is you, but I will say there was a sentiment on the left, and this absolutely bothered me, where the people were saying, well, like, Kamala Harris, she didn't condemn Israel. She didn't directly say Israel is a problem. And while a lot of people on the left, including myself, would have loved if she stood up 10 toes down and said, Israel, like I say every single time, Bibi Netanyahu is a war criminal. Israel is a terrorist state, and free Palestine until it's backwards, right? I would have loved that. But her calling for a two-state solution and the Palestinian people having the ability to self-govern, I think that is threading the line and understanding the current, not only political system that we're dealing with, but the current position that she was in when it comes to, when it comes to like being the vice president. Now, I think it's become more in vogue or posh or whatever to immediately blast Israel now. But I think the actual acceptance of that is more so backed by anti-Semitism on the right, and then people on the left in disdain as far as what's happening within within Gaza. So the point that I'm making is I think that a lot of people get caught up in as far as like this isn't enough, that's not enough, or whatever. And I think understanding when it comes to what's happening currently in our political system, we're not going to find someone that's perfect, that perfectly aligns with everything that we want or believe. But I do think that if there's someone that is at least giving a realistic stance and pushing towards things that we actually want, then we should be able to coalesce our collective vote behind that instead of saying, well, you didn't say this thing strong enough or loud enough or whatever.
Yeah, because I sort of see what you're saying. Like just saying something, like we can have plenty of politicians who talk a good game and tell us what we want, but they capitulate at the end of the day. Tulsi Gabbard being a good example. I was a huge Tulsi Gabbard supporter in 2019. She was talking about end the wars. Look, where is she right now? So just talking a good game isn't enough. It's also about like, what are you willing to do when you're in power and stuff? And but I think it goes both. I think it's complicated, and I think talking a good game, if you're committed to it, that combination, talking a good game and also enacting and like when your feet is held to the fire, you don't flinch and all that. That's the best combination we can expect out of a politician. Like they're committed. They're absolutely committed. But I just feel like, and like the original point that I was trying to make before you interjected, I was trying to say that I think right now, Americans in general, people who are engaged in politics, the left, when I say the left, liberals, the left is included, left, liberals, and MAGA, conservative, far right types, for some odd reason, throughout the past few decades, we've been rallying behind politicians as opposed to the movement themselves. Mm-hmm. And I think that's how these movements are co-opted. You look at the BLM, the Me Too movement and all this stuff. We weren't, if you look at the civil rights era, like our predecessors, Black Americans, we weren't like rallying behind politicians. The man who signed the Civil Rights Act, he did not like Black people. He didn't, because we rallied behind specific civil rights activists and the movement themselves.
Yeah, so, I'll say this because like I think there's a necessary, it's absolutely needed to dictate to whoever's going to be our candidate in 2028. Like I recently held a couple of debates saying like these things are on the agenda for 2028 with no exceptions. And I think that it's important for us to dictate to the Democratic Party versus the Democratic Party dictating to us. But also with that being said, I guess the kind of bottom line this, because I want to make sure not only am I being a straight shooter, but I want to kind of fast track this and get on the same page. I think there is a lot of people, not only within the Democratic Party, but within society, period, that hold women to unreasonable standards, period. I think women are held to unreasonable standards when you talk about the difference between what people are willing to accept from men versus what people are willing to accept from women. And then it becomes a different level when you talk about politics. And then it takes an entirely different level when you start talking about like Black women. And so the thing that I want to make sure that we always stay away from is, at least on my platform, is anti-Blackness, right? Or sitting here and vilifying this Black woman because we may think one way or the other. The one thing that I will call on you to do is make sure you're like researching and verifying and checking, because whenever I look at information or I get information, I always dig deeper before I immediately respond to it. There's like videos I'll see and, you know, excerpts I'll see. A great example is like, after Charlie Kirk was killed, there were a bunch of videos and clips and all this other stuff that was circulating. People was like, oh, context. I had already done the legwork to watch not only that, you know, 15, 30-second clip, but like, you know, 30 minutes, 40 minutes of him talking and to get the full understanding before I gave that. So the only thing I'll leave you with is, while understanding your point, and the one thing that you might want to think about is why that you were so willing to take that on face value without digging a little bit deeper when you heard that clip. Because I do think that, again, we hold women to a completely different standard versus men, because there's plenty of men on the left as well who not only take money from AIPAC, but who haven't expressly condemned, condemned Israel. Right? You have people that were on the left that voted for Donald Trump as a protest vote and said that, oh, it's because Kamala Harris didn't condemn Israel, so we're voting for Donald Trump. That's like fucking weird. But I think that the standard that women are held to is not even comparable within our society. But then when you throw in the fact that it's a Black woman, and it takes it to a different level.
Yeah, it definitely, you look at the way Jasmine Crockett speaks and you see like how conservatives and MAGA types, they clutch their pearls. Like, oh, she said this, she said that. It's just like, bro, like, you guys support Trump. You guys lost every single right to talk about the way someone is uncivil, or they speak to you guys in a harsh tone and stuff like that. And what they see in Jasmine Crockett is, oh, that's the scary, angry Black woman and stuff. And it says a lot about them.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if I'm going to be honest, you coming up and, you know, saying what you said without doing like the proper legwork to verify it perpetuates that same stuff, right? You may not be speaking directly about like the way that she says what she says, but it's, again, disparaging, this Black woman, not based off on, the color of her skin, but the fact that like it helps perpetuate the negative stereotypes that other people levy against her. They use, when they hear people like you and, say this, and not saying that you like you intentionally did it, but when they hear people say things like this, they use it as justification. They take it and they say like, oh, this person said this, and, then I'm going to go ahead and run with it. So my whole point is just like, be careful, especially when it comes to the way that we address women in certain situations, but in general, period, to understand like fact checking, verification, and making sure that we're always giving accurate and clear and concise information.
I believe that's an unfair characterization of my position, because when I look at the Democratic Party as a whole, I believe the whole entire Democratic Party is establishment, and it needs to be rooted out, and we need a new crop of leftists within there. I don't believe Jasmine Crockett is the one that's, that this is what's wrong with it. How would I put it? I'm not singling out Jasmine Crockett in the sense of like, no, this is the only Democrat that's screwing up. No, that's not the point that I was making.
Yeah, but you specifically called out Jasmine Crockett, though.
The reason why
you didn't call out anyone else, you specifically called out Jasmine Crockett.
The reason why, but originally the reason why I brought her up was because someone said, "Hey, we need to start. It's time for a woman, and we need to start listening to women like Jasmine Crockett." And I'm just like, but didn't she just say this thing about Israel like that? And I wanted to bring that up.
I think you proved this point. You need to listen to Jasmine Crockett, because again, like the reason why you and I have had this conversation fully is because you didn't listen to what she actually said. You heard a snippet without listening to the full thing. And so like you were going off something that you heard in an actual like short version versus the entire piece.
It wasn't just that. It was also with HR 7006, where she voted to, you see, we're kind of going back and forth, but my whole thing with it is, I feel like you're making my point right now. I'm not doing like a no you. or
yeah, I hear you. But listen,
but
I'm gonna actually I'm gonna keep it moving because there's a couple of people that I want to talk to. I mean, the one thing that I think is super important is men. You may not understand this right now, but hopefully you like listen a little bit more and you get this. Misogyny is something that is persistent and consistent within men, even if you don't realize that you're engaging in it. And like misogynoir is even worse. And I'm just saying, like, this is something that you might want to actually like check out because there's a lot to it. But anyway, I wanna move on to a couple other people. I appreciate you coming up. Okay.
I appreciate it.
All right, have a good one. Really quick, W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Jay for the $2 donation saying, have you no shame? Why are you letting Lil Mama cook this food? Oh, this was from earlier. W's in the chat for Jay. Also, W's in the chat for Jeanette from earlier who sent a $2 donation saying, your guest keeps flashing us with the Zionist lives matter bullshit. Can you remind him that Zionist lives are matter as much as those oppressed? Thank you for the work that you do. Absolutely, Jeanette. W's in the chat for Stacy for the $5 donation saying, just started a 3-day road trip. Thank you for keeping me entertained and keep putting these hateful people in their place as always. And W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying, what's up, bro? What's the point, bro? Oh, yeah, no. You clocked it. I clocked it. W's in the chat for Meekin, who sent a $2 super chat and to say, kick Buffalo Bill out the chat. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see Buffalo Bill. I apologize. And W's in the chat for Feisty for the $10 super chat to say, Precious needs out of the well. I don't know what you meant by that, Feisty. But W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All the pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything is appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. And I will read that out, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If we could, can we knock out the donuts? Please, please, please. And last but not least, John Stone, you can get out of my request, you fucking weirdo. You would never see the light of day on my platform. Maria, welcome back.
Hi there.
Hi. So you were here earlier.
I ran before.
You did run.
No, I didn't. I got some furniture delivered, and that happened to be when they came to the door. So I had to take care of that. And
why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Okay.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't come back if that were true.
Lying.
Okay, I wouldn't come back if that weren't the truth.
Okay. Sure.
I would have just ran.
You said that we kicked Mideast earlier because he was winning. Or yes. Because we lost.
Yes.
And I'm trying to really consider what we lost on, but even more so too, trying to figure out like how could we lose on something that was so far away from the topic of the actual conversation. So first and foremost, what do we lose on?
So here, as far as the facts on both sides, it was actually interesting to hear you go back and forth. Mm-hmm. Where I'm saying Mideast one was on the fact that he didn't skim through an article, mm-hmm. And then come back instead of giving his take on what he had read. He didn't come back with insults. So that's where I'm saying the win and the loss came. So
because he didn't
it was more based on like you were sort of touting that you had this moral character, yet you were, kind of just being an agitator and trying to like pivot from what was actually going on. So that was my only point.
No. So just to establish again, I lost because I insulted him.
Yeah, I mean, it was, you just made yourself sound invalid and unintelligent. Like I was like there for like the dialogue, and then came back with that, and then I was like, well, I don't value what this person has to say if that's how he's going to come back in an argument with someone. When the
issue that you have is not the actual information that was conveyed, but the fact that I actually made fun of him while conveying the information. Did you consume the information that I was providing? Or did you just filter it out because you heard me making fun of him?
Well, here's the thing again. You're
answer the question
where
directly,
my
please,
point, where my comment came.
Sure, but can you answer the question directly, please, and thank you?
I generally tend to agree more with what Mideast has was saying because I've done more reading.
Did you actually consume
up with that?
But that's fine. But what I'm saying is, did you consume the information?
I was listening to you. I was trying to learn from you, sir. I was trying to learn from you. That's why I'm in a liberal live. I'm trying to hear the other side. I want to know.
Why the fuck you lying?
Oh my God.
Why you always lying?
Like that. How can you say that? You don't know me like that. Anyway, okay, sure. Okay. You say I'm lying, I'm lying. I'm not going to argue.
What insult did you use, Santana?
Oh, she's probably crying about some point when I called her slap nuts or something.
Either. I am just merely pointing it out.
Well, you might not be crying, but you're definitely whining.
Hold on. Okay. So you're outraged by Santana saying,
don't conflate it. Don't.
Okay, so you're irritated enough to request on the panel by Santana saying
earlier, and I was interrupted.
Okay, she was yapping in the chat, and I muted her. Yeah.
Okay, so your critique is Santana saying slap nuts and not Mideast saying that Gaza belongs to Israel, which is a genocidal statement.
Wait, to be fair, Athena, she agrees with him, so she wouldn't have an issue with that one.
Okay, so this is the issue that I have, right? You agree with genocidal statements, but then you have an issue with somebody saying slap nuts. And then you pretend like you have any moral high ground to be tone policing Santana when you agree with genocidal statements. I got that right?
Mideast does not wish genocide on anyone.
How do you take up some people's land?
But here's the thing. I'm not here to debate that.
No, how do you take up people's land?
Why I had to go.
Maria.
Hey, I got it, Athena. Maria, when other people start speaking, I don't know if you know how a conversation works, but when like other people are saying words, you don't say words at the same time. Like words, one word's here and then one word's here, never words here.
Yeah. How do you take a people's land when they're still on it? I'm confused. If people are on a land, let's say, for example, Maria, I come to your home and I tell you your home belongs to me. And then you say, no, it doesn't. And I say, no, it is going to belong to me. Now, how do I do that without using violence, Maria?
I sent you a request to unmute, Maria.
I just unmuted myself. You make a valiant point, and you're missing mine, okay? I wanted to learn, but as I said, when you come back with insults instead of facts, it makes you not credible. And that's all I'm trying to say. I was not here to go back and forth about what was said between you. I'm just letting you know that was my point. And if you are not going to
answer my question, though, please, Maria.
I'm not answering your question because, again, that's not why I came up here.
Okay, so then you're okay with, do you understand what I'm saying? The double standards.
I am not complacent with any of the bad things.
No, it's not about complacent. It's not about complacent. Maria, you came up here saying that you had an issue with the insults, but you don't have an issue with genocidal speech.
It's not genocidal speech.
How do you take away somebody's home without violence? Can you answer that question? How do I come to your home right now, Maria, and you say you don't want to leave your home, and I tell you, no, your home belongs to me. Now, how do I remove you from the premises without violence?
You don't, but this isn't.
I use violence.
What you're trying, you're pivoting from my.
I'm not pivoting. Maria,
she's looking for a direct answer. She's looking for a direct answer in which
I'm testing your logic.
Hey, stop it. Please answer her question directly, and I will address what you said because I still have something to say about the whole insult piece. Please answer Athena's questions directly and just have that conversation, or just run. Or just fucking run.
So Santana, I just wanted to say, listen, that person had no moral high ground, no leg to stand on to be tone policing you. She has an issue with insults, but she supports genocidal rhetoric. You cannot remove a people from their land without using violence. He sat here and he said that land belongs to us, okay? Him saying that is genocidal rhetoric. And this is the issue that I have with people who try to force respectability down the throats of Black people. They expect Black people to respond nicely to fascism.
Mm-hmm.
So you did nothing wrong.
Also, I'm funny as fuck. Like you're not gonna tell me I can't get off my jokes. Like my jokes don't negate my facts. And so she's sitting saying, "Oh, you led with insults instead of facts." No, I gave facts. I literally gave facts. I just happen to give jokes as well because I'm fucking funny. So whatever.
Even if it was insults, I don't care. Like even if you insulted his dad, I don't care. That guy is a fascist. Fascists don't deserve kindness or empathy or niceness. So, anyways, on the trap. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Debbie's in the chat for MAGA Cry. I'm not MAGA Cries. Mike sent a $2 donation saying, "PSA, please do research before calling to debate in public." They refuse. They don't research anything. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube and you like to send a super chat, I will read that out, guys. Make sure we're tapping the screen. Go ahead and let's get the likes up to 500,000 likes. Also, if you see the word follow up at the top, you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. Make sure that you are following me on the backup account and the main account. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with something on the background. American Advocate, get out of my request. You don't get access. You're not coming up, bub. You can request as many times as you want. You're not coming up. I don't think he's loading. I don't think he's going to load. I don't think he's going to load. I got you, Ellie. I can do that. I don't think this person's going to load. Hey, Tiffany. Thank you for the cake. There's a bunch of people here, and I don't think they're loading. You shall not pass. Hi, Luis. Hi, Susan. What in the crap is happening? All these people, and they're not loading. Oh, here's someone. Hi, Liz. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I'm not a Trump supporter, and I don't disagree with anything you have on the background. I have been trying to donate to you.
Oh.
It's not working. I tried the Cash App a couple of times, but I have no confirmation that you got it, and I'm trying to find out if you did.
What's your Cash App name?
Cash App number 3605E, $. $, 3605E.
No. I haven't. It looks like the last Cash App I got was from Derek, but
it wouldn't have been today. Actually, if you're looking for today, it wouldn't have been today. It was when that gentleman he was collecting for the gentleman that lost his job or something, and I want to say it was that one.
Oh, John, yeah, it's a while ago. Yeah, I wouldn't know for sure, but yeah, you can always click on my profile. There's a link tree that'll take you directly to it, or you can type in, the $ Santana Speaks for You, or you can just be here. I definitely appreciate you wanting to support the live, and that means a shit ton to me. But if you can't figure it out, tapping the screen, being here means just as much to me as well. So, if you
okay, well, sometimes I want to kick people.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, you can go through the pay links.
Okay.
All right.
I did it yesterday too for $2 just to see if it would work.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not sure, but yeah, I appreciate you.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
All right. Bye.
Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. This person looks interesting. Hi, Jenny. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Accident.
Oh.
Sorry, accident.
Okay, no worries. I'll drop you down. What up, Joey? W's in the chat for my brother Joey. Not Joey Swole, the good Joey. Even though Joey Swole. Hi, Babs. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? I guess that's a no. I guess that's a no. Okay, I'll drop you down. I see someone in the request. I can't remember if this person was a crash out or not. I can't remember if this person was a crash out or not. Nobody. Were you a crash out?
No, you and I didn't see eye to eye on the Kamala Harris stuff, if you remember that.
I don't remember. I remember your username. I don't remember the conversation.
We discussed Kamala Harris, and you told me that she didn't keep.
Oh, yeah. I remember the conversation now. Okay. Okay, perfect. So, you disagree. You're a Trump supporter, right?
No.
Oh, you just disagree. Okay, perfect. So you disagree with something on the background today?
No, I just wanted to go back to that conversation. Actually, I found the article. He wanted me to look into articles from 2011, and I found the American Prospect, which was founded by Robert Reich, and it's a progressive publication talking about.
But you don't want to talk about anything that's on the background?
What's on the background here? Like, okay, fragile egos. Why'd you tell me that that didn't occur whenever it did? Instead of just saying you are correct.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, to be honest, I don't really remember you. I kind of remember the conversation, but even more so, like, I mean, I don't. Yeah. All right. How about this? Let's reset for a second, because I need you to understand what's going on here. What we talked about, like whatever a few days ago, is not the topic on the background for today. The topic on the background is it's time for a woman. The premise is that we need women. The premise is that we need
woman, correct?
The premise is that we need woman leadership moving forward. The country is in such a horrible place when it comes to where we are today, and it's directly because of the men leader that we have in place. We are on the brink of World War III. The economy is floundering. There's been a loss of rights. Men and their fragile egos, which you're kind of exemplifying right now. And last but not least, cannot have a white man as a VP. I don't think we should saddle a woman with a white man VP. So as far as these topics on the background, which one do you disagree with most?
Well, I mean, your reasonings as to why all these things are occurring, because you act like women haven't been in Congress for a while. Well, and like, it's not a man-woman thing. It's literally just terrible individual. Like, Congress has been filled with terrible individuals for the longest time, has it not? Like, people who literally fill their own pockets rather than worry about their constituents.
Yeah, sure. Of the 250-year history of the United States, what percentage of people in Congress have been white men?
Over the whole history?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to count.
About 90%. With our current congressional body, House, Senate, and the presidency, what percentage of our current congressional body is white men?
Currently?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't vote for I haven't voted for Congress since 2020, so
76%. And if we just say men, period, which I just happen to have that number at the top of on the top of my head, but let me look up the specific. I guess I need to change that initiative and just lump in men as well. But the point that I'm making is, you can sit here and say, oh, there aren't women in power. Yeah, there are women in power, but there's a lack of women in power. And for the most part, every single measure of guidance of the country has been directly affected by men. specifically white men, but men in general.
It seems like you've demonstrated that it has progressively decreased of white men, though, along the way, hasn't it?
Okay. What does that mean? Does that negate the trajectory of the country?
The trajectory of the country? Well, to go back to the whole reason why I came back in here to discuss things with you was to talk the Kamala Harris, her record.
Yeah, I don't care about talking about that. I want to stick on my topic that I have today.
Exactly. Why are you interrupting me whenever it's literally on the topic of powerful women?
It's not. You literally you want to go back to the conversation that we had, and I'm telling you, I have no interest in now. I want to stay where we are in this current conversation. Now, the question I said,
the question is that it's literally about your topic, and I'm
literally not. You want to go back to what Kamala Harris did in the past? Sure, that's fine.
Independent woman that you're saying needs the lead.
You're not going to talk over me, Bub. Stop it. Understand consent. Understand boundaries. If I'm sitting here saying that we're not going to go back, I don't want to talk about what I talked about a few days ago. Like, go on YouTube and argue with my YouTube video.
So that's
what I need you to lock in on what we're talking about now, right? So what we're talking about now, I'm specifically right here saying, like, we're looking at the percentage and the breakdown of currently men and women in Congress and the way that leadership has been dictated by men. You said that there's been progression. You said, I just said that because I talked about the overarching premise that 90% of congressional holders within the history of our country has been white men. And now that there's a split, there's 24% that's not white men in Congress. How much power does a total of 24% of Congress have?
So this is how you're going to conduct the conversation, is completely ignore what I say and then overtalk for a long period of time and then pose your own question. That's what you're going to do.
No, I would just like for you to answer my question. And also, FYI, chat, about 80% of Congress currently is men. I just want you to answer my question.
You would like for me to answer your question, but completely ignore. How is this a conversation? And if you're going to completely ignore what I say,
I'm not ignoring what you're saying. I'm just telling you, I don't want to.
100%.
Yeah, I don't want to. You keep trying to force me to go back and talk about something that we, because you went and did some research that you feel like vindicates whatever you were saying before. I don't care about what you were saying before. I want you to actually stay with me in the moment.
In the topic, in the moment. Yeah, absolutely. On the topic.
Okay.
Time for a woman.
You know what? That's fine. Let's. Okay, this is what we'll do. I'll give you the floor. Hold on. I'll give you the floor, and I will allow you to speak. I would love for you to give me your position as far as what you're saying, and you were talking about fragile ego, and I need you to lock in on that one. But give me the premise of what you're saying without trying to go back to what we talked about days ago. Floor is yours.
Bub, here's your problem.
I don't want to hear about my problem. Give me your argument.
Your topic today also goes along with what you and I discussed a couple of days ago.
Okay, make it make sense. I'll give you the floor. Go.
Time for a woman. What you and I discussed a couple of days ago was a woman who was in power as a district attorney in California, then in Congress, and VP. And her record as this individual is not good for America as far as records go for the future.
How so?
When the Supreme Court says that there's overcrowding going on in California in the jail system and you need to let some people out, and she not only denies that request, but also what is said here, like as the Supreme Court looked at it, was nonsensical for her to, the way she, like their words, not mine, nonsensical for her to remain these people in jail that do not need to be in jail whatsoever. Just her, whatever purposes she put in their reasonings according to this article that I'm reading here.
Did Did she, with the actual
documents and all that,
with the actual determination that people need to be let out, did she stop them?
Did she stop them?
Yep.
What do you mean stop them?
Did she stop them from being released after the court said that they needed to be released due to crowding?
Yes, she responded back with.
How did she stop them? FYI, chat, just for anyone that's curious, she didn't stop them. She didn't stop them.
Condemned by judges as obstructionist. Condemned by judges as obstructionist.
All right. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to run down this rabbit hole with you because I know you want to. I'm going to run down this. I'm going to run down this rabbit hole with you because I know you really want to. And once I dismantle this point, I need you to move on. Right? But let's do it. Give me the actual source, the title, and where you're reading it from.
Absolutely. Here we go.
Also, I can't hear you when you're out of the live, so you have to remember it and come back and tell me.
The American Prospect.
Wait, did you hear what I said?
What'd you say?
I can't hear you while you're out of the live, so you have to make sure that you're fully back in and tell me.
Back in.
You weren't when you started speaking. You came back in like half a second. So go ahead.
I asked you, can you hear me? And I said, the American Prospect. Can you hear that? Like,
yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I mean, obviously I can. Go ahead. The American Prospect.
Yes.
Okay.
How Kamala Harris.
How Kamala.
Sorry, I swear, it's my fault. I get it confused with that pro wrestler from the 80s. His name was Kamala Harris. And like, so literally that's where my brain goes first instantly whenever I see Kamala, old 80s wrestling. Anyway, how Kamala Harris fought to keep nonviolent prisoners locked up.
All right. So the American Prospect, let's see here. Oh, this right-wing hit piece. Cool. All right. Tell me exactly what you're looking at in this.
No.
It absolutely
You're all about
is.
facts, right?
Yeah.
How about you go to
I've read this.
Go to About Us, sir. Go to About Us.
I'm already here. That's fine. Tell me what you're looking at.
Oh, no. You wanted to just now tell your audience that was right wing. You go to the About Us section of that website and you tell me what says right wing.
Listen, Yosemite Sam, give me what you're looking at specifically.
The economist Robert Reich, sir.
Hey.
Do you know the economist Robert Reich? Robert Reich.
Yosemite Sam, give me specifically what you're looking at,
Santana,
and let's talk
do you know
about it.
Robert Reich, is he far right? ROBERTREICH. That's dishonest, sir.
Give me
call it out in
what you're I know. Cry harder. God damn it. Stop whining like a baby and give me what you're looking at. Where specifically in the article?
Bitch. How about that?
I know. Wow.
You want to lie to your...
Listen. Give me what you're looking at. I say. If you don't give me what you're looking at, I'll tell me that's not your Sam. Chat. Tell me that's not your Sam. I know. Give me what you're looking at. Just give me what you're looking at.
I just did.
I'm saying where?
About it. You just lied about it, son.
You're not answering the question. Just answer the question. Holy shit. I'm there. Tell me specifically where you're looking.
The article.
Where in the article? What portion of the article? Do you want me to read the whole thing? Where specifically?
It's literally below her picture, that paragraph right there. It's all in the same first paragraph, but it's that picture, like right below her picture.
Perfect. So I'll start there. Senator Kamala Harris, a leading candidate to be Joe Biden's running mate, repeatedly and openly defied the U.S. Supreme Court's ordering to reduce overcrowding in California prisons while serving as a state attorney general, according to the legal documents reviewed by the Prospect. Working in tandem with Governor Jerry Brown, Harris and her legal team filed motions that were condemned by the judge and legal experts said as obstruction, bad faith, and nonsensical, at one point even suggesting the Supreme Court lacked the jurisdiction in order to order a reduction in California prison population. Let's see here. So again, I'm sorry?
That paragraph there, that was it.
Yeah, so what did
you see how she filed motions? When she filed motions, that goes against the court. He's trying to stop it.
Wait, what's a motion? What's a motion?
That's a motion. That's what you file with the court to continue process.
Is it legal?
That's what a legal motion is. Yes.
Okay. So this is saying that no, she didn't actually. Hold on,
Bub.
This actual information that you read, because it says here that working in tandem with Governor Jerry Brown, Harris and her legal team filed motions that were condemned by judges and legal experts as obstructionist, bad faith, and nonsensical, at one point even suggesting the Supreme Court lacked their jurisdiction to order the reduction of the California prison population. So this says that
Supreme Court didn't even be talking about it.
Can you let me finish my
sentence? They have the power to do it.
Wait, why do you keep trying to cut me off before you want me to read what you gave me but not respond to it? Why do you keep trying to cut me off?
Go ahead.
Stay on mute. Stay on mute. So this says that even by your actual source, that she went through all of the legal methods to actually exhaust the possibility of not allowing these quote unquote prisoners out of jail. That's what this is saying. But this is not saying that she kept them in jail. So exhausting the actual extent of a case does not equate to holding them in jail.
Yes, no. When you're filing motions to prevent them to be released, rather than filing the motion saying yes, feel free to release these. Yep,
Wait, so you're telling me that a prosecutor trying to fight to keep criminals in jail is
nonviolent criminal? Yep.
But again, what I'm saying is you're saying that a prosecutor fighting to keep criminals in jail is somehow obstruction.
If you recall, a few days ago when you and I discussed this, you said this didn't even happen, and
I'm saying the same thing that I've already said. The original conversation, the original point that I said, and I said this at the beginning before we talked about this, I said, show me something that proves that she kept prisoners in jail when they were supposed to be released. Her filing an actual motion or an appeal or an injunction or a continuation, all of those are legal methods. Show me where there had been a final decision saying that these people needed to be released and they didn't release them. That's how you keep people in prison that's supposed to be released. That's how you keep them in prison.
Yeah, and that's how you waste time on the conversation instead of right there's the information you read.
It's not. And you're not proving your point. You're literally not proving your point.
Bub, you're literally trying to change the point and all that stuff. You're not having an honest conversation.
Sure. Give me the information.
You're not having a good faith conversation about.
Give me the information. Your point was Kamala Harris kept prisoners in jail when they shouldn't have been in jail. That's the point that you continue to make. There's nothing that says that she kept people in jail when they weren't supposed to be in jail. This is literally saying that she exhausted every single measure, and they felt like those measures were bad faith, but she continued to exhaust those measures.
Nonsensical. They said nonsensical, Bub.
Okay, sure.
Nonsensical for a lawyer to do.
That's fine.
You know why? Do you know why?
Sure, that's fine. Now show me where she actually kept people. No, listen. Show me where she actually kept people in prison that weren't supposed to be there. Show me that.
Absolutely. This is absolutely, you're going to bring it here. This is what I want you to do. Nobody go out and find the impossible document. This is what you did the last time. It was a fun little goose chase, Bub.
Because your information doesn't validate what you're saying.
It is. It says it right there. Like
no,
the fact you're ignoring my
let's try
point.
Let's try this a different way. Hold on one second. Let's try this a different way.
For you.
Seriously.
1 second. Let me just say it again.
No. Stop being emotional. Let's try this a different way. Stop being emotional. Let's try this. Stop being emotional.
I'm following this to court, Bob. Here's the thing.
Listen. Have some impulse control. Hey.
Emotion.
You're crashing out. I have it on the background. If you crash out, you lose. Stop crashing.
Want to ignore it, honey.
You're literally okay. I hear you. Yes, it's cute. You think I'm honey. I know you think that I'm beautiful. I know you have a thing for me. It's okay. That's fine. You can call me your honey. I have no issue with it. I just need you to listen, please. Now,
you need
answer this question. Answer this question for me. Right. So why are you crashing out?
It's not a crash. You won't hit.
It is. You don't have impulse control. Stop talking while I'm talking. Stay on mute. Stay on mute.
The point.
You're a fucking man-child. Like, you're literally a man-child. Like, what are we doing? You're literally a man-child. This is so fucking unproductive. Just stop for 2 seconds.
100%.
Hey.
You are
unproductive. Stop for 2 seconds. I know. Okay. So my question is, with your premise, right? Let's say that I told you that I wanted you to go to the store for me and go to the store for me and pick up eggs, right? Go to the store for me and pick up eggs. And you tell me,
look at you.
I'm trying to listen. I know. I'm trying to actually break it down Barney style because you have an issue with understanding what I'm saying. And I feel like if I take Kamala Harris out of this, then your fragility will stop showing. If I talk about something other than a woman, then you would stop crashing. I'm hoping that if I actually talk about something that's not a woman, you will stop crashing.
What's it matter?
Stop crashing out. Listen.
4 women right now.
I know.
Women are not my problem.
Why?
You're making it. You're making it.
Hey, at this point, there's no reason for you to be up here. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Seriously. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking anymore. I'm not even joking anymore. I'm going to put you on mute and listen to what I'm saying. I need you to listen to what I'm saying. I'm going to put you on mute. And if you come off mute after I finish my sentence, I'm going to kick you because you serve no purpose if you can't stop coming off of mute. Thank you. Now, the question that I have is if I tell you, hey, I need you to go to the store and grab some eggs for me, right? And you say, oh, I can't grab eggs because I have to go to place A. And I'm like, okay, well, can you get the eggs after you go to place A? And you say, oh, well, I can't go to the store because I have to, after place A, I have to go to place B. And I'm like, okay, I have time. I can wait for you to come from place B. And you say, oh, I can't go get the eggs because I need to also run to place C. And I say, all right, I have a little bit more time. That's fine. Go to place C. And then you finally say, all right, well, I guess I'll get the eggs. Did you finally go get the eggs? Or did you say, no, I'm not getting eggs and I'm going to stay away from the store?
The final answer? Is that what you're looking for?
I'm just looking to see what happened in that scenario.
In that scenario, you want the final answer? What occurred?
Yes.
Right? Okay. What occurred was a conversation that I would not have whatsoever with you. And 2,
you're fucking waste of time. Like you're a whiny crash out baby that's a waste of time. You're a whiny crash out baby waste of time. You're like, what the fuck are we doing? You're not even an adult. You can't even be an adult. Like, God damn. What are they doing? W's in the chat for B, who sent I think it's like, I don't know how much this is, but it came in as $6.40 USD to say, hi, B here. What's ET short for? I hope he's got, he's got little legs. I don't like dad jokes. W's in the chat for Lee. Lee sent a $20 donation saying, hey, Santana, just letting you know, now I listen to you, Dean, and Parker every day because you three make my day. Mizzy, aka Lee. Mizzy, thank you so much for that donation. I'm happy to hear that. W's in the chat for Brittany for the $2 donation and say, thank you so much, Brittany. I really, really appreciate that $2 donation. You're fucking awesome. I really appreciate you. Sorry. W's in the chat for Mike, who sent a $2 donation saying, Santana, please ask the caller with his pronoun. He would have lost his shit if I would have said, what are your pronouns? You know, that's like kryptonite for them. Pronouns literally make them melt. W's in the chat for Gio for the $10 super chat to say, I think one of your criteria should be no track stars. She ran so fast from Kobe. They always run. And which, to be fair, I would run from Kobe as well. W's in the chat for Jewel for the $5 super chat say the prison industrial complex is so broken. It's nationwide. Stop blaming one DA. Exactly. And even more so, like there's so much more to that actual story that we didn't get into, but he refused to like not crash out. So we couldn't get to that point. So like, yeah. W's in chat, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. Hey, Maria, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? I'm going to take that as a mistake. Okay. There's one person in the request, and I'm definitely not letting that person up. Not even a little. Not even a little. Guys, so this is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking. Maria was yapping in the chat. Where? Why didn't someone let me know Maria was yapping in the chat? Y'all should let me know. Should let me know. I know. All right, guys, this is what I'm thinking, right? This person keeps requesting up. Jared, whoever you are, you keep requesting up and dropping. Are you trying to? I don't know if you're tapping or what's happening, but you, for some reason, keep getting in the box and getting out of the box. Like, I'm not sure what's happening. W's in the chat for the person for the $1 donation. You know who you are. Again, I'm really sorry about that. Can we hear, you said, can we hear your stupid theme song again? Aw, you're a fan. You're a fan. You're a fan. I'm going to mute you because I don't care what you have to say because you're too much of a coward to get in the box. And my fucking theme song is dope, you fucking hater. You just hate me because you ain't me. You just hate me because you ain't me. I voted for this. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
Yep, Trump supporter. Disagree with the background.
Okay, perfect. You have a bit of echo. Would you mind like swiping up like you're checking the text and come back? Yep. I know. Where is their theme song? They're a fucking hater. Is
that better?
Let's see. Oh yeah, that's better. Hey, doesn't it sound like some hating shit for somebody to be like, oh, you got a stupid theme song, but they don't have a theme song?
I think your AI music is cool.
It's not AI music. That's the funny thing. It's so good, people think it's AI.
I thought it was AI. Sorry.
That's everyone. No. People say that all the time.
Is that you rapping?
No. That's actually.
Wait, so then how did it? Isn't it you though?
No.
That's not you in the song?
No, there's an actual artist made the song for me. I got
sounds
3
like
of
you
them.
though.
Say it again.
It sounds like you. Did you ever watch WWE as a kid? Yeah. And did you used to think that they sung their own theme songs?
No.
I
only
used to
person
think
I
that
know,
as a
like
kid.
John Cena, raps his.
Right. Yeah. So then I thought like everyone else made their own theme song. So I was like, I thought you made yours.
No. I have three of them, and like I had a professional do it.
That's cool.
Yeah. Anyway, what do you disagree with on the background?
I mean, honestly, everything. I'm really interested in lost rights, though, and the WW3 loading. But I want to touch on lost rights. What rights do you think we've lost? If that's what you're implying.
Oh, yeah. Are you a white man?
No, I'm not.
What are you?
I'm Mexican indigenous.
Okay, so you phenotypically present as an indigenous person.
Yeah, people think I'm indigenous from the North America. People think I'm like, well, I'm in Wisconsin, so people think I'm native from here, but I'm native from Mexico. So okay. I guess it's like the high cheekbones and just the facial structure.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Yeah. So as far as lost rights, the lost rights that I'm referring to is women's rights that have been lost. It refers to the queer community, the rights that have been lost, and then it also refers to the overreaching of the first, the fourth, the fifth, and the attempt on the 14th birthright citizenship.
Birthright.
Yeah, but the extent is multiple rights for basically non-white men. Like different things as far as non-white men.
And I will hear you out, like as far as challenges, but which ones do you like? Would you point to that you say are lost, like are gone now? Not that are being challenged and might be lost, but like you think are lost.
The woman's rights to healthcare.
To AB, right?
Abortion, yes, the woman's right to healthcare.
But that's not federally banned. I mean, women can still have access to it depending on their state. It just went back to the state, so it's just. It's still like, Democratic people vote, for their local elections.
That's not true.
People don't vote in their local elections.
It's not, even if it's quote unquote back to the states. See, the flaw in the logic when it comes to being sent back to the states is that you have situations where some states actually don't let their constituents vote for it, right? You have states like Texas that won't even put it on the ballot. You have some states like Florida, who do put the ability to vote on the ballot and then change the actual threshold for getting the vote passed when they realize that the vote is going to pass. Florida actually moved the threshold from 51% to 61% after allowing the people in Florida to vote for it, and they got up to 57%. And then there's other states that just not only outright ban abortion, but ban abortion with exceptions. So even like incest, rape, life of the mother, no exceptions.
Right. I guess I'll just get to my point. So my point is ABs are still going on, are still available. People can drive over state lines, get medical ABs.
Wait, no, you can't, because you have places like Texas that are literally trying to sue. Trying to pursue legal action against doctors in other states that perform abortions for people that live in Texas. And again, they're trying to get women to register, get access to their medical records and before traveling, so they know whether or not they're pregnant and whether or not they come back and they're not pregnant. So literally the states that you say we're sending them back to the states, you literally gave unequal rights to different people depending on where the state that you live in, right? I mean, we're all American citizens, and so we should have the same protections as far as rights and laws versus being a piecemeal state by state.
No, and I get your argument, but your argument is basically, well, in some states you're not allowed to, and in some states they're persecuting it, and I get that. But I'm saying is it went back to the states, and that's pretty much my point. Is that it's not lost. It was legally, hold on, it was
on
legally,
which state you're in.
It was overturned, right?
It was, yeah.
Roe v. Wade.
Again, yeah. Roe was actually overturned. Yes.
So Texas, when you mentioned that Texas did not hold like a statewide vote, it's because instead they passed legislation in Texas.
They didn't.
They did. The Texas Heartbeat Act.
Yeah, they didn't pass legislation to give people access for abortions.
Right.
I'm not talking about the restrictions. There's other states that have put in very limited restrictions, but that's not the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that women, depending on what state that you're in, don't have the same level of access to healthcare. Question: which state do you live in?
I told you, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Yeah. Perfect. Let's say, do you think you live in Wisconsin? I live in Washington State.
Correct.
Do you think that you should be able to have? I should be able to have access to dental care because I live in Washington State, but you shouldn't be able to have access to dental care because you live in Wisconsin.
No, and that's kind of where it gets fundamental to the point
Okay.
where I don't think AB is like healthcare. That's not something that should be government sponsored.
It's literally healthcare, though.
It's not. We would disagree on that. But I'm arguing from a point of view where let's say it is, right. Let's say it is.
But no,
it just went back to the states. You vote on it. Over 16 states have voted on it, and you also vote for your local constituents.
I need you to stop talking over me. Calm down for a second.
You're comparing AB to dental care. That's not the same thing.
You didn't let me finish my point.
Everyone needs dental care in their life. Not everyone needs it.
I know. Hey, stop. Fucking stop. Listen, you don't get it because you didn't let me finish my point. The point that I'm making is that I agree. I shouldn't have access to dental care because I'm in Wisconsin and in Washington State, and you don't have access because you're in Wisconsin. Now we can talk about the levels of dental care depending on where we are, meaning access, but at the very minimum, we should all have access to dental care no matter which state you live in, right?
Right, because that's universal for everyone. Everyone needs dental care.
Yeah, so when it comes to women and their rights, then they should have the access no matter which state they live in, and not everyone gains access. But even more so, the point that I'm getting across, right, is that under men, the rights that once stood have now been reduced, right? You can take a look at the fact that prior to Donald Trump appointing additional Supreme Court justices, you can take a look back 10 years ago. Literally 10 years ago, women had more rights 10 years ago than they do today. You can take a look at the people within the queer community who have less rights today than they did 10 years ago. And that's the point that I'm making. You can talk about, well, now it's sending back to the states, it's different levels, blah, 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 blah. But the point being is people's rights have been rolled back or lost. And I put loss as a
what rights did the queer community lose? Can you update me on that?
Yeah, transgender people have been restricted in multiple ways, and specifically the Supreme Court is getting ready to rule on the decision about transgender women being able to play in NCAA sports. You also see Republican Party. You also see the Republican Party. You also see the Republican Party looking to overturn Obergefell, which gives the right to gay marriage. So specifically, the Republican Party is targeting rights that these people have.
Those are privileges. Like going to the military, that's a privilege. It's not a right. Going to play the NAACP or whatever you said, that's a privilege, not a right. I'm sorry. This is just like, are you joking or are you serious?
No,
These aren't rights.
Like, see, this is the point.
That's the issue. Hold on, and I'm going to tell you why.
No, you don't tell me. Hold on. You hold on.
It's not healthcare.
This is the point that I'm getting to.
Saves lives.
Hey, what the fuck is happening with you guys today? Why don't you have impulse control? Stop it. And yes, he did say NAACP. Fucking idiot. The point that I'm getting across, right? The entire premise of this is that men in leadership have specifically disenfranchised women. And the contrast that I'm making is that women in leadership would be more preferable because they would uphold the rights that are being lost. You can sit here and say, oh, I don't think that's a right, or I do think that's a right. But the fact of the matter is that 10 years ago, women had the ability to gain access to abortion. And now, depending on where you are today, they do not. 10 years ago, queer people had the access to whether it's, transgender people being in the military, and now they do not. You can talk about the rollback in the attacks on quote unquote DEI, which is an attack on DEIA, which gave people access to a better quality of life. and now they don't have those.
Which helped
And
white
so
women
the
the
point
most.
that I'm making is that you see these people willing to sacrifice things that's important to other people, that benefit other people, but things that would not negatively impact them by them rolling it back. That's my point.
Get it. The issue is you think getting special treatment is your right. But if you want women leaders, you would have to convince women to vote for them. Women are going to vote for a man. We saw that in the election, right?
Sure. What
Popular
special
vote. Hold on.
Special treatment?
Why didn't you let me finish?
No. Hold on. You said
no impulse control?
You said
right?
special treatment. What special treatment?
Who didn't have impulse control?
I want you to be specific. What special treatment?
DEI, affirmative action that helped white women the most, by the way.
Okay, so
you want hold on. You literally are advocating. Hold on.
So you think
you're
that
advocating to treat people
DEI
differently based on their skin color. Why do you want that?
Okay, cool. You don't know.
No answer. Okay,
you don't know what DEI is.
Want me to spell it out for you? Diversity,
no.
equity, and inclusion, and accessibility. If you have the A in there.
Cool.
So hold on.
What it stands
Why
for.
should
No, you don't tell me to hold on. This is my live. You don't get to guide the conversation. I do. Cool. Perfect. I don't care about what it stands for. Stop and listen. I don't care about what it stands for. I want you to tell me what it is. What is it? Not what does it stand for? Cool. You guys say the same thing. You say the actual name. What is it?
I'm trying to tell you, but you interrupted. So it stands for treating people differently based on their skin color.
That's not
accessibility.
True. That's not
gender.
That's
we
not
treat
true.
them differently based on that, guys.
Okay. So
people
stop it. Stop it. You're crashing out because you don't know things. Stop it. Be a fucking adult. DEIA is not about skin tone. DEIA is about removing biases. It has nothing to do with skin tone. That's why you sit there and say, oh, it benefits white women. Yes, it absolutely benefits white women. It also benefits veterans, people with disabilities. The point of DEIA is ensuring that everyone gets a fair shake, and it's not based off of what they're not. But even more so, there is no policy that's been implemented that mandates DEIA. If you want to talk about DEIA, the best way for you to get an understanding of what it is blind resumes, where you take people's resumes and you remove the descriptors on the resumes, their names, anything that may lead to them being, a woman or, a person of color or anything like that. And you just literally stack up the resumes side by side and let them make a decision based off of who has the better resume. That gets you the best candidate without all of the other things that would influence the decision. So when you talk about DEIA and wanting to give someone something that's not true, we want to take away those biases that make people lean towards other people because of those biases. Now you may speak on what I said.
I get that. Remove biases, right? That was your main point. Or am I wrong?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So the issue is that you think there are some biases in the world that you need to fix through affirmative action. And if you support
affirmative action is different than DEIA.
Why do you think I mentioned affirmative action instead
because
of DEIA?
You mention it because you're trying to muddy the water. If you know the difference, then you wouldn't be talking about affirmative action because that has nothing to do with DEIA. Stop trying to muddy the water. You're literally trying to muddy the water because you know you're wrong.
So is black only spaces segregation DEIA?
What are you talking about? Black only spaces segregation? What do you mean?
Yeah, like if black people want to segregate themselves, is that DEIA? Do you support that?
Be specific because you're being really stupid right now and I need to understand exactly what you're talking about. What spaces? Can you be specific? W's in the chat for Heather for the $3 donation. Heather sent $3 donation saying, again, I love your song. F that guy. He was just a hater. I understand. W's in chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, that wasn't me that called you, called about request. No, that wasn't you. That was a different Jared. Oh, not the baby running. Oh, they are crashing out hard today, guys. Not gonna fucking lie. They are losing their shit. I knew this was gonna be a triggering topic. No lie. I sent this to Kay before I went live, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be interesting. W's in chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying, does he think that human rights are something to laugh at? He's disgusting. He was fucking disgusting. He's a fucking weirdo, but they all are. W's in the chat for Spooky for the $10 donation saying your theme song is fire. I know it is. I appreciate the shit out of you. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, it has been an interesting day and it goes back to the premise of what we're talking about. Men can be fragile. And it's super interesting that all these different men have come in here today and just like lost it. And it's weird that they can't even engage in just an actual conversation. I don't get it. They always advocate for like being leaders, but then don't actually do the things to lead anyone. Human obsession with skin color, genuinely humans' greatest downfall. Oh, what are you talking about, EMAC? EMAC, come up here and tell me about that. I'm a little confused about what you're saying. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates.
Hello? No, brother, I was saying it in like a positive way. Like.
Oh, okay. Got it. All right. I appreciate you.
All good.
That's why I didn't immediately mute you because I was a little confused. Anyway, I appreciate you.
All good. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Tim. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
I'm not a Trump supporter, but I do disagree with something you have in the background.
Okay. And just to understand your political leniencies, where do you normally lie? On the left or right? Who'd you vote for? Things like that.
I voted for Kamala. I'm a centralist, but I have a disagree with.
You voted for Kamala?
Yeah, but I have to disagree with Time for a Woman.
Just an FYI, like already you got my ears perked up and you didn't pass the smell test because.
What's the smell test?
You couldn't even say her name right.
Kamala.
All
right. Well, hey, man, my bad.
I'm just saying most people who end up saying her name that way tends to not be someone that voted for her. Just saying.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you, man. English, my second language. I'm not the best speaker, man, but
I mean, that's fine. I mean, I don't think it's because English. I think it's because, anyway, we'll see. I'll sniff it out. Anyway, what premise do you disagree with on the background?
So Time for a Woman, man. The reason why I disagree is because, man, I was in the Army one time and I was actually, someone said I pretend in the comments, but I was in the Army one time, man. And I was in Columbus, Georgia, right? And there was this girl, I think her name was V or something, Victoria. But I used to have her name on my Snapchat. I saved it as Meat because how I met her was that I met her off a dating app, right?
Hey,
and my buddy was
to like slur or do something weird? Because if you are, you can just jump to it.
I'm not gonna slur. Don't worry. I'm not gonna say a slur or nothing, sir.
Okay. But I'm just saying, like, normally when people set things up like this, they're gearing up to call me the N-word or
no. The girl was black, but that's not part of the issue. You know what I mean? The reason why I think that women shouldn't be in power is because I realized what they would do in power. Because I had to think back about this moment recently, right? So this girl named V, her name was Meat. I met her on a dating app, right? And first thing first, I knew she was a little freaky. What happened? My buddy was in the closet. My buddy was legit in the closet.
Tim,
he was taking pics.
Tim, yeah, you're getting to the weird point.
No, bro, please.
No. You're trying to be weird. Like you're trying to be weird.
I'm not.
You are. Stop coming off mute and listen to me. Stop.
Master, my bad.
If you're not trying to be weird, let's keep it within the rails and just establish your premise. I don't want to hear about, your sexual preferences, what did or did not happen, or when just Make your argument based off of logic and reason why you think that women aren't good leaders. And personally, I don't want to hear about your personal experience.
All right. Well, so I can't talk about my personal experience just to make sure.
Because you were about to get weird, and I don't want to get weird. Like again,
No,
if you're
it's not
gonna
gonna
do the
get
weird
weird.
shit or crash out or something, just do it. Like you're holding it up.
No. It's not weird. It's not weird.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your sexual experiences, bro. Just
I'll
get
say
to the
something else
point.
then. I'll talk about something else then. All right. So this one time I was in. Or no, my bad. Shoot, man. So what can we talk about, man? If we can't talk about personal experience, that's like a lot of my life. Is there like a debate point? Well, anyways, I'll just get to it, man. So anyways, brother, we were in a Motel 6, right?
Brother like that.
My bad, man. I did not mean I didn't mean it like that. But I was in a Motel 6 and
again, I don't want to.
How can I explain my reasoning without my personal experience, man?
Easy. With
How,
magic.
sir?
With magic.
Okay. Well, my
Do you know
bad,
magic?
man. I don't know any magic, actually.
I do.
Oh, you're gonna make me. I see.
I don't understand why he was so hell bent on like saying weird shit. Like, what's the point? What are we even doing? Like, just be normal. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or someone disagrees with something on the background?
Oh my God, I didn't mean to join. I'm sorry.
Okay.
How do I leave? Oh.
How do you leave?
Yeah, sorry. I don't know. I was watching your live. I don't know how to get off.
Oh, don't worry. I got you.
Okay, thank you.
Only request up. If you're a Trump supporter, you disagree with something on the background, we're only looking for some debates. Only request up. If you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, we're only looking for some debates. Pedro, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I am not a Trump supporter. I disagree with something in the background.
Okay.
You say
and
time
just
for a
understanding your
woman?
political leanings, do you normally lean left, right? Like, who do you normally, or who'd you last vote for?
Full Democrat, voted for Kamala.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead and tell me what you disagree with.
I disagree with time for a woman. I think it should be time for women. Let's have a vice president and a president that are women.
Bro thought he cooked. It's not actually disagreeing with something on the background. You literally just tried to find a way to get around the point to get up here. Let's try this person. Please don't be weird. Please don't be weird. Please don't be weird. Please don't be weird. Please don't be weird.
Hey, I just have a question.
Oh my God, you're gonna be weird. Don't be weird. Please don't be weird. Is it a weird question?
Question, please.
Is it a weird question?
No, why has the time started to be like passing really fast these days?
Oh, I know why. Magic. Why? Just be normal. Dang it, people, just be normal.
Hello? Hello?
Is this the Grinch?
No.
Say, you're a mean one, Mr.
Why?
Grinch.
Why do you want me to say that?
Because you sound like the guy that's, have you know the old movie, The Grinch?
Like the narrator?
Yeah. Just do it. Just do it.
I mean, I get it. I sound like Cleveland Brown a lot. Never
My
heard
name is Cleveland Brown, and I am. No, do the one that I just asked you to do.
All right. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch.
Okay,
I don't know the full thing.
I'm sorry. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Not a Trump supporter. Can't care less for him. I kind of want him to end up like, yeah. I'm not advocating for it. Y'all do what y'all want to do, but hey.
Disagree with something on the background though?
Yeah, two things. World War III, I don't think that's going to happen. It's just going to be a proxy war. And what you mean, like lost rights? What do you mean by that?
When I talk about like lost rights, I mean the restriction of rights that has occurred for women, people within the queer community, and non-white people overwhelmingly that have been harmed by this leadership under men as a whole, not just Donald Trump. But
yeah, I agree with lost rights. I don't think that we should be telling women what they can and can't do. You know, Are you advocating for that, or are you
advocating to tell women what they can or can't do?
Yeah.
Only if they're in the live right now, and I'm telling them tap the screen, ladies.
Oh, so
tap the screen.
You support ABs, right?
I think that women should be able to make decisions about their own bodies. I mean, like the premise that we try to govern women's bodies, but not men's body is stupid.
Okay, so agreed. Like you had me confused. I don't know if you're a Trump supporter or not because you got the whole red hat.
What does that say? I know it's mirrored. Hold on. Let me see let me unmirror it and you tell me. Hold on. Can you see what it says?
Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Kamala would never.
Kamala would never.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you mean by that?
The shit that Jimothy is doing, Kamala would never do it. Yeah. You said World War III loading. You think it'll be a proxy war? Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think war would be war in the sense of understanding it throughout the history, but I think that we can talk about the way that the Trump administration is specifically putting us against our allies and all in further.
Like trying to get Greenland and stuff like that?
Yeah, and then we have like, you know, I don't know if you saw this, but like for the last 24 hours, he's basically been attacking Emmanuel Macron from France. And it's been like a whole thing. And even Republicans are saying like, hey, Trump, if you actually go forward with trying to take over Greenland, then you're going to lose the Republicans as well.
Nah, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I just don't like Trump. You know, I think I really don't like any politician. I'm a independent. I don't care about Democrats. I don't care about Republicans.
Are you against women leadership?
It depends. So for like Kamala, I wouldn't want her as a president. I wouldn't want any type of woman as president. But if it was like, who was that girl that was in 2016 when Trump first started running? What's her name? The white lady.
There shouldn't be any girls running. For,
the white woman. I forgot her name.
Okay, so a woman. Okay,
yeah,
got
the
it.
white
So
woman.
not a girl. Not a girl, because I don't think you can run for president if you're a girl.
Yeah, Hillary. Yeah, I like Hillary. I ain't gonna lie.
You like Hillary, but you don't like Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Why?
I just like it, man. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's got to be something, right?
I mean, I really don't know why I like her. I was 16 when I first heard about her.
Hey, you know, I met Hillary Clinton.
Really?
Yeah.
How was it?
It was dope. It was dope, actually. It was when I was like way younger. I met her on Capitol Hill. Anyway, I'm trying to understand why it sounds like you're just talking about the fifis in your tum-tum.
The fifis in my tum-tum? Never heard of that before. What you mean?
I know that's a Santana original. Coined it.
What does that mean?
It's the feelings in your stomach or gut.
Nah, she's too old. Hell nah, bro.
Nobody talking about you like, you know, not those type of feelings. I mean, like your emotions feelings. Like you have no actual baseline of like facts or anything that you're going on. You're just saying like it's.
Oh, my bad.
You come up here to hang out with me?
Somewhat. I was just bored, so I wanted to join. I'm into politics somewhat. I kind of like dibble and dabble in it here and there. Like, I'm from Florida, so let me
I don't know what's happening, chat. Maybe I'm tripping. Chat, is it me? Maybe it's me. No, American Advocate, you cannot come up. I refuse. Fucking W's in the chat for John. Fucking W's in the chat for John. John sent a $50 donation. I said, sup, dog? Sup? Hold on. Chat. Why does it smell like sup, dog in here? Why does it smell like sup, dog in here? Nothing. What's up with you? Anyway, W's in the chat for John for the $50 donation. What's up, dog? This is Ray Spike on YouTube. Ray Spike, what up? I won't argue with you. I prefer my butt being unkicked. Oh, okay. I had to pause. I didn't know where you were going. Ooh. But what about gay men? I only ask because I don't want to dismiss the potential of a brilliant leadership of someone like Pete Buttigieg. And you're saying it, and are you staying hydrated? Much love. Yeah, I love you too. I like Mayor Pete. But in the realm of intersectionality, he's still a white man. So he may be gay, but he is still a white man. And you can't separate the point that he is a white man and no white man. I think that sitting here saying, what about again, I'm not trying to downplay the importance of even like film presenting gay men, but I do think that there's a lack of representation when it comes to women. And when I say women, I mean, transgender women, cis women, like just women in period, right? And I think that any instance where we place, any man in front of them, no. So that's it. Trump is speaking about what? What is he speaking about? Oh, you're fucking lying. Oh my God. Why is it always something? Holy shit. Every single time. Why the fuck does it always have to be something with him? All right, let's see what he's talking about. Jesus. Give me a second. Let's see what the fuck he's talking about. Damage report? Someone said Trump is speaking currently. Let's take a look. Can you guys hear it?
If you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the things that all of the time that
I can't do it that way. Can you guys hear it? Hold on.
Else, most of them are coming from out of the country, and it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters.
He's just fucking showing pictures of like undocumented immigrants that he says ICE has found.
Drug dealers, they're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers. They're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane. These are just in Minnesota and California. It's worse. In other states, it's worse. No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the...
Yeah, I don't find any value in this. Sorry, chat. If there was any type of substance, like he just fucking he interrupted our day just because he's fucking lonely. He's just like the other guy that just came up here. Just the only difference between the other guy and Trump is that he has the ability to fucking interrupt all of our lives by going on national television instead of hopping on somebody's TikTok live. That shit that he's talking about is so pointless. There's absolutely no substance in anything that he said. Make America not listen to Trump bullshit again. W's in chat for Rachel for the $2 donation saying, the reason men don't want women in leadership is because they're afraid that women will treat them how they've been treated. And is like literally that's why they're afraid of it. Literally why they're afraid of it. W's in the chat for tip for the $5 donation saying, white male fragility is so fucking weird. Women, people of color, and other marginalized groups have always had to work twice as hard to earn half as much. These white Fs know they better not. They're not better, but they need to uphold the system that makes themselves feel better. I agree, and it's not all white people. It's just those ones that are like, I can't compete. W's in chat for Mike for the $5 donation saying, I'm gonna start calling you Amazing Santana for all the magic. Listen, Mike, they've been fucking tripping, bro. I don't know what's going on. It ain't me. It can't be the background. W's in chat for Tracy with the $5 donation saying, keep it up. It's hard it's hard to get out of bed these days, knowing how much negativity is out there. Thank you for being a part of giving us hope. Absolutely. Listen, I'm not gonna hold you. Sometimes it is for me too. But I feel like, and if I'm going to be honest, I feel like in certain instances, you guys count on me, and like the last thing I want to do is let you down. So even though sometimes it really sucks and it's hard, I still have to do it. W's in chat for Rohit for the $2.99. Ozzy say, you're rustling their jimmies today. Oh, I don't know what rustling is. Rustling? I don't know what that means. W's in the chat for Heart of Dixie for becoming a late night tuber. W's in the chat for Sean. What up, Sean? Who sent a $5 super chat saying, I'm glad for your creators. Y'all remind me that there's still sanity in the world. You're like an island of sanity and intelligence. Thank you, Santana. I don't know about that one, but listen, we at least aren't drowning. At least we're not drowning. W's in the chat for Jay for the $2 donation saying, as your biggest op, I love seeing these people make you crash out. Don't let them get to you, little bro. You got this. Whatever. They didn't make me crash out. It's just like they're fucking weird. They're weird. W in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send in a super chat and rustling like the noise. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Hi, leader. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background? Linder Wilson.
Listen.
Yes, are you
No. I was trying to find out where you get your hats. Do you sell them?
No.
Because I really want one.
You can't have it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just messing with you. If you go take a look on my main page, they're sold by Hector. I don't know if you know Hector Talk, but there's a video on my main page about it. You can go to the Linktree in his bio. He sells these hats. But also, don't come off for that, friend. You can put that in a request. Don't come off for that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because sometimes, sometimes I'm ornery, and then I just kick people. And also, you got a lot of noise in the background. All right, I'm gonna drop you down.
Yeah, that's no racing thing. Thank you.
Who winning?
Me.
Oh, you're racing yourself?
No, I'm racing against a bunch of people online. So.
Oh, you cool?
I'm still winning.
I know that's right. No, you better not be lying to me.
Oh no. I got some fast stuff.
All right, give them hell.
Alone.
Give them hell.
You know it.
Have a good one.
You too.
Let's see here. Okay, chat. This is what I'm thinking. Joe, you said you heard the engine. Oh, sorry. W's in chat for tip for the $5 donation saying, true, it's not all white people, but as a white man, I hate saying that phrase because I'll sound just like not all men weirdos. And yeah, no. Listen, as a white person, you should definitely not be saying not all white people. Leave that to people that aren't white. I would never say not all men as a man. I think that it's important for people with privilege to understand that like they don't get to make a determination whether or not they're a safe space. And so while I appreciate the people that think that I'm a safe space, it's not up to me to determine that I am a safe space. I think it's the responsibility of the people that confine in me to be a safe space and then hold me accountable for always being a safe space. And if I'm not, calling me out on it. So, yeah, when I say stuff like that, I'm talking about specific white people. I'm talking about my whites, not all the whites, but my whites. So yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But like, I think that's a part of the entire thing. So. W's in chat for tip. Chat. Okay, this is what I'm thinking. Since I got on so early, I'm not gonna hold you. I don't really have shit to do right now because I'm on the East Coast. I'm still traveling. I'm here. My boys are in school. So I don't have shit to do. And so if I get off live, then I'm just gonna go watch anime. And so I would rather stay online with you guys instead of getting offline. And who's crashing out in the comments? Who? Hold on. I'm going to send you a request. Come on. Who's crashing out in the comments? Oh, American Happy. Ouch, 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 ouch. I just laughed so hard it made me crap. Okay. Oh, shit. See? No access, see?
Hello, Santana.
Hey, why aren't you in school? Stop it. You should be in school. No one's out of school right now. Anyway, I haven't started watching this season of JJK. Oh, there's a snowstorm in Virginia? Got it. I haven't started watching this season of JJK. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'll do this if you guys make me a promise. How about this? I don't know when I have time. So I'll do this. I'll hit a quick restart. I'll go use the potty, get another drink, and we come back and do this a little bit longer. JC, for what? No, I don't want to talk to you. I don't talk to you. I have no interest in talking to you. No, thank you. American adversary. JC, he's scared of everyone. Not scared of you, bub. Why are you spamming that in the chat? You guys are so fucking weird. And you got too much time on your hand. All right. So how about that? If I hit a quick restart, go grab something to drink, use the bathroom, will you guys come back, or are you going to squirrel on me? Because if you're going to squirrel on me, then I'm not going to come back. If you guys are going to squirrel on me, then I'm not coming back. I see a lot of people saying they're coming back. But chat.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
Y'all playing in my face. Most of y'all not gonna come back. You ain't gotta lie, Jody. All right. I'll make it quick. We'll come. You said no lies detected. My Zeus voice. All right, let me find someone for YouTube to watch just for a few minutes. Someone said
the marshmallow brain here has the law in front of him, and throughout all of this time that he could have gone and read it, he hasn't read it. We all know that what constitutes illegal entry according to 8 U.S.C. 1325 is to enter at somewhere that is specifically not authorized by
agents. I already know
protection.
that, bro. I already know.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
What?
Hey, don't do
what?
that. Don't do that. Don't be dishonest. I gave you tons of time to answer. You said get on with it. Now it's my turn. Don't say another fucking word. Because you're an irritating fuck. It also constitutes illegal entry to consciously avoid or evade Border Patrol. That law doesn't say anything about being undocumented. So now we're going to give Malik one third and final try to find a law that says it's illegal to be undocumented. Go.
Do you think illegal immigrants do not consciously go across Border Patrol agents to go around them? Do you think that? I'm asking you.
Yes, I do. But
Exactly.
I don't think
So
illegal.
what the fuck are we
I don't.
talking about?
No. They don't listen.
Stupid. You sound dumb.
Stop.
You just
Stop. They do not consciously avoid Border Patrol.
Yes,
They don't. No, they don't. And they don't have to. Listen, dummy, they don't. You don't know that they do, and they actively do not.
Also,
they don't because they contact them every single day. They actually go and seek them out. So I want you to stop. Listen, stop. What I want is a law that says it is illegal to be undocumented.
Here goes the semantics game. You looking, bro. This is stupid as shit. I don't understand why.
Okay.
Ego, you need to tone it down because you're not as smart as you think you are.
Ain't nobody worried about y'all, bro.
Ain't nobody worried about your bitch ass either. You should have been on the phone with your wife during lunch instead of making yourself look like an asshole up here. You made yourself look like a dumbass instead of speaking to your wife.
Smart black women.
Hey, Malik. Hey, I get it. You like smart black men. But here's the question. Are you on Swan's live or is she on your live?
I already told you can kick me if you want to, bro. I don't care.
Who wants to kick you? No, this is not about me kicking you. Nobody gives a fuck if you're here or not. That's all. You can leave on your own steam.
Honestly,
but you said,
leave.
Yeah, but he said nobody checking for us. But he over here hat in hand, like, can I have some more soup? Please give me some attention. That's you. You want somebody else's live asking for attention. We ain't coming to you.
You lying. You're lying.
Yeah, what was the lie?
I just asked you, do immigrants normally go around the border patrol, or do they sought them out? You said at first that they go around them. Now you saying they sought them out.
Okay, so I misunderstood your question. Listen, this is me being honest.
Bro. Oh my God.
I misunderstood your. Shut the ever-loving fuck up. I misunderstood your question. They do not avoid Border Patrol, you moron. If you have evidence that they do actively avoid it, please present it.
Crazy, Jeff. How do they have the numbers of people that have come in here if they are actively avoiding Border Patrol? Can you tell me that, Jeff? How do they have a number count of people who have, gone by the borders if they are actively trying to avoid it? How does that work, Jeff?
Because if you're trying to go.
How does that work, Jeff? Because I only speak to intelligent people.
It works simply like this. They're psychic. They have this psychic ability to tell when somebody is like going the other way. Mm-hmm. That's how they can tell.
Got it. I need to get some of those skills to, know when somebody's going to be there without seeing them.
Hey,
I'm still thinking, like, if I travel out the country, will I be labeled as a, undocumented immigrant? Because according to his logic, that's what it's looking like.
You sound stupid, dude. You sound dumb.
Yeah, I know. You sound dumb as fuck. I know.
Sorry.
I know. All that emotion that nobody care about. I know.
Ask a question.
Kim, what chips you got?
Can I ask a question?
Oh, Doritos.
Oh, wow, that ass back shaking.
Can I ask a question to Hakeem?
Why are you addressing me?
Because you just sound stupid as hell, so I'm trying to ask you a question.
Oh, please. Only intelligent people can speak on. Only intelligent people can speak on this panel. You're not in that.
He's so emotional.
You're not in that category.
So emotional.
Go call your wife. Tell her that you went on a panel. Embarrass the hell out of yourself.
Hey, Kim, $5 is white.
I've already recorded. Trust me, she's gonna see.
The one that put up with that ignorance.
Jeff, you done with him? I know you. It's like playing with string at this point talking to him, but
yeah, I think he's done with himself.
Yeah, I got you quiet though. You sound stupid.
Got you quiet now.
if we quiet, it's for the the ignorant shit that you've shown on this panel. That's why we quiet.
Did you fall asleep over there?
Swan probably is asleep. She been gone for a while.
Swan.
No, I'm here. It was asking me to remove you, though. I got a violation.
Me?
Yeah.
What did I do?
I don't know. It didn't say.
You want me to drop and come back?
He probably reported someone.
Try to drop and come back?
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say, I'm probably going to end it. I don't know where Faisal went. Because Faisal was supposed to go live, but I don't think, I don't know if he went up yet.
Dang, I missed the party. I was trying to get like 5 minutes.
Oh, wait. He said he reported. Well, he said he was reporting.
I don't know if he was, but that's probably why Kim got restricted.
Yeah.
Because he kept going on pause, and I doubt he was on the phone.
You sound like you about to knock out Swan. So.
Oh, Swan over there drooling. There's drool coming out the side of her. She's trying so hard. Slobber all on the pillow.
No, there's not.
You came back like, no, it's still up.
No, you're not even
Literally came up here like, yeah, I'm up. Yeah. What y'all need?
You're reaching. I was dozing. Wait, Kim, can you come back up or no? I just want to make sure her account is good. Because I don't see her request. Oh, there it goes.
Sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Oh, step in if you dare. Get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in, you get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place. This a flame.
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome back. I know that took a little bit longer than 2 minutes, but I made me another cup of coffee and I spilled some of my coffee. So yeah, there's that. Also, it was good to get up and like move around because while I'm traveling, I am not in my home and I don't have my super comfy chair, and I'm like have a makeshift chair and my butt hurts. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something in the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. With that being said, if you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Send your daily heart me if you have not done so. It's only 1 coin. It'll boost the live, push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. It'll boost the live as well. Last but not least, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Monopoly, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something in the background?
I am a Trump supporter and I disagree. It's not time for a woman.
Okay. All right. Floor is yours then. What's your premise? Why do you think that it's not time for a woman?
Okay. The reason why I believe it's not time for a woman is because your party classifies women as anyone that says I am a woman. So if Donald Trump woke up this morning and felt like he should tuck his dick between his legs and say, hey,
have some decorum. This is a classy joint. Classy joint. We got velvet on the wall.
I'm feeling like a woman today.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I know you came up to try to do transphobia. That has nothing to do with the point that I'm making. And also, hey, you do understand that like there are women on the Republican side. I'm advocating for women on the Republican side as well. I don't know if you looked at this picture, right? You probably didn't. But this person right here, that's Nikki Haley. That's a Republican. So you sitting here coming up to try to attack the transgender community. Yes, trans women are women, but the bigger point is I'm talking about across the board. I'm not just talking about Democrats, I'm talking about Republicans as well. So would you like to engage in the premise as far as women leadership, or did you just want to be transphobic? Because if you just want to be transphobic, you can fuck off. I don't want to do that. But would you like to engage with the premise of
absolutely
the leadership that has failed us when it comes to men?
I'm going to engage with the premise. So Donald Trump woke up this morning and say,
hey, I'm not going to let you say the stupid shit that you just tried to say again. I don't give a fuck about your transphobia. This is the last warning. Either get off the transphobic point or either get off the point or get gone. I don't care which one. Like, tell me, as far as women, why you think they can't lead, because the country is in the current space that we're in due to the men that have led our country.
Well,
how do you square that circle?
Hold on.
No.
I just want to verify.
No, I just need to make sure you understand the parameters. If you say anything else about, I need you to understand the parameters. If you continue to try to go back to transgender people, I'm telling you, I don't want you to do that. I have no interest in transphobia. If you try to do it again, I'm going to fucking kick you. Either be a normal person and engage in the premise of the background or fuck off. I don't care which one, period.
Understood, Massa. I get it. Now we can move on. You ready?
I don't care about the racism. I mean, you can try to use your racist dog whistle all you want to. Sure.
Oh my gosh, man.
Anyway,
please quit crying.
Let's talk about why women would be better leaders than men. And I think that you're perfectly exemplifying it, right? I mean, the fact that you came up here with all the fragile ego in the world, you are so afraid of anything that's not you that you immediately push back, and you use racist dog whistles to try to amplify what you're saying, but you still haven't substantiated any type of argument. Can you give me any argument with substance why you think women leaders would not be suitable to lead our country based off of the current state of our country with men leading it?
Okay, understood. But here's what, if we are going to have an argument, we have to understand what your premise is.
Okay, sure. I got you. Don't worry about it. My premise is that over the 250-year history of our country, 90% of Congress, that is the House, Senate, and also the presidency has been white men, right? Even if you talk about the current makeup of Congress, about 80% of Congress today is made up of men. We are literally in the position that we are today because of the decision of men. And I think women would be better for the overall progression of our country. The current leadership that we're dealing with now has us on the brink of World War III. Our economy is floundering. People have lost their rights. The fragile male ego continues to shine through in every single decision that's made. And last but not least, there's a premise that if there is going to be a woman president, then she needs to be saddled with a white man as a vice president. And I say no. No white men as a VP, because white men are the ones that really got us to where we are, but I have no interest in that. So my premise is that women have higher EQs. They're more equipped for high stress situation. They are less inept to like emotional reactions when it comes to violence or substance abuse, things like that. So I think a woman being the leader, that's like the only way we're going to get the country back on track.
Okay, got it. But here's the problem with your premise. You're using the terms men and male interchangeably, as well as female
I sat there and told you I don't want to hear your transphobia bullshit, and you tried to sneak it in again. Not gonna do it. You're weak. If you want to be transphobic, you're not gonna do it on my platform. That's your entire personality. You guys are so infatuated with the queer community. Like, why are you so obsessed? Like, fucking let people be people. I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna get to be weird up here. And you're back in the request. Why the fuck would I let you back up? You can leave, bro. You're not getting back up here. You're not getting back up here. Guys, can we knock out the heart puffs and also send your daily heart me? It's only 1 coin. It will help push us out to the FYP. I'm just looking at this list of guests, and all I can think is no. That's all I can really think of is no. And for different reasons. Not everybody in the request is, completely irredeemable. But there are certain people that I've spoken with a couple of times, and I don't think it's necessarily, fruitful to have this conversation again with. But the rest of the people suck. They suck monkey balls. No, thank you. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Do that. There we go. All right. Let's try this person. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I don't, but I want to know real quick if I can send a message to the urban indigenous community. I've been hopping in friendly lives to send out an urgent message. Can I do that real quick? I had no other way to really ask you.
Normally, I would say no, because you got to respect the actual premise as far as live. I'll give you a warning anytime in the future if you want to do something, get the message to like one of the mods, or like there's other ways to get across a message. But with that being said, it sounds like you have an important message. Well, so the only reason that I kind of worry about that is because like I don't know exactly what you're gonna say, and but I'll give you the floor, and as long as you keep it within the lines, you're good.
Yeah, no problem. Just real quick, any urban indigenous tribal members that live in the urban areas, please make sure you have your tribal cards on you at all time. And this would be especially in Baltimore, Philly, Newark areas. This is the urgent message right now. And I don't mean becoming a member, I'm talking about members already. If you don't have a copy of your papers or your card, feel free to message me or to contact your local indigenous committee that they have set up. And like Maryland has an indigenous committee set up, and so does Pennsylvania. And there are people lined up right now prepared to help everybody get their cards. That's it. That's all I got to say. I appreciate it.
Look, listen.
I'll shoot you a message.
Absolutely. No, you can get it to any of my mods. It's just, you never know what people are going to say.
I know.
Like, I appreciate what you said, but you never know what's going to come out of certain people.
I know. And I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Keep doing what you guys are doing. You're a generation under me. We started fighting the fight, back in the early 2000s. So it's good to see you guys coming up and kind of taking the mantle. So, we can do other methods like this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, thank you so much.
So I volunteer with the Indian Center in Baltimore, by the way. So anybody needs any help or information, feel free to message me. But love you guys. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Yep. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates.
Hello.
Hi, John. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
So no, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I wanted to just clarify what you mean. So, because I don't necessarily agree that it's time for a woman. I just think it's down to you just being a good president with good policies, I guess. It's
Are you
not
in the
necessarily to
US?
do with gender. No, sorry. Is that a
Where you
problem?
at?
UK.
Okay. So normally I would say yes, it is a problem. But yesterday specifically, I had a guy come on my live and I was like, hey, you don't sound like you are American. You don't sound like you're in the country. Are you? And he's like, yeah, I'm in New York. And I'm like, you know, I ran him through the gauntlet and he couldn't answer any questions. And I was like, hey, just tell me the truth. I'll talk to you, but I need you to tell me the truth. And he didn't do it. And so I was like, you know what? Fine, I'm going to kick you because you're lying. And then he tried like, no, actually, okay, yes, I'm out of the country. And then he was like, oh, I want to come back up. And I was like, no, you lied. I say all that to say you led with the truth. So we can talk for a little while. Let's do it. Give me your premise one more time.
Yeah, so I agree more with the fact that I don't agree that it's necessarily to do with gender. I just think if we have a male president who's got good policies and stuff, then I think that ultimately makes it better in a sense. I don't
So
necessarily think.
how much do you know about like American politics and like the history of politics within the US?
Not too much. I just know obviously I don't believe there has been a female president yet.
A woman.
Woman, sorry. So I can understand why you would say that you wanted a woman president. But
well,
I wouldn't.
No, so I'll say this. The reason why I'm advocating for a woman president is not necessarily because like, oh, first groundbreaking, da-da-da-da-da-da. I mean, yes, that would be cool. But the more so the premise is that I think the direction of our country is not only in such bad shape, but it's been in bad shape no matter if it's the left or the right that has had power, right? And the premise that like we continue to pass legislation based off of men. Specifically, it's been white men, but men in general, right? Over the 250-year history of our country, our Congress has been made up of 90% white men, right? And even if you take a look at the current structure of our Congress, House, Senate, presidency, it's 80% men. And while you have these men in place, they tend to do things that may disenfranchise minorities or others or whatever, but not necessarily disenfranchise them. And so they're not always keen to passing legislation or doing anything that's overall beneficial. And I think that throughout the history of our country, we've shown like that the leadership for men has been a failure in multiple ways. And we can look directly at the current administration who is alienating our allies across the globe, and looking to align the U.S. with like Russia. The economy has stalled in multiple places and even taken dips in other places. Literally people have less rights today than they did 10 years ago, which is crazy. And then also there's a whole male ego, which is driving like the entire country, which is bad. And last but not least, even when we have these conversations about like women in power and our first woman president, for some reason people always want to say, well, she needs a white man as a vice president. And I say no. Like I think that the premise that specifically white men have to be there to basically oversee this woman in order to have that piece of groundbreaking history happen. I think that's a premise that I vehemently reject. And I think that having more representation in other areas would be more beneficial than just sticking a generic white man in to make like the fragile people feel safe that a woman is now in power.
So you by the way, I don't dispute any of what you said, but so do you care more about just the overall representation of more women inside the government system, I guess?
I care more about being progressive. I care more about social systems that would benefit everyday Americans. I care about things that would overwhelmingly benefit Americans versus benefiting like corporations and the ultra wealthy. And I think that like the prime example of someone who really kind of understood that and was trying to take steps towards that was Kamala Harris, right? When you look at Kamala Harris and her platform versus Donald Trump, she specifically had plans laid out that would benefit all Americans in multiple ways, and then even specialized plans to help specific people as well. 1 second here. No effing body. You can cry from outside of the club. No one cares about you crying and crashing out. Sorry, I apologize. That was I don't know if you know this, right? But men in the US, they're like super fragile, and they like whine and cry a lot when they can't get their way or get like attention. It's weird. It's a weird thing over here.
Yeah, we have weird stuff going on here as well.
Anyway, yeah. So that's it. I think that like it really opened up my eyes as far as the clear difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, but even more so, like my pick would be AOC. I've been following up with more of her stance, her voting record, what she actually believes in, and she truly believes in the things that she says, and she's not backed by like big money, and she's not bought in for like places like APEC, and like, you know, she's not someone who everyone's in her pocket, and I think that gives us a better chance as far as progression versus sticking to what we've been dealing with, period.
Yeah. I don't dispute that Kamala Harris would have been a better candidate than Trump, just on a moral standpoint, really. And yeah, I think if I did live in the US, I probably would have voted for Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
But do you? Sorry.
No. Go ahead. Floor's yours.
So do you believe that women more uphold better policies than men, in a sense? Then
I think it's going to depend on like the cabinet and the people that the woman puts around her. But I think in general, women make better leaders, right? Just because of the ability to be more in tune, make more precise decisions, and to actually, make sure that there's not such a emotional. I'll give you a great example. Donald Trump specifically, we had trade negotiations going on with Canada, right? I don't know if you heard about this, but we're in the middle of trade negotiations with Canada, and a Canadian broadcast station played a commercial with Ronald Reagan talking about how like tariffs are bad. And Donald Trump got so upset that this Canadian television station ran this commercial that he completely cut off trade negotiations with Canada because of a commercial in Canada. Like, that's such an emotional response. And I think having an inability to actually separate your emotions from doing what's best for Americans is super harmful. And that's what we're seeing today.
So on average, because I do think that women can also make them same emotional senses in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
But do you believe on average men make it more in that sense?
Yeah, women have higher EQs, and I mean, I think the understanding as far as like how men are often more inept to engaging in like substance abuse, violent acts, trying to harm themselves, things like that. I think that lends itself to men being more unstable. I know it's on an individual basis, right? But I think that as a whole, thinking that, well, a man needs to lead just because he's a man, like that's a premise that is no longer suitable for the progression of our country. Also, so I don't know. Okay, I'm going to give you an inside scoop, and I'll give the chat an inside scoop as well. I've been listening to like these AI YouTube stories, right? Do you like superheroes and stuff?
Yeah.
So I've been listening to these really cool things on YouTube. They're like crossovers, right? And they'll take like a character from one place and drop them into a different universe and stuff. And so I was just listening to this crossover where Beerus from Dragon Ball Z, he's a destroyer god, got dropped into the Injustice universe. It's the universe where Superman breaks bad and, has all this control and blah, 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 right? And so from that point, Superman tries to take down Beerus. He can't, all this other stuff, but Beerus makes a decision and strips Superman of his powers for 30 days. And at the end of 30 days, Beerus is like, yeah, your powers will be back. And he had already made a decision, like, either you're going to change or I'm just going to destroy you. But Superman made the decision after 30 days, realizing like how harmful he had been to others, that like, yeah, what I'm doing is super fucked up and I can't do this anymore. I say all that to say, like, I think there's a lack of understanding when you're in a position where you've never been disenfranchised, right? And you talk about like white men always being at the top of the patriarchal system and having access that other people don't have. But then when you talk about women, women have always been quote unquote less than in our country. They have never had full rights, as far as like always having the same rights as men. And I think they have a level of perspective that men will never be able to get to because of the things that they've had to deal with in their life. And so I think the need to be able to empathize and sympathize with people that you don't know is something that a lot of men in leadership lack. And I think the women would have a better opportunity of doing that.
Okay, I understand. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's all I kind of wanted to just get at, is because I was just confused about if you meant like, but you've give good reasoning behind it. So
I just honestly, I mean, if I'm gonna keep it funky with you, like I just feel like our entire political system is super shitty. They forget like the people, right? And I think that we would have a better shot. But before I get to the point of burning it all down, I would rather try to give women the power before I burn it all down. Because if women can't do it, then burn this whole motherfucker down. Like that's the point that I'm at.
I see. Yeah, I don't also like what your president's doing to us now, threatening to do to us as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's super emotional. It's weird. He's super emotional. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for coming up, and thank you for being honest. Like again, I don't normally engage with people who aren't in the U.S., but you were honest and upfront.
Yeah, sorry,
so.
I didn't know, because I don't join Parker and Dean's live because I know they obviously specify you have to be American.
Yeah. Sometimes I've done this in the past, and I might need to do it again soon. But actually, you know what? Fuck it. I might do it like this weekend. I did a international only live where I let people come up that were outside of the U.S. and debate me. So I might actually do that again this weekend. Like only international people can come up to debate.
Yeah.
Give me a follow. Come back.
Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you.
Yeah,
have a good day.
Yep. I did that one time. It was kind of dope, and I think with the state of the world right now, it might be time to do another one. You guys think I should do another one? I might do it again. It was super interesting, and less crash outs as well. But Maple MAGA is annoying. Not gonna hold you. Maple MAGA is super fucking annoying. W's in the chat for 1B. Carrie for the $5 super chat to say they want us to reproduce so badly. A woman as president would definitely make it easier for women to have families. Dream Ticket, AOC, and Crockett. Yeah. No, I completely agree. Absolutely. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted, anything's appreciated. If you are over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. And guys, please be someone in the US and that's able to actually hold a conversation. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background? I think she's in the store. Oh, and it says liberal. Liberal. Very liberal. It says liberal. Let's try this person. Let's try this person. Let's try this person. Every single person I click on. All right, let's try this person. Uh-oh. I see Noah just joined the live. What up, Noah? How's it going, bro? Goddamn, Libby's. God damn, what is happening? I think I kept too many people in the request for too long, and now it's all just clearing out. Tracy, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background? All right, I think Tracy is a pocket ad. Guys, really quick, take a look down at the bottom. If you see the word, if you said echo chamber. Oh, Joe, come up here and make it not so echoey. I'm going to mute you, bub. Come up here and make it not echo for me. It's weird that you call it an echo chamber when I literally give you a platform to come up and speak. How can it be an echo chamber if I give you a spot to speak? It's not an echo chamber. You just don't like what we have to say, and you're a fucking coward. That's it. That's why I sent you the request, and you won't come up because you're a scary coward. And you know that if you come up here, one, you wouldn't be able to hold your own, and two, the echo chamber would absolutely eat you alive, bub. You can't deal with the pressure. That's why you refuse to get in the box. What the fuck are we talking about? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Tommy, hi. Are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background? I've been in the chat for Mama Jones. I see you, lady. Mama Jones just joined live. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. These people suck that's in the request. Dirk, you fucking crash out every time we talk. And then why would you speaking in third person, bring Dirk up? That's weird. Bring Dirk up. Putting bring Dirk up. Stop spamming that. I don't know. Like Dirk, if you come up, you no crashing out. Anyone but Dirk? I know, he's so annoying. Okay, how about this? How about this? Chat. All right. Lock in for me for a second. How about we bring Dirk up? Listen to me. Okay, wait. Listen, wait. Okay, chat. Just fucking wait. Just listen. Just listen. No, just listen. Okay, wait. Just hear me out. Okay, cool. Listen. We bring Dirk up. But we start a bounty. And if Dirk starts to get out of line, you guys can get him up out of here. How about that? Does that sound fair? We bring him up with an open bounty, an open kick. And if you guys think he's insufferable, then you can add to the kick. And as long as he's not insufferable, he can stay. But if he's insufferable, then you guys can get him up out of here. We good with that? Okay. All right. Cool. $100 bounty. Don't start sending anything just because you guys don't like Dirk. Give him a chance. But if he's insufferable, then he can go. Don't just send anything because it's Dirk. Give him a chance. If he's insufferable, then he can go. I don't want to permaban him. I don't like just permabanning everyone. Like, I think that's dangerous, just throwing around permabans. I think permabanning people is for like super serious things, and I think there's a huge difference between like kicking and permabanning people. Dirk, you heard the deal, right?
Well, like I said, this is Dirk here, and I really, really appreciate you bringing me up. This is fantastic. Thank you so much. This is great.
Okay, Dirk,
So I
just an
want to talk
FYI,
about
you
the
have
floundering economy. I think the fact that you even have $100 bounty shows that the Trump economy is booming and we're the hottest country in the world. I think the fact that so many of your viewers have so much, expendable income is a great sign that things are looking good in the U.S. economy and our country is as hot as ever.
Dirk, how do you explain the increased unemployment rate and the drop in consumer confidence and the rise
Absolutely.
in additional costs due to Donald Trump's tariffs, right? Even the Fed has
Now we're
directly...
lying. Now we're lying about things. I could talk about the first two, though. Unemployment is still a very manageable number. We're under 5%.
You didn't let me finish the part.
Well, go ahead. You have my permission to finish. Go ahead.
Dirk, I don't need your permission.
I just gave it. Go ahead.
Prices have increased
Wrong.
because of tariffs.
Wrong.
And
fake news. Fake news. Inflation trending downwards. Food prices dropping. Gas at an all-time low.
I'm just going to mute you for a second so I can get my whole thought out. How do you explain the spike in unemployment?
What's unemployment at?
Inflation, and also the increase in prices due to Donald Trump's tariff. How do you square that circle?
Well, I just told you.
When it comes to the
Unemployment
economy, and I'm sorry, I made the statement about consumer confidence.
Okay, I'll talk. Well, stop interrupting me, and I could get to that point. So the first thing you're saying that prices are increasing, inflation is trending downwards. We have extremely low inflation. Compare that to Biden's 9% inflation, where people like you didn't even mention or even understand what the word inflation meant. We're expected to listen to you when you tried to gaslight the American people that prices weren't skyrocketing. Prices shooting up 20% over the course of his quote unquote administration, even though it wasn't really him. We all know it wasn't him running the show back then.
Dirk.
Go ahead, say that again when I'm not talking.
Inflation to skyrocket under the Biden administration, Dirk. And just
so you're blaming that on COVID? Is that what you're saying?
It's more than COVID.
Okay, I'm blaming unemployment on COVID. The high unemployment rate, it's going to be on
Dirk. Conversation, one at a time. One at a time.
I don't even understand what you're saying.
That's because you won't stop talking for 2 seconds.
You're talking about
FYI, you have $25 on your head already. $25 towards the $100 bounty. Guys, if anyone else would like to add to the $100 bounty for Dirk, Cash Out, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Dirk, there were more factors.
Economy. Go ahead. You have my permission to continue.
There were more factors that caused inflation under the Biden administration outside of COVID. Can you tell us what those things are, Dirk?
Well, yeah, I mean, the libtard talking points are, the supply chain
you have to go
issues
because you fucking slurred. You fucking weirdo. You fucking weirdo. You know what? Shannon just sent $100. W's in the chat for Shannon for the $100 for the kick. But you know what? Since Shannon sent $100 and JoJo sent 10 and Jillian sent 10 and Kelton sent 5 and there was a $20 super chat that I can see from Miss Bella, Dirk, since you want to actually slur, guess what? You're fucking permaban, you prick. Deal with that one. I literally start off saying I don't like permabanning people, and then Dirk comes up and make an ass of himself. So instead of the actual funds going towards a kick, you get a permaban. Fucking asshat. Yet another safe space. Still not your mom. Okay, cool. I'm gonna mute you, right? Because I don't care what you're saying in the comments. Get up here and tell me about it. I literally start off saying I don't like permabanning people. Fucking insufferable. fucking insufferable. W's in chat for Kelton. Let me read these off really quick. W's in chat for Kelton for the $5 donation. Saying I missed comedy hour yesterday, but I got one for you. What's the difference between Gazanzo? I can't say. Why can't I say Garzanzo beans? Why the fuck can't I say it in chickpeas? Trump has never had to pay a Garzanzo bean on his. I can't say the word. I don't know what I know. Like I know what the word is. I just can't say it for some reason. I think it's because I'm pissed off. I don't know. Garbanzo. God damn. W's in chat for Jillian for the $10 donation for the kick fund. 10 words in and I'm done. He was so fucking insufferable. Like, what are we doing? W's in chat for JoJo for the $10 contributing to Dirt Kick first exposure, and now it's got awful in 30 seconds. Like he was up here for like 2 seconds. Like we didn't even, oh my God, he was so insufferable. W's again in the chat for Shannon for the $100 donation saying bye Dirt. W's in the chat for Barbara for the $40 donation saying for changing your mind about a permaban and always shutting down the slurs. Thank you, Santana. Always. Like, I don't get it, man. People are so fucking weird. Like, you don't even have to be that way. W's in chat for Just Alpha for $5 super chat to say add it to the Dirt Kick Fund. But as for me, a military guy, I want a woman to lead for once. Let's see how it actually leads the troops. Come on. I know that's right. And then W's in chat again for Miss Bella for the $20 super chat to say get Dirk out of here. His arrogance is annoying. It is. That one's on me though. That one's on me. Like I did that one. That was on me. That was in the chat for all the donors. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter, disagree with something on the background. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Johnny, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
So how's it going, by the way? Absolutely not a Trump supporter. I despise the guy, but there's like an unfortunate part of my brain that kind of disagrees with the no white men VPs, and I'll tell you why real quick.
Well, really quick before you do, are you a white man?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, go ahead and tell me about why white men are necessary.
So I don't believe that, first of all.
That was a little bit leading.
Yeah, so just my thought process, right, is just the way that US voting records have been going. I personally, there's a couple people that I believe would be a fucking amazing double woman ticket, and I'd love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if enough of America would be able to support it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Listen, I hear your stance, right? And I think that because I thought this through, right? And the reason why I put this on here is more so because like it's the premise that the only way that we make this palatable is by presenting this in some type of package that includes a white man, right? And I'm not saying that there aren't qualified white men, but what I am saying is the premise that women or people of color or whatever, they have to have white men in order to be able to accomplish anything. I disagree with that statement. I disagree with that sentiment, and I think that we have to reject it, right? And so while I understand the initiative that, or not the initiative, but the thought process for people is like, hey, we kind of need it. Like I think Andy Bashir would make a fucking amazing VP for someone. I think that forcing an actual woman president to have a white man just to make it more palatable completely negates the overall progression that we need to make in this country. If you can't package and we can't accept a woman president without having a white man as a VP, then I think that it's completely moot. I think it taints what we're doing because it just delivers the message that the only way that you're willing to accept this woman is if she has a white man standing behind her.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, man. I just it's kind of just like, I guess, a pessimistic standpoint that kind of sits in the back of my mind.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, like how would we go about trying to fix that out? I mean, me personally, I feel like if, for example, the kind of centrist, quote unquote, voters from the most recent election, they need to put their egos aside personally. I feel like some of them could show up to actually benefit if we had, you know, a good ticket that's excluding, if that makes sense. Sorry, I'm not very good with my words, but
no, it's all good. I not word so good sometimes too. So.
Yeah, that's just kind of my standpoint. I mean, I'm completely with you on that. I don't want kind of the country to be in that position to where we would feel like a woman candidate of really any stance would need a white man as a VP, because that's fucking stupid. But it's just how do we go about that?
Yeah, what I'll say is what we're doing right now, right?
Yeah.
I think this is super important what we're doing right now, because the reason why, you know, I've been opening this up to saying, like, if you disagree with something on the background, then you can come up, because there are a lot of things that I've been putting out. There's certain things that people on the left don't necessarily get behind. And I do think that there's a sentiment on the left wing that's like, hey, if we run another woman, then misogyny is going to win again, right? Misogyny, whether it's misogyny or internalized misogyny or misogynoir, is going to win out. And I think that the only way that we can actually deal with that is by starting to address it in public, starting to have those uncomfortable conversations. And it's going to, I mean, we have to have those uncomfortable conversations with white men. And the reason why I say white men is because, like, specifically, white men have powered the presidency throughout the history of our country, right? I mean, the only reason that Donald Trump is in office today is because white men showed up and voted for him at a higher clip than any other president in the history of the world, right? And so I don't think that white men specifically would be like, oh no, I just hate this. But I do think that there's those biases, that misogyny that lives in all men. And then when you talk about Black women, you know, the misogynoir, and it has to be something that's addressed out loud and in public, and for us to actually voice our concerns and then have a reasonable dialogue about, like, why we can put that to rest. I think having this type of conversation around this point with someone who's kind of like-minded is the only way that we're going to get to a position where it's not something that people automatically push back on, because it's not something where people are just like, oh, we can't do it. It's for anyone that does it, they're like, yeah, I would like it, but I think it wouldn't win. And we have to force ourselves out of that position.
Yeah, I get you. Well, I'm gonna drop here so that way you can actually have more meaningful conversations with people that
No.
disagree.
This was super meaningful. Like I said, I mean, I think this is why I left this open, and this is not something that you're not the only one thinking this. I mean, there's plenty of people that you know, align on the left and even have been in the chat and said the same thing that they worry about, but not everyone had the courage to come up and have that conversation. So this is super meaningful, and I appreciate you being able to come up and do it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate everything that you guys are doing. I just, like I said, man, I'm really hoping that enough of a majority of America can kind of see past that, so that we can actually get the change that we deserve here. But
yeah, I mean, it's going to take us doing it together. That's the only way we can make it happen. So
yeah, without a doubt. Well, I'm gonna let you get back to it, man. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
All right, take care.
That was in the chat. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Guys, I think that it's time for a woman to lead the country, because men are fucked up. Easy. Boom. Your mom, are you you're a Trump supporter, right? I saw you spamming and I muted you in the comments.
No, I said you are another safe space for my brain.
No, you said yet. Oh, it was okay. I'm sorry.
Yet another.
I got you. Oh, I thought you were, oh, you know how they be like, oh, another safe space. I'm sorry.
I needed another safe space. Thank you for being there.
I'm so sorry. Friendly fire. Please forgive me.
It's okay. Sorry. I always forgive you.
Thank you so much for coming up and correcting me. I apologize.
All right.
Again.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye.
Listen, guys, sometimes I be sniping friendlies by accident. You know how, listen. sometimes I'll be on it and is not intentional. And I appreciate when I can say I was wrong. I'm sorry. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. I saw someone saying in the chat saying like, hey, can you explain the background? I think they were trying to make a decision on whether or not like they wanted to come up and debate. I hope I made sense of it, right? I mean, the premise that I understand that. I get that. Hey, Laura. I hope I made sense in like what we need to do. And if you are questioning what the background means, I think we got it. What is it? Trigger happy? Oh, yeah, I am a little bit trigger happy. Tommy, you're in the request again. I don't think you mean to be here, Tommy. I don't think that you mean to be here. Or Thin Line, you're in the request as well. I don't think you mean to be here either. Both of you are friendlies. W's in the chat for Rust Belt for the $5. Hey, thank you for that. Hey, Denise. W's in the chat for Rust Belt for the $5 super chat to say it just stuns me that countries like Germany, the UK, Mexico, India, and even Pakistan have women leader. We're so backwards that we haven't yet. Yeah, I agree. And like, okay, so let's keep it funky, right? It's not like we haven't had competent women leaders, right? It's not like we haven't had qualified women leaders. People that say, oh, Kamala Harris wasn't qualified, I'll be willing to vote for a woman, just a qualified one. Like, you Republicans had a perfectly good Nikki Haley sitting right there, and they chose Donald Trump over Nikki Haley. And it's not lost on me that the only way Donald Trump could win an election is by going against a woman. It's not lost on me that the only reason Donald Trump could win an election, that's cool, is because he went against a woman. This country was founded on racism, sexism, and classism. Even for those people, even for those men, that was in chat, Megan, even for those men that are on the left, those liberal men that are on the left, if they don't unpack their inherent misogyny, then they're the ones pushing back on the idea of progression. I think that's super important to call out. For anyone that didn't hear it earlier, I was talking to a guy who came up and he was telling me about a story that he heard about Jasmine Crockett, and it ended up being like a nothing burger where he didn't hear the whole thing, but like the entire premise was him just automatically believing his biases instead of doing the work to verify it. And I've said this before. I think that we make it so much harder on women as far as being able to do anything. Perfect example. Something that people love to say about Kamala Harris is that Kamala Harris slept her way to the top, right? Kamala Harris slept her way to the top. And the premise that Kamala Harris slept her way to the top is absolutely asinine to me for multiple reasons. Because again, how many people does she have to sleep with to get those many votes? But even more so, you don't care if it's men using their position of power to influence sex on women. You don't care about that. They don't care about these men that literally force women into positions because they have power and they want the women. You don't care about Donald Trump sleeping and cheating on his wife with multiple women multiple times. You don't care about that. You don't have any type of sense of morality. You just hate women. They just hate women. And it's so weird. It's so weird. So when you talk about like Kamala Harris, quote unquote, sleeping her way to the top, it's just an out. But also that's why it's so acceptable to so many people to restrict women's right to abortion. That's why they do it, because it's acceptable. That's why I love the whole argument about like when they come up and they want to debate abortion, and I don't let them debate abortion. One, that pisses them off because they feel entitled to be able to debate a topic and they don't care what the topic is. And it pisses them off when I don't let them actually debate that topic. But then even more so, I give them a logical option in the sense of a vasectomy that eliminates the women and also addresses the beginning of the issue. And they never, ever, ever, I've not had one person that I've given that premise to that is even taken like a half a step back and say, you know what, that might work. They never do. They never engage in it, because as soon as you start talking about restricting a man in any way, shape, or form, they're not with it. They're not with it. They will restrict women every day, all day, twice on Sunday, but they will never put limits on men. So the point that I'm making is the unfair standard that we judge women by versus men, it's something that we have to address. We have to. And that's the point of like this background, this live, all of it. I think there's so many qualified women to be able to do so many things, but I truly, truly, truly mean this with all my heart. I think AOC would be the best possible outcome for the Democratic Party in 2028. The problem that I worry about is that people won't realize it until it's too late. That's why I'm standing on the table and I'm using my platform, as limited as it is. Leave Michelle Obama alone. She already said that she don't want to get into politics. Stop it. I know we love Michelle, but Michelle says she wants nothing to do with it. Let Michelle rest. I want to use my platform as limited as it may be, and whatever reach that I do or do not have, I want to use it to advocate for AOC and for women in general. I got a text message, right? I'm on the actual, I guess, mailer list or whatever, because I did like volunteer work for Kamala Harris during like her run. And so I got a text message saying that I want to volunteer for Jasmine Crockett and try to help support her in Texas. And I'm like, fuck yeah. But I think this is something that's going to be super important, and something I want to put like any bit of influence that I may have behind highlighting like these amazing women that could actually affect change. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to figure out what I can do to use my voice, to use my platform, to use any influence that I may have, any connections that I may have, whatever, to promote women as much as possible. Because I'm not just saying this because like I'm pandering, right? I'm not pandering to women. I'm married. I don't need to pander to women. But I do think that not only is it time for a change and something different, I think the only way that we're going to get the overall progression that we want in the country is by forcing progression in certain ways. I don't think like poking around the margins is going to actually do anything for us. I don't think that, you know, having a slight win here and a slight win there is going to actually give us any type of real progression. I think that we are going to have to force progression if we actually want progression. So, I don't know. Those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. Debbie's in the chat for Teresa for the $5 Aussie to say, holy fark, first time ever watched the scumbags press conference. That's painful. People voted for this. You okay, America? Listen, we are not, send help. Fucking send help. We are not okay. We are, America, your life is in danger. Send help. You guys think I'm joking. The reason why I've been running like the America Fallen topic is, I've said this before, most civilizations only last 250 years. And the current path of the United States of America, we're following the same path as the last 5 superpowers that have lost power, that have like collapsed. And we're doing the exact same things that they've done. And unless there's some type of change, we're fucked. So, and again, that lends itself to like my thinking right now. Holy fuck, we just gotta, we gotta do something. We gotta do something big. We gotta shake up the world. I think this is the only way that we fix where we are. Also, we need people on the right to stop being so stupid. And I genuinely say that. I know a lot of people don't necessarily like, I know you guys don't necessarily like how I actually talk to Trump supporters. I know you guys don't like it because sometimes like, oh, Santana, you too nice, and oh, don't let them get away with that, and da-da-da-da-da. And while I do love a good crash out, I do, we need them. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm not saying we need to focus on bringing them to our side because that's not what we need, but we do need people in our society to stop being so stupid and selfish. Like, that's the problem. People are stupid and selfish. And I think the only way that you can change people's minds as far as being selfish is by reaching out a hand and showing them kindness. That's the only way that we'll get to a point where people are thinking about others. It has to start with kindness somewhere. And like, if I have to be the bigger person in order to get some type of progression, I'm willing to do that. And also that way you guys don't have to do it. I'll do it for you because they suck. They all suck. But I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it for you guys. Anyway, they're so angry. That's because they got little peepees. That's why they're so mad, because they got little peepees. I don't know. Anyway, I think that I think I'm gonna call it. I'm kind of tired. And this chair sucks. So I think I'm gonna call it. Oh, really quick, guys. I took the boys out bowling yesterday. That's what we did. We went bowling, and then we ate at the bowling alley as well. And then they have like arcade in the bowling alley, and I won, of course. Let me tell you, my youngest son, he had the bumpers up while he was bowling, right? And he thought that he was just like killing it because the ball was bouncing off the bumpers and he was getting, he was knocking down pins, and he started showboating. And then that's when the Mamba mentality kicked in. I looked at my oldest son, no lie, right hand before Jeebus. I looked at my oldest son. I said, hey, son, watch this. Got up, grabbed the ball, rolled a strike. Pow. And after that point, I stared down my youngest son and then dominated the rest of the game. Because I do not believe in letting them win. I don't. So I dominated. So that's what we did yesterday. We went bowling and then ate. And why I do it like that? Because somebody got to listen. They got to learn to get it out the mud. Ain't no easy wins over here. But my oldest son has basketball practice this evening, so I'm gonna go to basketball practice, and then later I might be back online. I don't know, so we'll see. Anyway, let's get out of here because my butt hurts.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take the best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I changed in the pit.
W's in the chat for the chat. You guys are fucking awesome. I saw someone say what position you play. My son, my 10-year-old son is 5 foot. 10-year-old son, 5 foot. He's gonna be tall just like me. I'm 6'3.5". So he plays center. Anyway, guys, thank you for hanging out with me today. It's fucking awesome. You guys are absolutely amazing. if I get a chance. What time tomorrow? Probably around the same time. Because I've been getting up. I'm getting up and I'm taking them to school in the morning. And so I'm already up, and once I'm up, I'm up. So probably about 9 a.m. Eastern, right? Probably around somewhere around 9 a.m. Eastern. I don't know. But I might be back tomorrow for sure. I mean, back tonight. But I'll be back in the morning for sure. Anyway, I love you guys. I do. Hey, hit that follow button before you leave, and follow the main account too. Follow both of them. Yes, my wife is Ethiopian. Also, over on the YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up before you leave. Thumbs up. Guys, thank you all. Thank you for the gifts, the likes, the taps, the shares. Thank you all for being absolutely amazing. You are all beautiful people. Fucking beautiful. If you were right here, I'd pinch cheeks. I love you all. And as always,